We'll now have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Happy New Year to all of you, and welcome back to Parliament. I know it's very early, but we agreed we will have our start of the year in terms of our work today, which starts with the issues that we'll be deliberating on today, but also after today, you'll then go back to do your constituency work and come back again. So I'd like to welcome all of you and trust that you had a good festive season, took a little bit of a break, and are ready to start. As we do so, we also want to congratulate our matriculants 2025 who did very well. We wish them well in their new endeavors where they'll be going, but we also want to thank the teachers as well as the school governing bodies. They've worked under pressure, and particularly some of the provinces which had some difficulties with floods and other disasters that impacted upon them. For us to have the results that we have, we really would like to say congratulations to the academic team that has been doing the work, and thank the parents, the aunties and the uncles, the cousins, because I know some of them may not necessarily have their own parents, but those who have been guardians and working with them would also like to say thank you. And in that, I also want to say thank you for the work that you as MPs do in your constituencies, which also includes working with schools and other academic institutions and supporting the SGPs in various ways, which is why I think tomorrow is also important as the back to school a day where some of you may be visiting some of those institutions. Again, to do the work that you are doing. I know you are here, but it's important to remember that tomorrow schools are also opening, and trust that we will do the work that we need to do. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly due to the resignation of Ms. N. M. Gasa, Ms. D. Zuma Sambudla, Ms. M. Khwekana, and Mr. T. L. Montana have been filled by the nominations of Mr. P. Kubukeli, Ms. B. E. S. Zuma, Mr. B. M. Mkongi, and Ms. M. H. M. Khadebe, respectively, with effect from 3 December 2025. The members made and subscribed the oath and affirmation in the Speaker's office. I wish to welcome the honorable members. I'm not sure whether they are here in person. If they are, if they can stand. Thank you very much, honorable members. You're welcome. Take a seat. Amandla. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Let's start our term with a little bit of discipline. Honorable members, I also want to indicate that yesterday we got communications from the MK party that Honorable Makubela has been relieved of her duty as a chief whip. We will await the party Order, honorable members. I think it's important that you listen. Order. Honorable members, I will then name you because you are making noise. Honorable members, we will advise you accordingly once the party has informed us. The person who will be communicating with the administration and the Speaker's office is Honorable Member Mabatu, who's in the NCOP, but in respect of the NA, we will await a formal indication from the party once they've done their task. I wish to recognize Honorable Dagmo and then Honorable Michalakis.
Speaker, thank you very much. Part of my question was answered by your information in regard to the fact that the House will be informed as to who the Chief Whip is. Does that include informing us also about who the leader of the opposition? Because in terms of the Constitution, that's an absolutely critical provision. And we hear that Mr.
Yes,
Schupe has left.
Honorable Member.
And we would like to know.
Honorable Dagmo, we will order, honorable members, indeed, we will advise you accordingly. But for now, order. For now, honorable members of the MK, we have been advised that Honorable Reddy for now will stand in as acting Chief Whip. Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say Honorable Reddy is under the impression that he's on a 2-week probation period, which wasn't communicated with you. I just want clarity on whether that is in.
Honorable members, I know you have been missing one another, but let's not go that far. Honorable Reddy, you don't have to respond. I've already indicated on your behalf that you are standing in.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to wish the Honorable member there a Happy New Year and to wish him well over the internal fights in the day as well. But as MK, we are an equal opportunity party, so everyone gets a chance.
Honorable members, let's not go there. One thing I'm happy about, Honorable Reddy, for you is that the TV is going to see you more often now. Order, honorable members.
Yeah, that's what you have been looking for, Reddy. Congratulations.
Honorable members, the first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip. I now recognize the Chief Whip. Order, honorable members, on the virtual. Can you please switch off?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to honorable members. And compliment for the new season. Madam Speaker, the draft resolution says that the House, notwithstanding Rule 108, subsection 2, which provides that the time allocated to a member of each party for making a declaration of vote must be determined by the Rules Committee, taking into account the proportional strength of the parties. Limits to the time allocated to a member from each party for making a declaration of vote on any budgetary review and recommendation report to not more than 2 minutes for this annual session. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. I'll now ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on Department of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I now move that the report be adopted. I was talking to the Minister of Finance here.
Thank you very much. There has been request for declarations. All parties have up to 2 minutes to make a declaration, which is a motion that the Chief Whip raised earlier. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development occupies a central position in our constitutional law. It's entrusted with upholding the rule of law, safeguarding constitutional rights, and ensuring that justice is accessible, efficient, and credible for all who live in South Africa. The Portfolio Committee's report provides a comprehensive assessment of the Department's performance, financial management, and service delivery during the period under review, and it highlights both progress made and the very persistent challenges that require urgent attention. While we acknowledge improvement in certain areas, not enough has been done, particularly with regard to legislative reforms, ensuring access to justice, and efforts to modernize the court systems. These interventions are essential in restoring public confidence in the justice system, ensuring that our courts function effectively and efficiently. Serious concerns remain relating to capacity constraints, delays in finalizing cases, and weaknesses in financial performance management across the department and its entities. The suspension of the Director General and the Deputy Director General took place some time ago. There is little progress with the disciplinary process. These matters must be expeditiously dealt with if the department is to make any headway. Honourable members, access to justice is not a privilege for the few. The continued under-resourcing of lower courts, legal aid services, and maintenance courts has a direct and disproportionate impact on the poor, women, children, and vulnerable communities. The committee's recommendations call for targeted funding, improved planning, and stronger oversight to ensure that allocated resources translate into tangible improvements on the ground. The Justice Committee will have to take bold steps to ensure funding and will have to approach the Appropriations Committee in this regard. Some of these entities include Legal Aid, the Master's Office, which is currently non-functional and is a disaster, and the National Prosecuting Authority. Failure to adequate support them undermines the broader constitutional mandate of the state. Honourable Chair, the Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report is not merely a compliance exercise. It's a critical tool for strengthening accountability, improving service delivery.
Thank you,
and
Honourable Member. Your
expenditure.
time is up.
We support the adoption of the report and call for the Executive to act decisively on the recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a point of order, Honourable Chief Whip of the DA?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did not want to interrupt the member at the podium, but a member did cross the line between yourself and the member speaking. May I request that members please be reminded that we should not break the line, please?
Well, thank you very much. I didn't recognize that. But if it happened, indeed, we have to remind members that you do not do so. Honourable Member of the MK?
Honourable Speaker, the Mkhonto Sizwe Party rejects this budgetary review and recommendation report because it fails the most basic test of oversight. Does it confront the lived reality of the poor and working class who depend on justice for survival? This report does not. Across the country, justice is collapsing at the point of access. The Master's Office remains in crisis, months-long delays in issuing letters of authority, collapsing internal controls, understaffing, and endless queues that punish widows, orphans, and grieving families. Yet this report treats these failures as administrative footnotes instead of a national emergency. At Legal Aid South Africa, practitioners are overworked, under-resourced, and shockingly were denied performance bonuses in 2025, despite carrying a burden of defending the poor against an unjust system. The justice system that exploits its own frontline workers cannot claim to serve the people. The State Attorney's Office continues to bleed the public purse through weak leadership, poor administration, and repeated litigation losses. Yet there is no consequence management, no accountability, and no urgency reflected in this report. Justice delayed is justice denied, but justice ignored is justice abandoned. This BRRR reads like a compliance exercise, not an oversight weapon. It protects the department instead of the people. MK refuses to rubber stamp failure. Until justice is acceptable, efficient, and firmly on the side of the poor, we will not support reports that sanitize collapse. MK rejects this report.
Thank you. Honourable Member of the AFF?
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, access to justice has become a pipe dream for most South Africans, as this most fundamental right has become commodified. Only those who have money, regardless of how they got it, are able to access justice, while the rest of the population have to contend with legal aid. A great institution that is grossly underfunded, whose lawyers are so excessively overworked that it becomes impossible for them to provide quality legal representation. Under the grossly incompetent Shamila Batoyi, the NPA has become such a sore sight. She has overseen the bungling up of so many important cases: serial rapists and fake Pastor Omotoso, the Friede dairy farm crooks, the so-called state capture cases. All of these have been messed up by the inept leadership of Batoyi. Now that she has exposed her arrogance and incompetence at Nkabinde Commission, she has demonstrated to all that she was just a mere project by the current regime to shield Ramaphosa-aligned crooks from prosecution. The state attorney's office is broken and the state loses cases they are not supposed to lose and end up paying millions in civil society.
Violate i-procedure for the home state.
Sorry, can you please mute?
Thanks so much, Speaker. And where is the Solicitor General? Still not appointed. How do we expect stability in the state attorney office where leadership is absent? How do we expect accountability when the top post is left vacant? This is not oversight, it is sabotage. Court buildings are unsafe. Wynberg, Randburg, Lenasia, witnesses shot dead, magistrate threatened, staff assaulted, recording machines broken, libraries non-existent, chamber inadequate. How can justice be delivered in buildings that expose people to violence? Women facing gender-based violence walk into courts that are underfunded, with victim support absent, sexual offences court neglected, and the sex offenders register incomplete. Every delay is another woman unprotected, another child exposed. South Africans are listening. They want justice that works, justice that protect, justice that serves the people, justice delayed, democracy denied, justice denied, is freedom stolen. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development plays a critical role in the administration and safeguarding of the rule of law. The IFP welcomes the construction of 5 new courts, which align with the department's strategic objective of expanding access to justice services. This development will not only strengthen the justice system, but will also create much needed employment opportunity. Furthermore, the IFP welcomes the increase in briefs allocated to previously disadvantaged practitioners. While transformation within the legal profession remains slow, it is evident that the state is playing a more deliberate and meaningful role in advancing the transformation agenda. However, the IFP is concerned with the recent protest and podcast interviews in relation to magistrate salaries. The IFP calls on the department to meet with the stakeholders, including the National Treasury, to develop a solution to these issues. The IFP supports the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable member of the PA.
Thanks. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Madam Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance has duly considered the report before this House. We acknowledge the committee's findings, practically the detailed analysis from section 18.12 to 18.19, which highlights significant and concerning structural challenges within the various departments of our judicial system. These identify weakness, demand serious, these identities, weakness demands serious and sustained attention to uphold the integrity and efficacy of our courts. Regarding the financial provision, we note the committee's prudent recommendation to refrain from requesting specific monetary allocation at this stage, for the reason subsequently outlined in this report. Consequently, the Patriotic Alliance supports the department's subsequent recommendations that this parliament rightfully exercise its authority and prescribes under the Monetary Bills Act the following: the formal announcement of the 2026 national budget allocation We trust this measured approach will allow for the integration of these judicial concerns into a comprehensive fiscal framework, ensuring both responsibility and responsiveness in addressing the needs of the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member of the FF Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Budget Review and Recommendation Report of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development exposes a justice system compromised by systemic governance failures and operational decay over a period of 30-odd years. Although an unqualified audit was recorded, this regularity masks entrenched dysfunction that obstructs the delivery of justice to South Africans. Chronic ICT failures and unreliable connectivity paralyze the justice value chain, while crumbling infrastructure faces a 4.6 billion rand maintenance backlog. A 4 billion rand bank overdraft driven by the State Attorney's broken funding model has created a precarious fiscal crisis. This collapse is compounded by acute leadership instability, where critical oversight roles, including the Solicitor General and the Chief Master, remain vacant or held by acting appointments. Most alarming are the material irregularities in the National Register for sex offenders, where missing fingerprints and incomplete conviction data leave the vulnerable at risk. Restoration of the system requires immediate action. The department must stabilize foundational ICT basics before advanced digitization and fill all critical leadership and frontline vacancies. There must be an urgent reform of the State Attorney's funding model and a rigorous remediation of the sex offender register. Finally, the state must enforce strict consequence management to address the root causes of recurring compliance failures. These are but a few highlights of the report. The reality is that there is much, much more to be done, and it must be done urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member of Action SA.
Our criminal justice system is digitally dysfunctional. The integrated justice system is meant to be the backbone of a modern justice system. Instead, the Auditor General has described it as structurally failing, with systems across SAPS, NPA, and the courts, Home Affairs and Social Development unable to communicate with one another. The consequence is that court systems go offline due to network failures. The NPA's case management system is often unavailable in court, and the National Register for Sex Offenders is incomplete and unreliable. This ultimately means that cases fall through the cracks, criminals are not properly flagged, victims are not protected, and courts are forced back into manual processes that are more easily corrupted, allowing criminality to evade prosecution and incarceration. Billions of rands are financially unaccounted for. The department is running a 4 billion rand overdraft, largely because the Office of the State Attorney fails to recover legal costs from client departments, leaving the justice system to subsidize government's own failures. The Auditor General has warned that the financial health of the department is at risk, with 6 justice sector entities in deficit and 2 unable to meet their cash flow obligations, amounting to institutional insolvency within the justice system. Justice infrastructure is collapsing. Major court projects have stalled or failed. Contractors have been terminated at Mamelodi Magistrates Court, Mount Fletcher, and the Bishu High Court tender cancelled. And construction at Thohoyandou and Klerksdorp left at only 37% and 43% completion. Yet the department continues headlong with the relocation of the Makhanda High Court to Bishu that doesn't have a high court. At the same time, capital budgets have been cut and redirected away from the court buildings, leaving courts without any physical infrastructure to function. Kubi kwelisebe. Justice needs to be seen to be done. Justice denied, delayed is justice denied, and that is what people get on a daily basis from this department.
Your time is up. Honourable Member of the ACDP.
Speaker, the ACDP would like to wish all presiding officers, members and staff a very happy and blessed new year, and we also congratulate the matrics on their good results. May this year, as we continue to rebuild Parliament, may Parliament be a tree of life, the leaves of which are for the healing of our nation with justice. And the country is undoubtedly at the crossroads. Will we restore law and order, or will we allow criminal syndicates to further undermine our criminal justice system? The state's primary role is to protect its citizens, yet it is failing dismally in this regard. Citizens do not feel safe in homes, schools, and public places. Yet, there are glimmers of hope. There are thousands of loyal and committed police officers, prosecutors, and judicial officers who faithfully fight crime on a daily basis. We also have the sterling work done by the Madlanga Commission and our own ad hoc committee in exposing the rot. We trust, as the ACDP, that government will use the Madlanga Commission's report and the ad hoc committee as a baseline for police reform. This will require the necessary political will to remove compromised politicians and officials and to rebuild investigative and prosecutorial capacity. Lastly, the ACDP would like to congratulate Advocate Matibi on his appointment as the National Director of Public Prosecutions and thank Advocate Batohi for a faithful service. We trust that he will restore credibility to the NPA, hollowed out during state capture and corruption. Let us provide the NPA and the justice system in general the necessary resources to defeat the criminal syndicates in the knowledge that good will triumph over evil, that justice and righteousness, the pillars of God's throne, will prevail. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member of the UDM.
Thank you, Speaker, very much. Honorable Speaker, this department has a crucial responsibility to protect and promote the Constitution of the Republic and rule of law. It plays a significant role in prosecuting criminal cases and in providing legal aid services to those in need, including the protection of the rights of vulnerable groups such as women, children, and persons with disabilities. Among its key responsibilities, the department manages the court systems to ensure that justice is accessible and fair for all. However, it has fallen short in developing systems that ensure barrier-free access to justice for people with disabilities. To this day, the department has not efficiently addressed the crucial and critical nationwide shortage of court interpreters for people living with hearing loss and nonverbal disabilities. Deaf and nonverbal persons continue to suffer in our courts due to this shortage, particularly in courts that are located in small and rural towns. The UDM is concerned that while the department spent about 99% of its allocation for 2024-2025, it achieved only 85% of its planned target. Although the committee viewed this as an important improvement in financial and performance management, it nonetheless reflects a concerning misalignment between expenditure and outcomes in our view. For an example, the NPA achieved only 86% of its planned targets despite spending 99% of its budget. This indicates that high expenditure does not necessarily translate into achievement of planned targets. The department must therefore implement more realistic financial planning to ensure that budget allocations are aligned with achievable targets. Indeed, there's a need for improved financial planning and effective debt collection strategies within the department. The report reflects that a bank overdraft of 4 billion, largely due to unrecovered legal costs owed by client departments, yet the department has not implemented effective measures to recover these funds within defined timeframes. This failure threatens.
Member, your time is up. Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
No declaration we support.
Yes, Honorable Member. Yes, where is Rise? They've decided not to rise up this morning. Bosa?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and compliments of the new year to all the honorable members. Yesterday in South Africa, we saw on social media a case trending of a young woman who had been abused, domestically abused by her partner. And of course, being something that trended on social media, it then gained traction and ultimately law enforcement took place. But the reality we have to face is that while law enforcement eventually did take place, what will happen when this case gets to the justice system? And this BRIE-RRR confirms what South Africans already experience on the daily, and that is the credibility of our criminal justice system is in
breach. The credibility of our criminal justice system is often breached. The credibility of our criminal justice system cannot be upheld and is not upheld on the daily. And so while the department has made progress in governance and audit outcomes, these gains actually exist alongside persistent and serious failures. There are court backlogs, case finalization is slow, prosecutorial capacity is stretched, and too many serious crimes and corruption cases fail to deliver meaningful outcomes. And at the center of this is a structural problem. The National Prosecuting Authority operates under sustained capacity constraints and high vacancy levels. And so while leadership matters, we've recently had the appointment of the NDPP, leadership alone cannot compensate for structural weakness. And so the real question before Parliament is not one of individual capability, but whether the justice system is being resourced, staffed, and governed in a way that enables success and access. So Parliament must therefore insist on measurable outcomes. While we support this report, we have to state that these outcomes must be reported transparently and regularly to this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the ATM.
Good morning and compliments, Speaker and colleagues. The report is silent on the issue of the LPC. There's been an increase in cases pertaining to the LPC, and the department has been slow to respond to the cries of ordinary citizens that are undone by legal practitioners. The issue of accountability of legal practitioners that can be presided over by the LPC has been overlooked by the department for a very long time. By means of an example, on 13 March 2025, the LPC Appeals Tribunal issued binding findings confirming prima facie evidence of professional misconduct in the matter involving Mr. Asif Kasoji. The tribunal recorded grave ethical violations, including the unlawful and dishonest procurement of a court order and a conflict of interest that infringed the Children's Act 38 of 2005, the Protection of Harassment Act 17 of 2011, and Section 28 of the Constitution. Despite these findings, the LPC has failed to act, undermining both public confidence and the integrity of the legal profession. This is not an isolated case. It is part of a broader problem of inaction that prejudices innocent citizens. When oversight bodies ignore their own rulings, they shield misconduct and harm country. Countless fathers unjustly denied access to their children through unethical legal practices and weak regulation. Every day of silence deepens emotional suffering and corrodes trust in the rule of law. Justice delayed, its families destroyed. As the ATM, we reject the report.
Thank you. Honourable Member of Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, Honourable respected Madam Speaker, as Al-Jama, we consider the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development with due seriousness. The report highlights critical challenges facing the department and its entities, particularly delays in case finalization, capacity constraints, and the urgent need to strengthen access to justice for all. As Al-Jama, we take this opportunity to acknowledge the committee's oversight efforts and recommendations. It is imperative at the same time that these are not merely noted but fully implemented with clear timelines and accountability. Our constitutional democracy depends on an efficient, independent, and adequately resourced justice system. Honourable House Chair, it is clear from most party submissions, as we heard earlier, justice delayed is justice denied. Let us uphold this principle. Al-Jama expects that sufficient budgets be allocated, especially for the 300 suspects identified by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as budgets for the amendments to allow the Maintenance Act that has been stalled for far too long now. Al-Jama therefore supports the adoption of this report and call for decisive action to ensure its recommendations translate into real improvements at grassroots level. Thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Honourable Member of the NCC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No declaration. The NCC rejects the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member of the PAC.
No declaration, Speaker, but we support the report.
Thank you. Honorable member of UAT.
No declaration. We reject the report.
Thank you. Honorable member of Good. Honorable member of the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the ANC support this budget review recommendations report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having assessed the financial and non-financial performance of the department. In line with the NDP, the department is contributing to the priorities that include building safer communities, promoting accountability, and fighting corruption, strengthening judicial governance and the rule of law. Some of the key interventions that the department will focus on in the current MDTP include instituting a program to prevent and fight corruption in government, in partnership with anti-corruption agencies and non-state actors to resolve reported incidents of corruption in government through disciplinary measures and through crime intervention measures. In line with our conference resolutions as the ANC to fight corruption, to ensure that the state resources are not exploited for personal and corrupt ends. The fight against corruption will also include the establishment of specialized commercial crimes court in all provinces. As part of entrenching our democratic system and nation building, the department will ensure the coordination and the implementation of the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, as well as other related intolerances. We reiterate the recommendation of the committee that Parliament should exercise its authority under the Money Bills Act following the announcement of the 2026 budget to review allocations to the department and others falling within the peace and security functions we support.
I put the motion again. Are there any objections? MK and EFF?
MK party will object to this report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And NCC, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. EFF?
Note the objection of the EFF. Thank you.
Noted.
Please note the objection of ATM.
Thank you very much. UAT?
The UAT reject.
Thank you very much. Objections have been noted. The report has been agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on Office of the Chief Justice.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much. There have been declarations that have been agreed to. I'll now ask the DA, Honorable Member of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the Office of the Chief Justice is the administrative arm that practically supports the judiciary in the exercise of its constitutional mandate, while at the same time safeguarding judicial independence, impartiality, and the separation of powers. The effectiveness of our courts and public confidence in the justice system are inextricably linked to the capacity and performance of the OCJ. The committee's report reflects some progress in strengthening judicial governance, improving court administration, and advancing the institutional independence of the judiciary. The report, however, highlights persistent challenges that require urgent and sustained attention. Severe budgetary constraints continue to undermine the OCJ's ability to fulfill its mandate effectively. Inadequate funding affects the rollout of digital court systems and the ability of skilled administrative and ICT personnel. These shortcomings place additional strain on judicial officers and ultimately delay justice for the public. When courts are setting matters down for dates in 2029, we know we are not winning the battle. Of serious concern are weaknesses identified in financial management, supply chain processes, and human resource capacity. Chairperson, judicial independence is not only a constitutional principle, it is a practical requirement. Disciplinary matters involving the judiciary and judicial officers must be dealt with much more expeditiously, and sanctions for unacceptable conduct must reflect the seriousness of the conduct. Anything else will lead to the crumbling of the judiciary. Once again, adequate funding is no longer an optional issue, and the committee is going to have to fight much more boldly for these funds. In conclusion, honourable members, we support the adoption of this report and call on the executive to prioritise the resourcing
Kwazam Konto Kwaza. The MK Party, Honourable Speaker, respects the office of the Chief Justice because judicial independence is the foundation of democracy. But respect does not mean silence. Yes, absolutely sure, Dagmar. South Africa's justice system is not equal. It is built to serve those with money. If you can afford a top lawyer, you can delay, you can appeal and negotiate. If you are poor, you sit in a cell, sometimes even when you are innocent. This is not justice, this is class rule. At the same time, the people who keep the courts running, your magistrates, your prosecutors, your clerks, and your support staff, they are underpaid, they are overworked and overwhelmed. They earn peanuts while carrying a collapsing system. Files go missing, cases fall apart, justice is postponed again and again. This BRRR avoids these truths. It speaks politely, but it does not confront the case backlogs, the broken court buildings, the lack of technology, and the reality that justice depends on your postcode and your bank balance. Judicial independence must be protected, but institutional failure must be confronted. Honourable Speaker, a justice system that works for the rich and traps the poor is not justice. It is injustice in a robe. Until this report reflects urgency, reform, and accountability, the MK Party will not support it. We reject this BRRR with the contempt it deserves. We thank you.
Thank you. Honourable member of the EFF.
Speaker, the independence of the judiciary is long overdue. For too long, government has delayed, underfunded, and undermined our courts. Without independence, justice is not real, it is controlled, delayed, and denied. The judiciary is excessively overworked and understaffed. If you initiate a high court matter in Gauteng today, you are likely to have your matter heard in court in 2032 because we just don't have enough judges in this country. We have more than 12% of funded posts unfilled, with 30% gaps in senior managers like registers who keep case moving. When registers are missing, cases stall. When judges are missing, trial drag for years. Superior courts miss most of their targets and ordinary people pay their price. We say ring-fence 2 billion from executive bloat for 100 immediate superior courts appointment, prioritizing black women, give registers retention bonuses, fast-track the JSC interviews, enforce quarterly vacancies reviews to keep rate below 8% by 2027, smash the backlog now. The Land Court of 2023 was created to restore land to the dispossessed, yet it was not allocated a single rent, no judges, no resources, no justice. Families who have waited decades for lands are betrayed. Again, Speaker, what must happen now is the real review of this budget. A review means looking honestly at whether the money given to the Office of the Chief Justice is enough to deliver justice. Right now, it is not. When 79% of the budget is swallowed by salaries, and even those salaries are not enough, it proves allocation is too small. We must confront Pala. Dollars enter South Africa illegally. SARS said it saw nothing wrong. The public protector looked away. The bank failed to act. Retired Judge Ngobo's report raised more questions than answers. And yet the reserved judgment on Pala drags on hidden from the people. This is not justice, it is protection of the powerful.
Thank you.
The TNU has failed people.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you. Honorable IFP,
Daitanga, a sportsman.
Honorable member of the IFP. Order, honorable members, we don't want to hear your issues. I'm not sure which deputy minister of what portfolio is.
He has always advocated for the rule of law, and one of the administrative mechanisms established that has been a beacon of light in post-apartheid South Africa is the Office of the Chief Justice. The OCJ is an important independent judiciary-led court administration system established to fully realize the judiciary's institutional independence in line with the Constitution. Given the current financial constraints, the IFP nevertheless welcomes the increase, albeit marginal. Furthermore, we welcome the additional allocation for the filling of vacancies. The effective administration of justice remains a fundamental pillar of our constitutional democracy. Honorable Speaker, the IFP commends and supports the OCJ's plans to offer 80 judicial education and training courses each year over the medium term through the South African Judicial Education Institute to develop the skills of current and prospective judicial officers. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member of the PA.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, the Patriotic Alliance rise to address the report on the OCJ's report before this House today. We begin by reaffirming our fundamental belief in the critical, non-negotiable role of an independent and robust judiciary. The Office of the Chief Justice stands as the cornerstone of this principle. It is not merely an administrative office, it is a bedrock upon which the integrity, functionality, and credibility of our entire justice system rests. Its work is in upholding the Constitution, overseeing courts, and ensuring the fair administration of justice. Analysts, specifically, we note with grave concern the findings in the 6th point regarding the financial performance of the office. The report clearly highlights that the office has been expected to execute its monumental constitutional duty with a significantly reduced budget. This is not a simple matter of fiscal management. It is a direct threat to our judicial efficacy and access to justice for our people. A weakened office of the Chief Justice due to a lack of resources weakens the entire chain of justice. It impairs court operations, delays cases, burdens judicial officers, and ultimately erodes public trust. Our nation cannot afford it for its highest judicial office to be hamstrung by financial constraint. Therefore, a Patriotic Alliance unequivocally support the committee's clear recommendation. We call upon the Parliament to exercise its full authority as provided in the relevant fiscal legislation to advocate for and to ensure a substantive review of our budgetary allocation to the Office of the Chief
Honorable Member, your time is up.
2026, we support.
Thank you. Honorable Member of the Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, the South African judiciary currently faces a systemic crisis that threatens the very foundation of the rule of law. The ability of the courts to deliver justice in a swift and timely fashion is primarily crippled by sustained budget reductions, including a 446 million rand cut that has led to an 11.3% real-term decrease in funding for judges' salaries. These financial constraints have forced the Office of the Chief Justice to implement drastic cost containment measures, which have directly compromised operational support and restricted access to justice. Court facilities remain in a state of critical neglect. Capital works allocations under Vote 25 decreased from 893 million in 2024-25 to 652 million rand in 2025-26, despite an estimated requirement of 5 billion rand to address backlogs leading to delays in essential renovations and maintenance. This decay is mirrored in the performance of presiding officers, which is severely hampered by a critical shortage of judges across all divisions. In Gauteng, trial dates are now delayed by up to 5 years, while 18% of reserved judgments remain outstanding for more than 6 months. These delays are driven by capacity constraints, high vacancy rates reaching 30% at senior management levels, and a lack of administrative support. Furthermore, there is deep concern regarding the recent negative publicity surrounding judicial conduct, emphasizing the urgent need for mechanisms to ensure better accountability. Without addressing these conduct and capacity issues, the judiciary risks further losing public trust necessary to maintain its institutional independence, and we cannot afford that anymore. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of the Action SA. Honourable Mugweba. Honourable Thelisa, can you please mute? IT, can you please help us mute members that are not supposed to be speaking? Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, Action SA welcomes the Office of the Chief Justice maintaining a clean audit outcome for the third consecutive year. This demonstrates that strong financial controls, capable officials, and a culture of compliance are achievable in the public sector when accountability is taken seriously. However, this report also exposes deep structural and fiscal pressures that threaten the long-term effectiveness and independence of our judiciary. Despite sound governance, the OCJ overspent its adjusted budget by more than 229 million, largely driven by compensation of employee pressures, unfunded mandates, and operational shortfalls imposed by repeat budget cuts. Clean audits alone do not equate to a healthy institution when core functions are undermined by inadequate resourcing. Yatemba Mpatiswa Imali Ba Uyamamere. Action SA is particularly concerned by the growing vacancy rate, now exceeding 12%, and alarmingly high vacancies at senior management level. These gaps weaken administrative support to courts, delay justice, and place additional strain on already overburdened judicial officers. Budget caps imposed by National Treasury may be fiscally prudent, but they cannot be allowed to come at the expense of access to justice and the rule of law. While progress on court modernization and the rollout of court online is commendable, these reforms are at risk without sustained investment. Cybersecurity capacity and skilled personnel, a judiciary cannot be independent in theory while remaining dependent in practice. Action SA calls for a credible funded plan to complete the transition to a judiciary-led court administration system, backed by realistic budgeting, protected funding, and firm oversight. Justice delayed by poor administration is justice denied. The Gauteng High Court has a severe civil case backlog of between 3.5 to 4.5 years, with some cases set out to as far afield as 2031. This is untenable.
Order, Honourable Member.
Report on condition that critical funding issues are addressed.
Honourable Member of ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there is a crisis in the judiciary due to a critical shortage of judges, which leads to alarming backlogs and delays. In Gauteng High Courts, more than 120,000 case numbers are issued every year to be dealt with by 80 or less judges. And this excludes the backlogs that also runs into thousands of matters that await trial dates or judgments. Trial dates, some as far ahead as 2031. As other speakers have said, justice delayed is justice denied. And this, the ACDP finds totally unacceptable. Section 34 guarantees the right of access to the courts. Where this is denied, it contributes to lawlessness, as people may feel they can breach agreements, incur debts, or engage in unlawful activities without fear of immediate consequences. The Moseneke report recommends a minimum increase of 20% in judicial posts across all High Court divisions to address this crisis. It also recommends relooking at the court recess system as well as the process for appointing acting judges. This the ACDP supports. Let's make it very clear. Section 165(4) obliges organs of state, which includes Parliament and the Executive, to assist and protect the courts, to ensure their independence, dignity, accessibility, and effectiveness. By not ensuring that, there are sufficient judges and courts and sufficient funds appropriated, we as Parliament are in breach of our constitutional duties. This cannot be allowed to continue. The buck stops with us. Let us ensure that sufficient funds are allocated to the judiciary to ensure their independence. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member of UDM.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The UDM notes with grave concern the state of South Africa's judiciary. Court backlogs continue to grow and delays are denying citizens meaningful access to justice. In Gauteng, trial dates are scheduled up to 5 years ahead, while in other divisions, delays stretch between 2 to 3 years. Nearly 18% of reserved judgments remain outstanding for more than 6 months. This delay undermines public confidence in the rule of law. The judiciary faces an acute shortage of judges, as many have already indicated. South Africa currently has just over 240 judges, only 2%, a 2% increase since 2011-2012, despite our population growing at nearly 20%. Judges in Cape and Gauteng High Courts, which carry heavy caseloads, handle hundreds of matters each year, making timely resolution increasingly difficult. The impact of these delays is clear. The case, for example, against the former acting PRASA CEO Mtutuzeli Swartz, charged allegedly for stealing 42 kilometers of railway line, has dragged on for 6 years and remains unresolved. Operational challenges further compound the problem. Court proceedings have been disrupted by water and power outages, and many court buildings remain in poor conditions, undermining both efficiency and public trust. Vacancies in key positions deepen these challenges. The Office of the Chief of Justice also has a higher vacancy rate, which has to be addressed urgently. At the same time, the UDM commends the Office of the Chief of Justice for maintaining a clean audit for 3 consecutive years. This achievement reflects strong governance and financial discipline and sets an important standard for accountability in the public sector. The UDM urges Parliament to ensure adequate funding for the Office of the Chief Justice, the filling of critical vacancies, and repair court infrastructure so that judiciary can deliver justice efficiently and fairly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Bosa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think there are 2 issues that we must bear in mind when we are considering the funding and the performance of the Office of the Chief Justice. And the first is to reflect on the role of the Office of the Chief Justice, not merely as an administrative department, but the institutional backbone of judicial independence in this country. The second is important to consider that today our courts are no longer simply forums for resolving disputes, and that increasingly, and certainly unfortunately, they're now acting as a backstop for governance failure, and they step in where accountability has broken down, where administrative systems have collapsed, and where constitutional obligations are neglected. And that reality has placed an unprecedented pressure on the judiciary and, by extension, the Office of the Chief Justice. And this is why OCJ is no longer a neutral exercise from a funding perspective. The report makes it plain to us that administrative weakness in court systems now actually carries democratic consequences. And despite maintaining a clean audit for the 3rd consecutive year, the OCJ overspent. And this is not because of reckless spending or planning, but because of budget cuts that were imposed after contractual commitments had already been made. Vacancy rates rose over 12%, and senior management vacancies reached 30%, and that undermines institutional capacity at precisely the moment when courts are under maximum strain. As such, Parliament has to insist that administrative performance matches the appropriations and that budget decisions reflect the constitutional weight that courts now carry in safeguarding our democracy. We support this report, but it must be said that to fail the Office of the Chief Justice is not simply to weaken a department, and it is to weaken the entire Republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member of the ATM.
Thank you, Speaker. The highest court in the land has failed to issue a judgment pertaining to a failure of Parliament to hold accountable a sitting head of state over his alleged abuses of power by over a year in the Phala matter. When the Constitutional Court takes over a year to issue a judgment, what moral standing does it have to chastise lower courts for taking long to issue judgments? A year-long delay on a matter in this serious is not just a legal issue, it is a constitutional failure. When Parliament fails its duty and a sitting president is accused of abusing its power, speed is not optional, it is essential to public trust. Justice delayed in cases of executive abuse is justice denied to the nation. Every day of silence weakens accountability, fuels suspicion, and normalizes impunity at the highest level of power. Courts are meant to be the final firewall of democracy. When decisive rulings stall on matters that go to the heart of constitutional governance, citizens are left asking whether the system protects the constitution or those in power. The rule of law must apply equally and timelessly, especially when the stake involves the presidency itself. Anything else erodes confidence in our democracy. We reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Aljama.
Thank you, Honorable Respected Madam Speaker. Firstly, let me take the opportunity to acknowledge Al-Jama's leader, President Hanif Hendricks, that I feel our country should be very proud of. Al-Jama has carefully considered the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on the Office of the Chief Justice. Al-Jama acknowledges the committee's thorough oversight and the challenges identified, particularly those relating to capacity constraints, case backlogs, and the need to strengthen judicial administration. The Office of the Chief Justice plays a central role in safeguarding the independence, efficiency, and integrity of our judiciary. It is therefore essential that its budget and resources are aligned with its constitutional mandate. Any weakness in this office directly impacts access to justice and public confidence in our court. Al-Jama supports the adoption of this report and calls for the urgent implementation of its recommendations with clear timelines and accountability to ensure an effective and responsive justice system. Let us always be committed to justice. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Honourable Member of NCC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No declaration and the NCC rejects the report. Thank you.
Thank you. PAC.
No declaration, but we support the report, Speaker.
Thank you. UAT.
No declaration, we reject the report.
Thank you. Good. ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ANC support the PRRR of the Office of the Chief Justice. The deepening and advancement of our constitutional democratic order requires a strong and capable judiciary that will uphold the Constitution as the supreme law, ensure the judicial independence and impartiality to interpret and apply the law, protect human rights, and act as a crucial check on the executive and legislature. This is consistent with what our people said over 70 years ago through the Freedom Charter that I quote, "There shall be justice for all," close quote. It is in line with this principle that the ANC we support the PRRR of the Office of the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is responsible for establishing and monitoring the norms and standards of the exercise of judicial functions of all courts. Amongst other priorities, the Chief Justice will ensure an efficient court system, reduce court administration inefficiencies, as well as ensure access to justice. This adjustment appropriation will ensure the Chief Justice implement the court modernization and digitalization rollout of court online implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and OCJ Anti-Corruption Strategy, and plan as well as enhancing whistleblower and fraud reporting mechanisms. We are encouraged and support the OCJ plan to offer 80 judicial education and training courses yearly through the South African Judicial Education Institute to develop the skills of current and prospective judicial officers.
Thank
We
you,
join the
Honourable Member.
committee.
Your
The
time
ANC
is up.
support the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
The NCC,
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you.
The ATM,
Thank you. UAT?
The UAT.
Thank you very much. The objections of the parties concerned will be noted. I now move to the third order. The report therefore has been agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections? MK?
MK Party objects. Please record our objection. Thank you.
EFF?
The EFF object.
the NCC objects,
ATM,
UAT.
Thank you very much. The report has been agreed to. I now ask the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any objections? MK Party?
Honorable Speaker, the Umkhonto we Sizwe Party will reject this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, MK.
Speaker, the EFF object.
Thank you, UAT.
UAT object.
and the
NCC.
NCC objects.
Thank you very much.
ATM as well.
ATM, the objections of the respective parties have been noted. The report has been agreed to. Can the Secretary read the fifth, and the sixth orders together?
First reading debate, Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, and the second reading debate, Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Dr. M.J. Maswanganyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, ministers, honorable members, compliments. Our hearts go out to communities who are hard hit by the floods, more especially in the eastern part of the country and the neighboring Mozambique, the country that is Mozambique. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Standing Committee on Finance to introduce the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, TLAB, and Taxation Administration Laws Amendment Bill, TALAB, for consideration and adoption by this House. Taxation is the responsibility borne by all who live and participate in our...
Honorable Ngadi, can you please switch off your mic? IT, can you please help? Can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Speaker. An employed person pays tax on his or her monthly salary through direct taxes such as the personal income tax, PIT. On the other hand, a person who is unemployed still pays tax when buying goods such as groceries and clothes through indirect taxes such as VAT. This reality was clearly illustrated during the tabling of the 2025 budget by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, particularly in the public debate around the proposed VAT increase. The purpose of taxation is straightforward. It enables the state to fulfill its constitutional obligations. Tax revenues fund essential public services such as healthcare, education, social grants, and higher education support through institutions such as NSFAS. Without these revenues, the government will be unable to provide services or uphold the democratic gains for which so many South Africans have sacrificed. Without a functioning tax system, our democracy itself will be unsustainable. In South Africa, the obligation to pay taxes arises from legislation such as Income Tax of 1962, which governs direct taxes, and the Value Added Tax Act 1991, which governs indirect taxes. Let me go into the bills. Taxation Laws Amendment Bill 2025. TLAB seeks to amend several laws, including the Income Tax Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Customs and Excise Act, and the Carbon Tax Act. Its primary objective is to give legislative effect to the tax policy proposals announced in the 2025 national budget. The key amendments contained in this bill include reducing the threshold for the rising fencing of assessed losses in order to curb abuse and prevent the use of non-commercial losses to avoid tax. 2, aligning the tax treatment of foreign retirement benefits with South Africa's residence-based system of taxation. 3, closing loopholes in asset for sale and amalgamation transactions involving collective investment schemes. 4, reviewing the VAT treatment of airtime vouchers supplied in South Africa for exclusive use in export countries, and implementing phase 2 of the carbon tax. The second bill, Taxation Administrative Laws Amendment Bill. TLAB 2025 focuses on strengthening tax administration, compliance, and enforcement by SARS. It amends administrative provisions across several tax laws to enhance efficiency and certainty. The bill provides for, amongst others, clarification of the meaning of audit certificates issued by public benefit organizations, a simplified customs entry engine for express door-to-door imports and export, clarification of waste arising from the processing of imported goods, the introduction of a customs and excise voluntary disclosure program, enabling the VAT modernization project, inspection of business premises for purposes of taxpayer registration or approval, and clarification of the concept of a bona fide inadvertent error for understatement penalties. Together, the two bills represent a balanced and necessary intervention to promote fairness, compliance, and sustainability within our tax framework. I wish to thank the stakeholders who participated in making oral and written submissions respectively. I also wish to thank honorable members of the committee for their constructive contributions during the deliberation of these two bills. The views expressed underscore the importance of these measures to the fiscus and to the effective administration of our tax system. Honorable Speaker, the committee is satisfied that the two bills strike an appropriate balance between fiscal sustainability, equity, investment promotion, and administrative feasibility. Honorable Speaker, I therefore move that the National Assembly adopt TLAB and TALAB 2025. Nakens.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable D.D. Van Ryn.
Madume, Honorable Speaker, and honorable members. We dedicate this submission to the martyrs who perished defending the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we must also indicate that among them, we also count 32 Cubans who perished during the barbaric attack launched on the Republic of Venezuela by the mad Donald Trump regime. Honorable Speaker, as the MK party, we start this submission from a simple truth. No state can build schools, provide water, create jobs, or house its people of its tax system, or if its tax system is designed to protect the rich and punish the poor. Tax administration is not a technical exercise, we reiterate. It is a political choice. It tells us who matters and who does not. Today, South Africa is collapsing under the weight of inequality. Municipalities are broke, water systems are failing, electricity is unreliable, housing backlogs grow every year, and yet the super rich, multinational corporations, gambling syndicates, and illicit traders continue to legally and illegally drain billions out of this country, while the poor are chased by SARS for every cent. This is the context in which this tax administration bill must be judged. Madam Speaker, South Africa is bleeding through. It's bleeding through transfer pricing by national multinationals, illicit financial flows, counterfeit goods, customs fraud, and a tax system that is regressive and cruel to the working class. Yet what is placed before this House today is a technical bill about donation certificates, voluntary disclosures for customs offenders, and administrative tweaks. This is not reform. This is cosmetic surgery on a terminally ill system. The people of South Africa are not fooled. Under this so-called government of national unity, the economy is run to satisfy rating agencies, foreign investors, and financial markets, not the people who vote, who work, and who suffer. This bill does not tell us how the rich will be taxed fairly, how multinational corporations will be stopped from stealing our wealth, how illicit trade will be crushed, how online gambling billions will be stopped from flowing offshore, or how the tax burden will be lifted from poor households. Instead, it gives relief and protection to the very system that created inequality. As MK Party, we say clearly, you cannot fix a broken society with paperwork while leaving economic power untouched. These amendments are designed to keep global capital comfortable while municipalities collapse and unemployment destroys families. And let us be very clear, in 2026, South Africans will vote in local government elections. They will vote based on few things. Whether water comes out of their taps, whether electricity stays on, whether refuse is collected, whether their streets are safe, whether their children have jobs. You cannot fix those problems while your tax system is designed to protect the elite. That is why this bill is not neutral. It is it's a political tool meant to protect the status quo. It protects wealth concentration. It protects economic apartheid. And as we stand here as MK Party, we are clear. We stand for radical economic transformation, not radical paperwork. We stand for a tax system that taxes wealth, stop capital flight, crush illicit trade, and funds real development in our communities. The MK Party rejects this administration's laws amendment bill to help us realize our development goals. Madam Speaker, the South African tax system.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is
not
up.
cosmetic amendments proposed in this bill.
Honorable Dr. M.J. Becker.
Madam Speaker, it's good to see you in the House, and I hope you enjoyed your leave period. I spent my leave trying to think how I could make this topic more interesting, and I failed. So what I present today is effectively a 250-year-old economics lecture applied to our most by-the-book organ of state, Treasury. You see, 2.5 centuries ago, the father of modern economics laid out 4 pillars for good tax policy. And while Adam Smith might have believed in the invisible hand, I present to you a very visible hand. Fairness, certainty, convenience, and efficiency. And when I consider the tax bills before us today, I wonder about these 4 pillars and how closely our government adheres to them. In many ways, South Africa is blessed with a well-functioning treasury and revenue service. Our tax collection, at least in the formal sector, is world-leading. Our experts are well-qualified and capable people. And yet, these institutions are not perfect. The process for making our tax laws leaves a lot of room for improvement. And our overall tax policy is at times a bit questionable. For instance, Madam Speaker, we speak a lot about job creation and attracting investment in this House. And sometimes they are words that ring as hollow as the bellies of our people. Words that are also at times contradicted by our tax laws and their implementation. How do we expect e-commerce businesses to thrive when SARS tells us that it can't start charging VAT on low-value imports because its own IT systems are not yet ready? It's almost like speaking about renewal without actual renewal. And how can we speak about attracting foreign spending when the first version of this bill included provisions that would have potentially led to double taxation of wealthy foreign residents that have decided to spend their retirement savings here in South Africa? That's not pro-growth or pro-jobs. It's like being part of a political party and then running against that political party for another party at the next elections. Of course, that only works if you're the SACP. And even then, what these measures represent, Madam Speaker, is inefficiency and vagueness rather than certainty. You might say it's a loophole in policy direction. And we hope the National Treasury, Honourable Minister, will go after this loophole with the very same veracity as it goes after other tax loopholes. Likewise, it's concerning, Madam Speaker, to hear that when the National Treasury holds workshops, the participants are sometimes held to a kind of secrecy. Public workshops are not meant to be kept from the public. Fairness, certainty, convenience, and efficiency. These are not long dead words. They are principles that any government that cares for its citizens and respects its taxpayers pursues ever closer year upon year. So, Madam Speaker, I've tried to be optimistic in my analysis today. You could say that I see the glass or the Rustenburg Stadium as half full. And we appreciate and we respect the essential work that SARS and National Treasury does. But we must ask that these institutions keep improving. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'm sure as a lecturer, the class will be interested to ask the lecturer to further articulate the analysis on some measures where there were gaps in between. Honourable Mawutwe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief, officials, members of the Central Command Team, leaders of the EFF in provinces and sub-regional command teams, and more importantly, all fighters and ground forces. As the EFF, we remain the only organization that truly loves Black people and continues to fight for the economic freedom in this lifetime. We are not confused about whose interests we represent, and we are not apologetic about advancing the cause of the working class, the poor, and the marginalized in this country. And this is why we want to call on all fighters and ground forces to descend to East London on the 23rd of January 2026 to show solidarity to our President and Commander-in-Chief as he is being persecuted for his political beliefs and conviction and in defense of our movement. Speaker, the bills before the National Assembly are extremely important pieces of legislation. These are the laws which, through the manner in which we design and implement budgets, determine where and how revenue is collected to fund education, healthcare, policing, defense, and other programs of service delivery. Taxation is not a technical side issue. It's at the center of how the state redistributes resources and responds to inequality. However, if you attended a standing committee on finance when we were dealing with these bills back in September 2025, you'd agree with us that based on what those who made submissions said, the dismissive response by the National Treasury, and what is ultimately contained in the committee reports, this entire process is treated as a tick box exercise. If anything, parliamentary oversight over taxation has been reduced to an administrative inconvenience rather than being treated as a constitutional obligation for Parliament to meaningfully decide on taxation matters. What makes matters worse, Speaker, is that these bills are deliberately presented as complex instruments written in unnecessary technical language that systematically excludes the majority of our people from understanding why they are being taxed. People earn a salary and they are taxed. They buy food, they are taxed. They pay for babysitter services, they are taxed. They are taxed on money that has already been taxed. Yet those who draft these laws do not want to explain in a language people understand why they are being taxed in the manner that they are being taxed. This deliberate vagueness serves particular interests, and it is certainly not the interest of the poor and the working class. Now, members, we know that SARS does not treat everyone equally. That is a fact. As much as SARS and the National Treasury would not want to admit this, the truth of the matter is that we are dealing with either poor legislative design, inconsistent enforcement, or selective application of the law. This is a problem that we as members of Parliament continue to refuse to fix, even when political and implementable proposals are tabled before this House. To this day, we still do not have legislation that decisively deals with illicit financial flows, tax avoidance, and base erosion, which are being practiced by the majority of large companies, including those listed in the JSE. These are not small issues. These are the structural leakages that deprive the state of billions in revenue that could be used to address unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Instead, we're all made to focus on tobacco smugglers and so-called influencers as if they are the primary source of revenue leakage. We're not saying that these activities should not be dealt with, but we must ask why the former Royal Bafokeng CEO, Neil Carroll, is sitting with a 630 million tax dispute. How did we arrive at this situation, and what does it say about the effectiveness of our tax administration system? He's not the only one. The former CEO of Pepkor, Lon Erasmus, is reportedly sitting with a tax dispute of more than 300 million rands. The flower case against SARS is another example of how SARS has fumbled some of these high-profile cases. Either our laws are weak, or SARS is incompetent, or there is a selective tolerance for minimal taxation among certain elites. All three possibilities point to a serious crisis in our tax system. We asked an important question in the committee and never received the proper answer. Is there anyone in this House who still has confidence in SARS' ability to administer taxation equitably across all income groups and races? Because to an ordinary South African worker, it appears that the wealthy and politically connected can always negotiate their way around paying taxes, while workers face deductions that they cannot negotiate, delay, or avoid. Speaker, we have also raised issues concerning the sugar lobby industry, which has successfully negotiated with the National Treasury for no inflationary increases on excise duties and the health promotion levy, commonly known as the sugar tax. Someone was lobbied, and it was not members of parliament. There was no comment or assessment by the Department of Health, no impact studies, and no serious justification provided to this House. At the same time, illicit trade in alcohol and tobacco is completely out of control, yet there is no effort to revise the assumptions and policy frameworks that govern how these products are taxed. This does not come as a surprise because the reality today is that our taxation laws respond more to the fears and whims of banks, mining companies, insurance industry, and the private sector broadly than to the lived realities of our people. What is even worse is that the National Treasury knows, and everyone in this House knows, that we spend more as a society cleaning up the social and economic costs of alcohol abuse in our communities than what we collect through alcohol taxation. Yet, this reality does not translate into bold, progressive tax policy. South Africa's taxation system can no longer honestly be described as progressive or redistributive. How do you describe taxation as progressive in the most unequal society in the world, a society that has effectively made unemployment a permanent condition of a Black life? There is a fundamental contradiction here that Treasury refuses to confront. Why is there such strong resistance to the introduction of a wealth tax, even when the majority of people in this House agree that it must be introduced? Whose interests are being protected and at whose expense? Lastly, Speaker, we must end the employment tax incentive. Either the claims associated with this policy are fraudulent or the policy is simply not working. Unemployment continues to rise, yet this incentive is treated as an unquestionable instrument. In reality, it has become an accounting mechanism that allows employers to reduce their costs while increasing their profits. We reject this.
The next speaker is the Honorable Radebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill are two critical pieces of legislation that together shape not only how revenue is raised, but how fairly, efficiently, and transparently South Africa's tax system is administered. Taxation is the lifeblood of the state. It funds public service, redistributes resources, and underpins social economic development. However, for a tax system to command legitimacy, it must be fair, predictable, and competently administered. In an economy under severe strain, tax policy choices must support growth, protect the vulnerable, and avoid placing disproportionate burdens on compliant taxpayers. We note that the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill introduces a wide range of technical amendments across income tax, VAT, customs and excise, carbon tax, and global minimum tax legislation. While many of these amendments are necessary to close loopholes, clarify provisions, and align South Africa with international tax standards, we caution that increasing complexity in the tax system disproportionately harms small businesses, emerging enterprises, and individual taxpayers who lack access to specialized advice. We further note amendments relating to retirement funds, savings components, and severance benefits. While the intention to strengthen retirement security is understood, these changes must be communicated clearly and consistently to the public. Too many South Africans already mistrust the tax system due to poor communication and frequent rule changes. Tax policy must encourage savings and long-term planning, not create uncertainty or fear. We welcome provisions aimed at modernizing tax administration, including measures relating to electronic reporting, streamlined customs procedures, and voluntary disclosure mechanisms. These reforms have the potential to improve efficiency, reduce delays, and support legitimate trade and business activity. However, We remain concerned about the balance of power between SARS and taxpayers. While SARS must be empowered to combat tax evasion, illicit trade, and non-compliance, this authority must be exercised within clear legal safeguards. Be mindful of small businesses, informal traders, and rural enterprises, many of whom already struggle with regulatory compliance. Tax administration reforms must not unintentionally criminalize honest mistakes or impose punitive consequences for minor or inadvertent errors. Both bills highlight the broader reality that revenue collection alone cannot resolve South Africa's fiscal challenges. Tax compliance improves when citizens see their contributions translated into quality public services, functioning infrastructure, and ethical governance. The IFP supports the further processing of the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the adoption of the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, while reserving the right to engage on specific provisions to ensure that South Africa's tax system remains fair, transparent, and development-oriented. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Daniels.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, we would like to wish each and every one a prosperous and a meaningful 2026. The Patriotic Alliance has carefully considered the report on the Standing Committee on Finance on a Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. The bill is not merely technical legislation. It directly affects how the state raises revenue in an economy already under severe pressure from unemployment, low growth, and rising living costs. We acknowledge the extensive work done by the committee. Yes, the complexity of this bill reflects a difficult balancing act between securing revenue and avoiding further harm to businesses and households who are already stretched to the limit. South Africans are not refusing to pay taxes. They are questioning whether their contributions are being used wisely and responsibly. Honorable House Chair, we particularly welcome the robust public participation processes that unfolded. Stakeholders, experts, and ordinary citizens were given a meaningful opportunity to engage. This transparency is essential if we are to rebuild trust in our fiscal institutions, especially at a time when public confidence in government remains fragile. However, we must be clear. A technically sound tax framework means very little if it is not matched by discipline in spending and firm action against waste and corruption. Government cannot continue to return to taxpayers for more revenue, whilst lost through inefficiencies and mismanagement. This is not sustainable, and it is definitely not just. That said, honorable members, we are satisfied that the overall direction of this bill improves coherence, it closes loopholes, and it strengthens the integrity of the tax system. These measures are necessary to protect the revenue base without resorting to blunt and damaging tax increases that would further choke economic growth. The Patriotic Alliance therefore supports the recommendations by the committee, but let this support be clearly understood, please. It comes with an expectation of strict oversight, accountability, and ultimately results. Revenue raised through this bill must translate into real service delivery, economic stability, and tangible improvements in the lives of South Africans. South Africans are taxed enough. What they demand now is value for money, accountability, and delivery. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Beasley.
Honorable House Chair, as these titles indicate, the two bills before the House amend both taxation laws and tax administration laws. They give effect to the tax proposals announced during the 25 budget process and seek to improve the efficiency and integrity of South Africa's tax collection system. Taxation and the manner in which it is administered affects every South African. It is therefore imperative that public participation is conducted in a way that is meaningful and enables the public to contribute real-world experiences and insight. Effective public participation improves policy quality, enhances tax morale and compliance, and most importantly, confers legitimacy on the tax system. At a time when South Africans face an ever-widening tax gap, it is essential that taxpayers perceive the system as fair, transparent, and credible. In this regard, Action SA welcomes the introduction of the second leg of public participation and notes a significant reduction in the number of participants compared to the first leg. This is encouraging as it suggests that many of the concerns raised during the initial phase were adequately addressed. That said, both the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants and the audit firm PKF raised concerns regarding the timeframes within the process. These concerns should be carefully considered by the Standing Committee on Finance and National Treasury going forward. Turning to the substance of the bills, Action SA wishes to highlight several notable aspects. Firstly, Action SA welcomes the expansion of the definition of illicit goods within the Custom and Excise Act. Steps to combat the rapidly growing illicit economy must be supported. Illicit trade not only undermines tax collection, devastates legitimate businesses, and destroys decent jobs, but it is also deeply entwined with organized criminal activity, including corruption, extortion, kidnapping, murder, and illegal immigration. Much more remains to be done, and Action SA looks forward to the Standing Committee on Finance playing a leading role in exposing and confronting this growing threat. Secondly, with regards to Section 18A donation certificates, it is essential that the interpretation note to be issued provides clear and practical guidelines. Donations are the lifeblood of many NGOs. However, Section 18A certificates are vulnerable to fraud and administration errors. Strengthening the framework for issuing these certificates without imposing unnecessary compliance burdens on legitimate NGOs is therefore both necessary and urgent. Thirdly, Action SA supports enhanced powers granted to SARS officials for tax administration purposes to inspect businesses in order to verify their existence and legitimacy. Far too much tax fraud occurs in the absence of even the most basic verification controls. Strengthening these controls is a necessary step in reducing the tax gap and restoring confidence in the system. Lastly, the proposal that attracted significant public comment relates to the reduction of the threshold for ring-fence assessed losses from a 45% to a 39% marginal tax rate for suspect trades. While Action SA supports this amendment, it is critical that tax policy does not inadvertently stifle legitimate entrepreneurship, an essential ingredient for reviving our stagnant economy. At the same time, where trades are demonstrably suspect and are used primarily as a vehicle for income tax avoidance, even further tightening of this applicable margin rate should be considered. House Chair, in conclusion, as instruments that give effect to the recent budget proposals and in order to improve the efficiency of the tax administration, Action SA supports these two bills. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Swart. And to God. Now, these tax bills are of a highly technical nature and largely seek to enhance compliance. What we do see, and we recommend, and we commend SARS for the higher than expected revenue collection, an additional 19.7 billion over and above what was projected, driven by improved compliance and enforcement measures, which includes a focus on the illicit economy. An additional 7.5 billion was allocated to SARS to boost its capabilities, and this is expected to yield significant returns. Yet, sadly, over the medium term, revenue projections are expected to be weaker due to lower nominal GDP growth and downward revisions to corporate income and personal income tax rates. Now, that is clearly concerning, and higher economic growth is required. Certain amendments contained in these bills refer to technical refinements in the two-pot retirement systems. Now, many employees drawing from the two-pot system were shocked at the amount of tax they were required to pay. Employees need to be better educated that this will be a direct result of the early drawing from their retirement funds and will reduce the amount available for retirement. On VAT and other indirect tax issues contained in the bill, the ACDP notes concerns about the impact of proposed changes on independent schools, and we welcome the fact of the deferral arrangement for such schools. As far as the tax administration bill is concerned, the most extensive submissions related to refinements to what is known as the understatement penalty framework. Certain stakeholders were concerned about the bona fide inadvertent error concept, believing that the listed within the table. This the ACDP appreciates. We also appreciate the fact that penalties are subject to objection and appeal, and that reliance on professional advice, as many taxpayers do, continues to be recognized as a factor indicating reasonable behavior on behalf of the taxpayer. Chairperson, the ACDP appreciates.
Thank you. Honorable Kwankwa.
We support Chair Note declaration.
Thank you. The Honorable Ghana.
Nakenza mtramashitolo nalembele rinso bahlonipheki. I rise in support of both the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill and the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, which together represent important steps in strengthening the efficiency, fairness, and credibility of our tax system. At the center of these amendments is the VAT modernization project, a necessary and overdue reform. Our economy is evolving rapidly, driven by digitalization, e-commerce, a new business model that did not exist when many of our tax systems were designed. SARS must therefore be equipped with modern, integrated, and data-driven systems that allow for real-time reporting and better verification and faster processing. Honorable members, the bills also address customs and excise duties on important goods with a value of 500 rands or less. This is a critical intervention. The growth of online shopping and small consignments entering the country has exposed weaknesses in customs administration, creating unfair competition for local businesses and revenue leakages for the state. By tightening the treatment of low-value imports, we promote fairness, revenue protection, and compliance, while also safeguarding domestic industries that compete against goods entering our market undervalued or misdeclared thresholds. Customs modernization is essential to securing our borders economically, not just physically. More broadly, these bills underscore the urgent need to modernize our tax systems so that it keeps pace with technological change, global trade patterns, and evolving taxpayer behavior. A modern tax administration improves compliance, reduces administrative costs, and ensures that government has the resources required to fund essential public services. Finally, honorable members, I want to highlight the importance of the proposed national online gambling tax. Gambling, particularly online gambling, is expanding rapidly, often outpacing regulation. While taxation is necessary, it must also be purposeful. Revenue generated from online gambling should be ring-fenced to support education, research into gambling addiction, prevention programs, and rehabilitation services. No country has ever gambled its way to prosperity. We must ensure that while the state collects revenue, it also addresses the social harm associated with gambling addiction, especially amongst young and vulnerable South Africans. In conclusion, these bills strengthen administration, modernize taxation, enhance compliance, and protect both revenue and society. And it is for these reasons that I support both the bills.
Thank you. Dr. Moimane.
Honorable members, Bagaetsho dumelang, and I wish you all a prosperous and a happy new year, as it were. Chairperson, I think it's important as this House considers these two pieces of legislation that speaks to tax laws, that we keep in mind the fundamental purpose of tax. Ultimately, and tax authority is about the collection of that tax, giving legal certainty to taxpayers, but ultimately it is also to increase the number of taxpayers. No country has ever taxed itself into prosperity. And the job that we've got to do is to ask the fundamental question, which is, how do we move 10 million South Africans, who many of them sit between the lower quintiles in our income levels, to the middle class, so that we can increase the amount of people who pay tax, stabilize our society by having a growing middle class, and ensure that we reduce levels of inequality. To be able to do that, tax law then ultimately becomes important. The second component of this issue is that tax law must always be globally competitive. The job we've got to do is to make sure that when an investor looks as to which country they are going to look at, South Africa must be considered. And at this point in time, honorable members, we could politicize the question about where we set corporate tax, but the reality of it is international benchmarking is starting to peg corporate tax at closer to 15%, whereas ours is nearly double that. So our consideration must be, how do we make South Africa investable and a place where we can attract global investment? Thirdly, it's about the effective use of that tax. Let's be fair, honorable members. South Africans are taxed and are taxed heavily at a personal level. It's not only just income tax and VAT, it's property taxes, it's fuel levies, it's multiple types of taxes. And worse, we find many government institutions who are not using the tax more effectively. There's an additional burden when citizens pay for tax to keep up hospitals, and then you arrive at a hospital like Frere Hospital and you discover that actually money is being wasted. So Honorable Swart, I agree with you. We need to give to Caesar what is due to Caesar, but we need to make sure that Caesar remains sober, honest, and ultimately using of taxpayer money effectively. Honorable member, I want to highlight the fact that, Minister, can we pause, Honorable? Can you stop my time?
Now, don't get distracted by the Minister, Honorable Moimane. Continue.
I conclude by asking the inherent question, honorable members, that we need to increase our taxation on online gambling. I think we can ultimately ensure that the 6% that is extended to horse racing can be extended to other types of online betting and taxation. Therefore, in conclusion, honorable members, I want to say that I will reject any form of VAT increases coming next year. We need to grow the economy to ensure that we increase taxpayers and make sure that our economy is not stagnant, but one that can deliver more revenues for us to achieve our objectives of increasing more taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. South Africans already face a heavy tax burden. We cannot allow amendments that act as a hidden tax increases or erode exemptions for ordinary families. The ATM calls for indexing tax brackets and rebates to inflation, protecting the real incomes of our citizens. We also insist that any changes to retirement savings or long-term investments do not discourage saving or erode retirement security. Our people need jobs. SMMEs are the engine of employment. Therefore, any tax reform must support SMMEs, especially those in rural areas, townships, and historically disadvantaged communities. We also encourage tax incentives for strategic sectors such as manufacturing, technology, labor-intensive industries, which create meaningful employment and drive growth. Modernizing tax administration must protect taxpayers' rights, uphold privacy, and strengthen mechanisms for appeal. It must also fight corruption and tax evasion, but with education and support, not punitive measures that crush honest taxpayers. However, Chair, We must also highlight a serious shortcoming of these bills. They fail to adequately address the issue of illicit financial flows and illicit trade, which cost our economy billions of rands every year. Loopholes in the tax system and weaknesses in enforcement mean that large sums of money leave the country illegally or evade proper taxation, while honest citizens and small businesses bear the burden. Any meaningful tax reform must tackle these issues head on. Finally, we call for an ongoing consultation with the public. Tax policy should never be rushed without full stakeholder engagement. A tax system that is crafted with the people for the people is the one that is legitimate and just. The ATM supports a progressive tax reform that is fair, transparent, and growth-orientated. We will back amendments that protect households and encourage savings, promote inclusive economic growth and job creation, modernize tax administration in a fair and balanced manner, enhance compliance while upholding the rights of taxpayers, address illicit financial flows and illicit trade to safeguard revenue and protect honest businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Makubela.
Honorable House Chairperson and honorable members, these bills may be technical in form, but their impact is profoundly human. They touch children whose future depends on support reaching them in full, families striving for dignity, workers and entrepreneurs building livelihoods, educators shaping human capital, and industries sustaining our economy. Tax policy is one of the few instruments that speaks to all of us across parties, sectors, and communities. It is where fiscal responsibility meets social justice and where economic growth must be reconciled with fairness. These bills remind us of the truth that should unite this House. A fair and a credible system is not an obstacle to growth. It is the foundation of trust between the state and its people. When we approach tax policy with balance, cooperation, and a shared purpose, we strengthen not only the economy, but the social contract that binds us as South Africans. It is in the spirit of common unity and responsibility that we debate the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the tax administration bills today. Honorable members, the reinstatement of the exemption of the child maintenance is the step that deserves broad support. It affirms a principle that unites us. Support intended for children must reach them in full. This amendment strengthens family stability, supports caregivers who are most often women, and reinforces the state's commitment to child welfare. It is a reminder that a humane tax system strengthens social cohesion, which ultimately benefits the economy as a whole. Honorable members, the inclusion of the amounts assigned to non-retirement member spouses in cases of marriage dissolution under religious tenets is a mature and inclusive legislative approach. It recognizes the diversity of South African families and ensures that financial protection does not depend on a form of a marriage. This is not about special treatment, honorable members. It is about an equal protection under law, a principle that should unite this House. The exemption of educational activities by basic education institutions is another form of consensus. Education is not a cost to be minimized. It is an investment in productivity, citizenship, and a future growth. By reducing administrative tax burdens on schools, we strengthen the foundation upon which every sector of the economy depends. The extension of the Urban Development Zone tax incentive to March 2030 provides certainty and continuity. It supports urban renewal, infrastructure investments, and job creation in areas that needs it the most. Importantly, the incentive offers us an opportunity to ensure that development is inclusive, transparent, and socially beneficial with proper oversight and accountability. The additional reduction for the domestic production of battery, electric, and hydrogen-powered vehicles speaks to a shared future-oriented growth and a vision. The incentive positions South Africa to participate meaningfully in the global green transition, supporting industrialization, skills development, and the export competitiveness. It is an example of how tax policy can crowd in investment rather than crowd it out. Honorable House Chairperson, the low-value importation exemption reflects the realities of a modern digital economy and supports small businesses engaging in cross-border trade. Similarly, the 1 billion diesel relief provides necessary support to sectors that underpin food security, logistics, and industrial activity. These measures recognize that economic resilience is built by supporting productive capacity during periods of pressure. House Chair, as the House considers these bills, we are reminded that progressive tax reforms must do more than raise revenue. It must advance social outcome, unlock productive capacity, protect the vulnerable, and reinforce confidence in the state. Taken together, the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the Tax Laws Administration Bill demonstrates that tax policy can be a powerful developmental instrument. When guided by equity, inclusivity, and strategic intent, they show that we do not have to choose between growth and fairness. We can build and must build by pursuing both together. At the time when South Africans look upon this House for leadership, honorable members, let us send a clear and a united message that despite our differences, we can cooperate in the national interest, align fiscal tools with developmental goals, and build an economy that works for all of us. It is for these reasons, and in the spirit of unity, cooperation, and a common purpose, that ANC supports the first reading of the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the second reading of the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. The Honorable Ismail Musa.
Malibongwe. Honorable House Chair, respected Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Ministers and Honorable Members, and the President of Al-Jama, Honorable Hanif Hendricks, and of course our noble patriotic citizens of our noble nation. Al-Jama is considered the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill. Al-Jama acknowledges the committee's work in strengthening the legal framework governing tax administration, which is essential for improving compliance, efficiency, and revenue collection. An effective tax system depends not only on enforcement, but also on fairness, transparency, and respect for taxpayers' rights. In this regard, the amendments must ensure that SARS is adequately empowered to combat tax evasion and illicit financial flows while safeguarding due process and preventing administrative overreach. At a time of fiscal pressure and growing inequality, efficient tax administration is critical to sustaining public services and promoting economic justice. Al-Jama therefore supports the adoption of the committee's report and calls for continued oversight to ensure that these amendments are implemented fairly and effectively. Thank you. Viva South Africa. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the NCC in this debate? If not, I call upon the PAC.
House Chairperson, the PAC of Azania supports the bill. However, its contribution to this debate will not be merely comment on the technicalities of Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, but to voice a deep-seated frustration with the pace of transformation in our land. The PAC appreciates that this bill is of technical nature, that it seeks to clarify existing principles and tidy up the statutes. But the PAC asks itself and this parliament, whose principles are we clarifying and whose interests are served by this endless tidying up of tax system that needs a complete structural overhaul? Every time we amend an act from 1962 or 1964, we admit to the people that we have failed to build an indigenous transformative tax system that reflects the soul of a liberated Africa. We are merely decorating the windows of a colonial structure. Speaker, the PAC wishes to bring the face of suffering from this tax system to this podium. We speak for the widows across our country. Mothers who have lost their husbands are being re-traumatized by SARS. They find themselves owing thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of rands because of our current tax system sees their husband's death benefit as additional income. The system aggregates their small salaries with the survivor benefits, pushing them into higher tax brackets they cannot afford. If that is not enough, SARS sits idly throughout the year while the debt grows, allowing tax liabilities to balloon into an unpayable amount of debt, interest and penalties that haunts grieving families long after their loss. Our tax law treats a widow's life as a side hustle to be milked. This is not just a technical oversight, it is a moral bankruptcy. We expected a tax system that tackles this plight, a system that recognizes the social reality of the African family and the vulnerability of those left behind. The PAC calls on this parliament to abandon this technical tinkering. Instead, work on the total repeal of colonial-era tax statutes in favor of a freshly reimagined tax system. We call for the immediate relief for widows, ensuring that death benefits are ring-fenced and protected from the predatory bracket grip of the current system. We are looking forward to substantive tax bills that will serve as instruments of decolonization. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Is there a speaker on behalf of Good? If not, I recognize the Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. We have heard three versions of the same story. The DA gave us Adam Smith and investor confidence. The ANC gave us unity, incentives, and soft language about social cohesion. And the last speaker from the ANC neither confronted the real economic power in this country. My honourable colleagues, South Africans are not suffering because we lack exemptions, incentives, or certificates. They are suffering because they are being taxed to death while the wealthy escape. Workers pay PAYE before they even touch their salaries. The poor pay VAT on food, electricity, and transport. Small businesses drown in compliance. Yet the real wealth of this country lies in mining houses, in banks, in retail giants, multinationals, and gambling platforms. It is carefully protected by this system. That is where the money is. And the reality, friends, is that white monopoly capital still controls the commanding heights of this economy, and it avoids tax through profit shifting, transfer pricing, offshore structures, and digital platforms that extracts billions while declaring crumbs to South Africans. Online gambling alone drains hundreds of billions of rands out of this country every year. And Honorable Maimani, as MK Party, we're not saying increase the taxes on online gambling. We're saying ban online gambling altogether, because the money that can be used on these platforms should be building schools, should be fixing sewage plants, and creating jobs. But instead, it enriches a few corporations while destroying families. Yet what does this GNU offer us? The DA worries about wealthy foreigners being taxed twice. The ANC speaks of exemptions, incentives, and unity. But no one in this GNU asks, who owns the wealth? Who controls the economy? Who is paying? Honorable House Chair, South Africa is one of the most unequal societies on earth. The richest 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. That is not an accident. It is the outcome of political choices. This bill does not challenge that reality. It simply manages it. It protects global capital, large importers, multinational corporations, and financial elites. It does not protect municipalities that cannot pay Eskom, communities that are drowning in sewage, youth that don't have jobs, or families that are crushed by debt. This is why this debate is really about 2026. And listen to me very carefully, because the next local government elections, people will not vote based on tax incentives and green vehicles. They will vote based on whether their taps work, whether their streets are clean, whether the lights stay on, whether their children have a future. And you cannot fix local government while trillions leave this country through illicit trade, capital flight, and digital exploitation. The GNU is protecting white monopoly capital. MK fights for economic justice. We say tax wealth, stop capital flight, crush illicit trade, end gambling, looting, and fund communities. This bill does none of that. And that is why MK Party will reject this bill, not because we oppose tax, but because we refuse to accept an economy designed to keep the rich rich and the poor poor. And in 2026, the people will remember who stood with them and who hid behind nice words while inequality continues. They will choose MK Party. Mark my words. Mark this day. Thank you.
The Honorable Alexander.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, South Africa carries a heavy economic load. Food prices bite, transport costs squeeze, and job creation remains slow. It is in this context that the tax amendment bill must be judged by a simple test. Does it reduce the burden on households and businesses? Does it help growth and jobs? Without asking the taxpayer to pay for government's inefficiency. The DA believes that we can strengthen this bill to meet this test if we focus on protecting the poor, rejecting broad-based tax hikes, simplifying the system, creating an environment to unlock growth, and importantly, ensuring fiscal discipline. Honourable House Chair, I want to engage constructively while raising concerns that deserve careful thought. The Minister of Finance aims to fix technical issues in our tax system. That is important, but we must ask, will these changes achieve their goal, or will they create new problems for taxpayers, businesses, and our economy? The bill proposes that we lower the income threshold for ring-fenced assets lost. The goal is to stop abuse in the system, which is fair. But here's the risk. Small businesses and entrepreneurs, the very people creating jobs that face real losses in the early years, these are not tax tricks. These are real challenges. And if we make it harder for them to carry the losses forward, we will push them out of business. And these small businesses fail, jobs disappear. I urge this House, let us target abuse without hindering genuine businesses. engage with tax experts and businesses before we finalize these measures. Turning to the removal of the exemption of foreign retirement benefits, South Africans who work abroad and planned their retirement under the old rules now face challenges of uncertainty. It is clear that much more consultation and thought is required on this measure. It is also sending strong messages to skilled South Africans who are thinking to return home, and we need the skill and investment. If they make retirement planning unpredictable, we risk losing them. With regards to the challenges of Section 25B on trusts, tax law is complicated, and this complexity adds to the costs of compliance, and not just for corporations, but for South Africans using trusts for estate planning. This shows that while consultation with tax practitioners is vital, their experience and help will help us avoiding unintended consequences. Honourable members, these details point to a bigger question. Are we building a tax system that supports growth and jobs, or are we creating uncertainty and slow investment? Tax policy is about choice. We can chase short-term revenue, or we can create long-term growth. The DA believes that growth is the only sustainable way to broaden our tax base. Instead of squeezing existing taxpayers harder, let us focus on supporting businesses through tough times, attracting skills and capital back into South Africa, creating certainty for people who are planning, and improving government spending efficiency. Honourable House Chair, we approach this bill with genuine desire to see South Africa prosper. The DA will work consistently in the committee to ensure tax laws legislation helps grow jobs and our economy without unintended harm. Let us craft tax policy that serves the long-term interest of this country and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Sekwati.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, it is very clear that we're living in a fast-changing world where innovation has led to the development of different financial structures and instruments which change the way in which value is created in the process, creating complexity for tax systems. Globally, persons with wealth and riches always try to develop innovative ways and structures that enable tax avoidance, hence an increase in savings in countries that are considered to be safe havens, and we are not. South Africa has a developed and complex financial sector, which is prone to various tax avoidance practices by companies and individuals. The African National Congress welcomes the focus by the National Treasury to increase a focus on strengthening anti-avoidance practices, which robs our country the national fiscus that are required for revenue for the development of our country. One of the matters that National Treasury has actually
No, it's fine. Apologies, Honourable Member. Honourable Munyaya on the virtual platform, please remain muted unless you're recognised.
Thank you, Chair. One of the matters that National Treasury should prioritize moving forward is the provision of tackling the cross-border treatment of retirement funds. And we note with appreciation that National Treasury has withdrawn the amendment due to concerns from various stakeholders who argue that expatriates will be discouraged from moving back to South Africa due to this provision. However, Chair, it is important that as much as National Treasury has listened, because this is a listening government, has listened and decided that it is putting in abeyance the implementation of that. It is important to actually reopen and see if there can be any fair treatment, but as well, you can't have citizens who do not want to contribute to the country that they want to live in. So we're not saying that they should be killed, but it is important to reopen and look at it as to whether we cannot create a fairness in that. Another measure that the National Treasury has proposed is an amendment to close the anti-avoidance gap of asset for share and amalgamation of transactions involving collective investment schemes being treated as flow-through entities, meaning income and that and interest are passed directly to investors who then declare in their tax returns. This results in a deferral of unrealized gains, creating a risk of tax avoidance, particularly when investors transfer appreciated shares to a CIS without triggering capital gains tax. This amendment will enhance the optimization of capital gains taxation system. The income tax allows deferral of foreign exchange gains or losses on long term. Intercompany debt not classified as current under IFRS, but some taxpayers delay realizing exchange items to avoid triggering deferred foreign exchange gains, distorting taxable incomes and revenue timing. The amendment proposes that deferred exchange differences are triggered on the portion of the exchange item realized during the year of the assessment. The ANC also welcomes measures to tighten anti-avoidance rules by South African residents from shifting income to controlled foreign companies where they own more than 10% when the taxpayer ceases to be a resident of a controlling foreign company holder. Creating a limitation of applying an exit charge due to the wording of the comparable tax exemption, which can reduce the CFC net income to zero if sufficient foreign tax is paid. The amendment proposes an application to add the normal tax that would have been payable had the CFC been a resident. Another avoidance tax measure focusing on adapting tax laws, which focuses on various international tax implications of equity share that enables inclusion of foreign dividends and foreign return on capital, where a holder of a connected person can enforce third-party obligations and during that year of assessment or prior years. If such rights exist, any dividends received on the shares must be treated as taxable income. Another critical area of focus on the bills before the House are measures that are designed to support our just transition to a lower carbon economy, and South Africa has made significant strides in advancing the just transition, not as a token for international bodies, but to prepare the South African economy to have an environmentally sustainable developmental path which will impact on livelihoods and economy if not attended to. The ANC support measures of government to ensure South Africa takes measures to meet this nationally determined target of reducing carbon emissions. Our government has been implementing a balanced approach through introduction of a carbon tax system, which was long adopted by the country in 2019. And we also adopted the Climate Change Act, which guides adaptation and mitigation strategies as a country. The bill before the House further enhances measures of the just transition through extending the extension of electricity price neutrality until 2030 by repealing the electricity generation levy and applying the carbon tax only on combustion emission from 2026. Business will continue to claim a tax deduction of 95% per verified kilowatt hour of energy saved. This enables electricity generators to continue to deduct a portion of the renewable energy premium from the carbon tax liability. This also seeks to limit the potential adverse impacts of the carbon tax on poor and low-income households and facilitate a just transition. And with regard to a higher tax for carbon emissions above the carbon budget, we support the principle as part of attaining a nationally determined target in the medium and long term. We furthermore urge the minister to hold further consultations with major industrial players to support the adaptation of technology and enable transition that will not negatively impact on their productive capabilities, as we know that we have got a reduction in terms of productive capabilities in the refinery companies. The just transition must protect jobs and stimulate new investment in affected areas. Lastly, Honourable Minister, we need to continue to focus on zero rating of additional basic food items and introduce other incentives with the aim of lowering the cost of basic food items during this period of high cost of living. There's a critical ANC manifesto commitment that aligns with the commitment of the GNU to lower the cost of living. Taxation should continue to be a key redistributive mechanism to mitigate against the high level of poverty and inequality in our society. The ANC support the taxation laws and amendment bill and the tax administration laws and amendment bills. And it is important to some of our members in the House to understand that our people, our communities and the voters are no longer looking for this empty rhetoric, and they're looking for tangible solutions that would be able to bring about development in our country. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The Deputy Minister of Finance, the Honourable Sarupan.
Thank you very much, House Chair and honourable members. The tax bills that were presented here today are as the result of the efforts put into tax announcement made by the Minister of Finance during the 2025 budget. Before I get into the details of the bills, I do want to respond to various members. I think that when the Honourable Burke spoke about fairness and certainty, I think that is what underpins tax systems generally and what makes them work. And I think the point made by Honourable Beasley around illicit goods and illicit trade is very, very important, because if we do not get certainty of prosecution, we're not going to deter the flow of illicit goods and illicit finances. And it's a very, very important point that was raised there as well. I also think that what we have done is make sure that tax policy, to the point of Honourable Beasley, must not stifle legitimate trade. I have friends who have helped, thankfully, move some of their companies, not move them, but internationalize their firms so we can bring some money into South Africa, making profits overseas as well, not just get investment here. And in the European Union, every single business transaction has to be lodged with a tax authority. And that is not the kind of path we want to go down either. So I think we have struck the right balance there, Honourable Beasley. Honourable Maimani is correct when he says we need to broaden the tax base as well. And that is precisely what we try to do. But there are multiple growth levers and each of them need to be pulled to get this economy moving. Let me take a moment before I get into some of the criticisms to also thank the committee for their work in processing the bills and all of the MPs for returning early this year to Parliament so that we can process these bills. Now, to the handful of critics in this House, none of them really focused on the content of the bill, which was very disappointing. And for the many people who try to introduce foreign affairs, I just want to say also the following. Please don't prompt ChatGPT because you all sounded like Bernie Sanders, and we don't need American politics style of elites, as this word, and millionaires and billionaires and so on, as part of our discourse. We are South African and we should be using South African language to deal with South African problems. Now, in line with this Bernie Sanders ChatGPT criticism that we were getting today, we heard a lot about wealth and wealth taxes. If you don't study the South African tax system because you're obsessed with American politics or other countries' politics, you would not realize that we have introduced multiple wealth taxes in South Africa over the last 30 years. Estate duty, donations tax, capital gains tax, transfer duty, security transfer tax, dividends tax, and a top 45% marginal tax rate. That is by the definition of the OECD wealth taxes, because the OECD has 4 categories of wealth taxes. Wealth transfers, we tax that. Recurrent property tax, we have that. Once-off assets and property transfer tax, we have that. And
Order, honourable members.
We have
Give
that.
the Deputy Minister a
So by
chance.
definition, South Africa has wealth taxes. I'm not sure what more we want, unless we want to import the weird politics from overseas into our country. And I am very firmly opposed to that. We are South African. We must solve South Africa's problems, not other countries' problems in this House. Now, with that said, the 2025 TLAB, for those who did not read the Tax Laws Amendment Bill, it actually covered many different fiscal areas. And it impacted critical areas, including retirement funding, personal income tax, business tax, value-added tax, and carbon tax, to implement policy reforms to strengthen anti-avoidance measures and effect necessary technical corrections. And as the Honourable Burke said, our tax system must be fair and consistent, but it must also protect our most vulnerable citizens. So we're addressing anomalies in our system that, if left uncorrected, would place an undue financial burden on families during their most difficult moments. Firstly, for the dignity of families, with the introduction of the two-part system, we've defined 3 distinct parts of savings: the vested component, the retirement component, and the savings component. Currently,
Honourable Deputy Minister, just please take your seat for a moment. Honourable Mahatwe, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. I just want to find out if the minister is the one who wrote the note.
No, Honourable Mahatwe,
Really?
that's not an intervention in compliance with the rules.
Says minister here.
Honourable
Okay, that's
Mahatwe,
what I'm asking.
no, let's not start off the year by doing that. Honourable Deputy Minister, please continue.
There are some, House Chair, I find it odd that there are people who say deputy ministers do nothing, and then when the deputy ministers are doing work, they have a problem with it as well. I don't understand how this House wants us to be accountable. Okay, now, a current technicality in law could see withdrawals from the savings component taxed at a higher ordinary income rate upon member's death, unlike other components. So the TLAB today aligns the rules so that should someone pass away, the full value of all components is treated as a unified retirement benefit, so that dependents and nominees are taxed at a more favorable rate and can choose between a lump sum annuity without unnecessary tax exposure. Now, secondly, and this is a challenge to everyone who votes against the bill today, it has come to our attention that an oversight resulted in the early 2000s in the removal of critical tax exemption for child maintenance. So currently, maintenance payments funded from a parent's already taxed income could be taxed in the hand of the recipient. We're going to restore this exemption with this bill, should it pass the House, so that child maintenance for the upbringing and welfare of children is not a profit-making income. We're going to make these payments tax neutral for the recipients to ensure that every cent intended for child's welfare actually reaches them. So when you vote against this bill today, you're saying to women who are receiving maintenance, we want you to be taxed. We don't want your child to live a better life. So go and explain that to your constituents after this debate, please. This bill also includes anti-avoidance. We heard lots about tax avoidance, but if they read the bill, they'd know that this bill includes anti-avoidance measures related to financial arrangements to make sure that a fair share of tax is paid. I think the previous speaker from the ANC touched on this. An important amendment is focused on the taxation of collective investment schemes' capital distribution. There's currently a gap that we're addressing, that certain capital distributions from these funds remains untaxed while the fund is operational. The proposed change ensures that these payments are brought into the tax net in a fair and consistent manner. So if you don't vote for this bill, you're saying you're quite happy with tax loopholes, in spite of your rhetoric. So you might want to change your mind by the end of this speech. Now, while currently education is VAT exempt, many schools register for VAT if they earn more than R1 million from secondary activities, such as renting out their sports field or hostels. Our schools have told us that this is an administrative burden. Calculating apportionment percentages and issuing tax invoices is draining resources that should be spent on children. The bill proposes to deem all suppliers related to educational activities by these institutions as VAT exempt. This will allow many schools to re-register from the VAT system entirely. As a result of the parliamentary consultation process, further measures have been taken to accommodate initial cash flow constraints that may arise for schools that deregister. So if you want schools to spend money on more tax consultants and not on actual education, you can vote against this bill as well. Now, the bill also proposes extending the critical carbon tax concessions for an additional 5 years to support our ongoing economic recovery. A central priority of this administration is maintaining electricity price neutrality until December 2030 to ensure that the carbon tax does not lead to a net increase in electricity prices for our citizens. So if you want to increase electricity prices, vote against this bill. To achieve this, we will repeal the current electricity generation levy and apply the carbon tax only to combustion emissions starting in 2026. This strategic shift ensures that there's no additional tax burden on electricity generators, providing essential financial relief to businesses and protecting poor and low-income households from rising energy costs. If you want a higher cost of living, vote against this bill. To further stimulate the domestic carbon market, we're increasing the carbon offset allowance by 5 percentage points, extending energy-efficient tax incentives to reward companies for their sustainable practices. However, in line with the polluter pays principle, the bill introduces a higher tax rate of 640 Rand per tonne of CO2 equivalent for emissions that exceed the mandatory carbon budgets allocated to companies. This higher rate is designed to encourage compliance and will only apply if a company fails to make the necessary investments into lower emissions. The tax laws amendment bill every year aims to keep the tax system current by reducing the opportunities for businesses and individuals to artificially reduce the tax that should be paid. Now, the tax administration laws also propose a number of amendments to keep the administrative system current while providing clarity and certainty. South Africa's tax system is built on voluntary compliance. One component to assist taxpayers is the voluntary disclosure program that eliminates or reduces penalties for taxpayers who come forward to disclose errors or omissions voluntarily. This program has seen widespread use, as SAR's annual report shows. The 2025 Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill introduces a similar voluntary disclosure relief for the Customs and Excise Act. Once approved by Parliament, I encourage traders to make use of it to get things done right before SARS comes knocking. We also provide the initial building blocks for modernization of that. The intention is to reduce efforts in compliance while improving the integrity of the system. Vendors are encouraged to please engage with SARS further consultations and take up the voluntary e-reporting system that the proposal and consultations will enable. This will ensure that the new system is well suited to the South African context. Now, House Chair, every year we receive many public comments, and the Minister and myself must thank all those commentators who have taken time to consider and provide inputs on these amendments. Unfortunately, we can't process or accept every single comment received, but we listen carefully and we make changes when concerns are raised, including legitimate concerns made in this House.
Honorable Deputy Minister, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Will the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, be prepared to take a question?
I will inquire. Honorable Deputy Minister,
We only have 8 seconds left. I'm not wasting my time.
Okay, thank you.
I want to-
Honorable Deputy Minister, I see another hand. Honorable Mahatwe, why do you want to be recognized?
Not wasting my time. Okay, thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, I see another.
Deputy Minister of sorts on the virtual platform, you're not muted. Honorable Mahatwe.
Thank you, House Chair. No, the Deputy Minister is misleading the House. What does he mean by we will correct this? We will
No,
address this going
Honorable
forward?
Mahatwe,
Because
that's
this
not a
is
point of
voted
order
today.
or
You
a
can't
point of
mislead the House with
privilege.
that.
No, that's a
That's
point of
not fair.
debate. Thank you.
Oh, you mustn't.
No, thank you. That's a point of
of
debate.
order.
Honorable Deputy Minister, continue. As you say, you have 8 seconds.
I appreciate and acknowledge the efforts of the Standing and Select Committees on Finance and their chairs, and we look forward to collaborating with you all again this year for another round of tax amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes this debate. Are there any objections to the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill being read a first time? The MK Party?
Please record the vote of the MK Party against. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
The EFF here, Ghana, we object.
Thank you. The UIT?
The UIT object.
Thank you. Are there any further objections?
ATM?
The NCC objects.
The ATM and the NCC's objections are also noted. With those objections noted, the bill is agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill being read a second time? The MK Party?
We object, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The EFF?
Ghana, we object.
Thank you. The UIT?
The UIT object.
Thank you. Any further objections?
The NCC object.
ATM?
The NCC's and the ATM's objections are also noted. The Secretary will read the bill a second time with those objections noted.
Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will now read the 7th order.
Second reading, Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
As there are no list of speakers, are there any objections to the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill being read a second time? The MKP?
MK Party objects. Please record our objection. Thank you.
The EFF?
No, the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. The UIT?
The UIT object.
Thank you. Any further objections?
The ATM?
Object.
The ATM's objection is noted. Any further objection?
The NCC objects.
Thank you. The NCC's objection is also noted. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
Honorable members, this bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will now read the 8th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Special Appropriation Bill.
The Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The EFF? Is the EFF not objecting? Okay. MKP?
MK Party objects. Please record our objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections?
The NCC objects.
The ATM.
The NCC and the ATM's objections are also noted. With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 9th order.
First reading debate, Special Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. To introduce the bill, the Honorable Dr. Maimane.
Honorable members, fellow South Africans, this bill is being tabled at a fairly unique time in the globe. Many would argue the question of sovereignty, and as this bill is a special appropriation that is focused on our healthcare system, the fundamental question we should all answer in this House is how do we ensure that our health department and our health systems remain sovereign? Today, as this House considers this bill, we do so not as a financial instrument. We do so because we must see it through the eyes of ordinary South Africans who depend on the well-functioning public healthcare system that ensures that there isn't a financialization of their own personal health and ensures that HIV treatment can be given effect. And therefore, in this particular moment, I want to say, Honorable House Chairperson, that this budget is not only just numbers on a page. It gives us an opportunity to compensate for what has been lost in many ways through the PEPFAR founding. The House is called upon to consider what the Constitution has given to, which is to provide money to be withdrawn from the National Revenue Fund by an act of Parliament. So, honorable members, the allocations then as tabled in the bill are as follows. 594 million rands for provinces through the District Health Program grant for the comprehensive HIV component, 132 million rands for the South African Medical Research Council for operations to preserve critical research capacity, 3,321 million rands for the National Health Insurance Grant. As chairperson of the committee, on behalf of the committee, we have then taken much consideration into this bill. And I want to highlight, honorable members, there are key issues that we need to think about quite critically as we undertake the processing of this bill. The first is that as we received a briefing, we did so considering the Money Bills and Related Matters Act. And what is common cause, honorable members, is that the time allocated to this House to be able to process the bill is clearly insufficient. And therefore, as chairperson of the committee, I'll be committing myself this year to working hard to amend the Money Bills and Related Matters Act so that it gives this House due time to consider how we process money bills and ensures that better allocation can be given, particularly to the Department of Health, as we seek to give sovereignty to the Department of Health. The second and most crucial issue is some of the reporting that we received when we asked for public consultation. It is clear that we are going to face a difficulty as we work through what is HIV testing and ensuring that more and more people can comply through this. Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Motsoaledi, I see is here. It is going to be important that as we support the special appropriation, more work must be done so that we don't suffer losses that we've gained by being able to ensure that a testing protocol has been put forward and that more people are able to comply and get medical health care. Secondly, it was then common cause, as reported by the FFC, that many non-governmental organizations would suffer significant losses if the PEPFAR funding has been withdrawn. And so this appropriation seeks to compensate for that. The COSATU supported the bill and made it clear that while they expressed concerns about what the appropriations mean, it is going to be important that we protect NGO workers who are heavily dependent on this. So, honorable members, as we adopt this bill, these matters must be considered. The fight here is about ensuring sovereignty, but fighting the battle and continuing the battle against HIV and AIDS. The appropriation in and of itself is insufficient to cover all the losses that we face. And therefore, Honorable Minister of Finance, I'm going to urge that in the consideration of the next budget, we need to think hard about how do we fund better for universal health coverage so that we can achieve a space where health is sovereign and more funding can be put towards health for the protection of all citizens. On behalf of the committee, I want to thank the committee for the incredible work that has been done in being able to listen and process this particular bill. We need to work harder as we go into the next financial phase, especially in the budget that is coming forward. And so, honorable members, I table before you this special appropriation bill and ask for the House to support it. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Segede.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, greetings to you all. House Chairperson, this bill is tabled before this August House at a time when the lives of key populations have been placed in sudden uncertainty, not because of HIV, AIDS, and TB incidences, but because of the abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding that supported 17% of South Africa's HIV, AIDS, and TB responses. South Africa remains at the epicenter of the global HIV, AIDS epidemic and TB incidences among people living with HIV and AIDS. That reality is not accidental. It is rooted in apartheid structural violence that reproduces poverty, inequality, and unemployment. When the Trump administration withdrew PEPFAR funding without regard for these South African realities, it did not engage in diplomacy. Rather, it imposed suffering. The abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding was not an administrative oversight, but a deliberate political decision taken by the Trump administration and amplified by anti-revolutionary forces within our own country, especially AfriForum. The Trump administration is not only hostile towards the progressive ANC-led government, but it has also demonstrated through actions rather than rhetoric that is willing to weaponize crucial funding that supports South Africa's massive HIV/AIDS response and TB programs to punish the ANC-led government for refusing to submit to the United States of America's ideological and geopolitical agenda. Therefore, it is our view that this bill is pivotal instrument of not only of the ANC-led government strategy of ensuring palpable inroads against HIV/AIDS and TB infections, but also for socio-economic growth, as our people's health is the cornerstone of any development. Honorable members, although South Africa's HIV response has been resilient through the 7% global fund and 76% domestic funding, the effects of the abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding jeopardized critical programs that serve key populations from poor and working class backgrounds that already carry the heaviest burden of HIV and AIDS and TB infections because of poverty, inequality, unemployment, spatial exclusion, and historic economic exclusion. It placed frontline health workers into limbo. It endangered treatment continuity. It risked reversing ostensible gains in the fight against HIV, AIDS, and TB infections that were not through decades of struggles, activism, and decisive ANC-led government interventions. As part of an immediate plan to defend the gains of HIV, AIDS response, and TB programs, the ANC-led government felt an enormous need to introduce the Special Appropriation Bill to ensure continuity of access to quality healthcare services for key populations from poor and working class backgrounds to boost their well-being and development. Honorable Chairperson, what should alarm this August House is that while the Trump administration decision to withdraw PEPFAR funding undermined our health system, certain local actors like AfriForum, which claim to speak for the civil society, showed no concern when this funding withdrawal threatened HIV and AIDS and TB treatment programs, jobs, and lives. They offered no solutions, no solidarity, and no defense of vulnerable key populations. They only showed opposition to transform and hostility to the ANC-led government's democratic developmental state project. Instead, these actors functions as ideological conveyor belts that are more comfortable supporting, amplifying, and legitimizing the Trump administration's effort to attack our progressive healthcare system. Importantly, these actors are anti-revolutionary agents who have no interest in whether key populations from poor and working class backgrounds receive HIV, AIDS, and TB treatment. Their interest lies in outsourcing South Africa's future to the USA. It is therefore important to stress that this bill is neither an administrative nor an accounting exercise which adjusts the government's budget. Rather, this bill is a declaration of South Africa's sovereignty and self-determination. It affirms that the ANC-led government will not allow its key populations from poor and working class backgrounds to become collateral damage in foreign political battles. It reasserts that access to the HIV, AIDS, and TB treatment is a constitutional right, not a bargaining chip. The provincial allocations in this bill are a true testament to this, as they are targeted precisely at 27 HIV/AIDS high-burden districts, which are areas selected on the basis of need, vulnerability, and service pressure. This is what the ANC-led government developmental state does in practice. It intervenes where the crisis is deepest, not where political noise is loudest. In other words, this bill is underpinned by the ANC's manifesto commitment to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state that places people's lives, health, and dignity at the center of public policy. It advances the National Development Plan's goal of reducing HIV, AIDS, and TB incidents while strengthening the health system, and it aligns with the medium-term development plan priorities of improving service delivery and rebuilding state capacity. The ANC-led government is invariably lambasted for its key stated objectives of destabilizing the debt to GDP ratio and achieving an primary budget surplus through the public spending and investment cuts. Ironically, this bill is not sympathetic of these objectives. Instead, this bill demonstrates that when lives are threatened. The ANC-led government does not hide behind debt stabilization and primary surplus objectives. The ANC is firmly convinced that these objectives cannot be used as a reason for the government to fold its arms while HIV/AIDS and TB prevention treatments fails. Hence, this bill affirms the people's come before process and lives comes before balance sheets. More importantly, the ANC-led government will not be lectured about accountability by anti-revolutionary forces that have constantly opposed transformation, undermined public institutions, and aligned themselves with reactionary global forces like the Trump administration. Our accountability is to the people of South Africa, especially key populations from poor and working class backgrounds living with HIV and TB. For these reasons, the ANC supports this bill without hesitation. We support it because it protects lives. We support it because it depends hard-won gains, and we support it because it affirms a simple but powerful principle. South Africa's sovereignty and the lives of its people are not negotiable. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Mwadi.
Chairperson and honorable members, I stand before you today to discuss this special appropriation bill, which seeks to allocate an additional 754 million to the Department of Health. This request comes as a result of the withdrawal of the PEPFAR funding by the US administration. We must acknowledge the significant role played by PEPFAR in supporting HIV and AIDS initiatives with approximately 7.8 million South Africans living with HIV. This withdrawal has severe consequences, including the loss of over 800 skilled healthcare workers, closure of clinics, and significant reduction in essential HIV services. However, we must acknowledge the failures of the Government of National Unity and the Department of Health in the provinces. The corruption, the maladministration, the dependency on foreign aid have compromised our state sovereignty. The Auditor General's report reveals a public health system on the verge of collapse, with 24 billion in unpaid bills, inadequate infrastructure, and poor patient care. The Auditor General further flags the shoddy financial controls, with some provinces receiving qualified audit opinions for the fourth consecutive year, contingent liabilities for medical legal claims totaling 670 billion, threatening the department's financial stability. Furthermore, the influx of undocumented foreign nationals has put a strain on our healthcare systems, with many seeking medical attention without contributing to the system. We must find a balance between providing humanitarian aid and protecting the interest of South African citizens. The reliance on foreign aid has compromised our sovereignty, and it is time we take responsibility for our healthcare system. And the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding is a wake-up call for us to invest in our own healthcare and the infrastructure and our personnel. Kubantu bakithi ake sithi kanje, inkinga esinayo namhlanje njengoba sila ilama illegal immigrants agcwele la kulokho ezweni lethu, agcwele nje la ezweni lethu vele siyashodela, i-department iyashodela. So Department of Health, Department of Home Affairs, deal with them. Number two, the collapsing infrastructure. Namhlanje ngicela imali kuyashoda, kodwa umuntu uyabheka, uyangena eclinic, uyangena esibhedlela, awekho azikho kwi-condition ukuthi ngaphinde kuzofuna imali ngoba kuyashoda. Okwesithathu, ama-service providers asiza wona lama clinic, asiza zona lezi zibhedlela, awakhokhelwe, and u-AG has flagged them. Kuyihlazo, kuyichilo ukuthi eSouth Africa namhlanje udokotela uhambe emgaqweni ufuna umsebenzi. Sengivala, Abantu be-AfriForum basukela bayothi lapha siyahlupheka, siyabacindezela, bayahlasela bengahlaselwa umuntu. Sinale nkinga nje yilabantu abasukela behlangane nongco abanye abakhona la endlini. Bahamba bangaphandle benze njani bayothi bacindezelwe. Inkinga esinayo namhlanje yakhiwe yithina ngokusuka la siye ngaphandle. Abantu base-South Africa sithi abakhumbuleke mase kuvota ukuthi abanye abasikhozela le nkinga zokushodelwa nayimali zokwenza noma ekade zenza ama-initiatives asiza abantu abaphila nongculazi abaphila nani ne-HIV and AIDS. Abantu abasukela bayo-reporta ngale labe ko-master babo labo abacontroller. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The TA. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members from the right and the left, can we please afford an opportunity for the member on the podium? Continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans. We face a critical moment where our commitment to well-being of every citizen must guide our decisions. The recent discussions around health funding reveal urgent questions about sustaining vital programs and building a resilient system that serves all our people. We honor the life-saving work of PEPFAR and other partners who are hopefully turning their support into stronger, more resilient health systems that would endure beyond donor funding. A primary concern is maintaining current infrastructure and systems for essential health services. When external support changes, we must ensure there is no backsliding in life-saving care. The planned special allocation, while a step in the right direction, will not fully address the scale of the need. Different provinces have varying capacities, and if a uniform approach is used, it risks leaving some communities behind. We cannot allow our hard-won progress in prevention and treatment for HIV/AIDS and TB to be reversed. This will be devastating to our people, our country, and our economy. Our health system must be strengthened through deliberate, transparent planning. Reliance on special funding measures over a long period is unsustainable. We need to ensure that predictability is the cornerstone of effective service delivery. We need a clear, accountable budget process that prioritizes health outcomes and provides communities with the certainty they deserve. The vision and implementation of quality healthcare for all remains a shared national goal, and we as the DA support that. But to achieve this requires careful, lawful, and practical steps that are sustainable over a long period. We must start with the basics, ensuring that we rebuild our current health systems, hospital and clinics, and increasing our efforts to fix our current health infrastructure and ensure training and retaining our nurses and doctors. That is the path to real universal healthcare for South Africa, not an untested, poorly designed NHI, which the department still cannot explain the funding of. As part of the solution, when we engage with international partners, our focus must remain firmly on the interests of South Africans. We should pursue relationship based on mutual respect and shared benefits, ensure that global geopolitical dynamics do not compromise our domestic priorities. Also important is to diversify our partnership and build local capacity. These actions are essential to long-term stability and self-reliance. And self-reliance is precisely what we need. The health of South Africans cannot be dependent on the political situation of any other country. We must use every opportunity to invest in our own current health system, broken as it is. We need to train our health workers, strengthen local institutions, and ensure robust oversight. Transparency and accountability are non-negotiables. The public must see how resources are used well and what results are achieved. Chair, we cannot afford another Tembisa scandal. Tembisa has shown to what extent tenderpreneurs, criminals, and extortioners are prepared to go to make themselves vast fortunes on the back of the sick and most vulnerable in our country. Let us move forward to repair our current infrastructure and capacitate our human resources. fund health where it matters, to build domestic capacity, to diversify our partnership, and to govern with transparency and accountability. Let us demonstrate to the rest of the world that South Africa can steward international aid in a way that's transparent, accountable, and result-driven. As a DA, we support the Special Appropriation Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mukonto.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngiyabingelela kumkhuti wemasotsha emnotho Julius Silo Malema, buholi be-EFF, nawo onke ma-economic freedom fighters in South Africa and in the world. Sihlalo, as the EFF, we have consistently made it clear that we reject the continued reliance on foreign aid to ensure that all South Africans have access to quality and dignified medical services. The health and lives of our people must never be dependent on the political whims, ideological shifts, or imperial interest of foreign governments. We must all remember that this bill was necessitated because the second Hitler, the racist and warmongering Donald Trump, decided to withdraw United States funding for health programs addressing HIV and AIDS, maternal and child health, tuberculosis, and malaria. These are challenges that a sovereign nation should never outsource to a leader with clear imperial ambitions and a documented disregard for Black lives across the world. For more than 20 years, we have allowed this government, the former liberation movement, and the National Treasury to implement continuous budget cuts and below inflation increases to the health budget. This deliberate underfunding has pushed the public healthcare system to the brink of collapse. Clinics are overwhelmed, hospitals are understaffed, and communities are left vulnerable while Treasury continues to speak the language of fiscal restraint. What makes this crisis even worse is that while public health care was allowed to deteriorate and become dilapidated, the rich and politically connected continued to access world-class healthcare services. Two parallel systems exist in this country, one for the poor and is neglected and underfunded, and another for the wealthy and that functions effectively and without interruptions. We failed to train sufficient numbers of nurses and doctors, and where we did train them, we failed to employ them. South Africa may be the only country in the world where qualified doctors sit at home unemployed, not because they refuse to work, but because government refuses to hire them, even as the public healthcare system collapses under pressure. Lo hulumende we-GNU wehlulekile kwakha amaklinikhi netibhedlele letanele ngekwekukhula kwesibalo sebantu eSouth Africa. Sihlulekile kugcina takhiwo nqandi tetempilo tisesimeni lelisezingeni. Kunginyalo amaklinikhi netibhedlela, mafastele ayaphuka, luphahla luyawa liyavuta, timbombi temanti tiyavuta atisebenzi, ma-lifts awasebenzi, takhiwo tiyawa. That undermines the patient care and staff morale. This decay is not accidental. It is a result of deliberate political choices. We neglected public healthcare infrastructure and failed to finance it adequately. As a result, the withdrawal of the United States funding is now presented as a sudden crisis, when reality is that it is a self-inflicted wound created by decades of poor planning and austerity budgeting. Today, we are debating a special appropriation bill to allocate 754.5 million, framed as an emergency intervention, when this crisis could have been avoided through proper domestic investment in healthcare. Allowing another country to bankroll the health and well-being of our people is a clear form of neo-colonialism. While we support this bill, we must be clear about the politics. We should never again place the health of our people in the hands of imperialists, warmongering lunatics. Sovereignty means taking responsibility for our people's lives without dependency or compromise. We acknowledge that the withdrawal of funding will negatively affect global efforts to combat HIV and AIDS, particularly in countries like South Africa with high infections rate and millions living with HIV. However, this moment forces us to confront our failures and reclaim responsibility for public health. We must continue distributing life-saving antiretroviral treatment and revive mass public education campaign for safe sex. This war we once won, and it is a war we can again through political will. We will win it. Community-based organization providing HIV and TB prevention, testing and treatment must continue to receive funding. Research and development must also remain funded to protect future generations. We must never again allow thousands of lives to be lost because of government recklessness and dependency. The EFF is and will always fight for quality public health care for our people. As I close, Chair, South Africans are invited, as we will be painting East London red on the 23rd of January 2006, to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. At the outset, the IFP recognizes the seriousness of the situation that has necessitated this bill. The withdrawal of international donor funding, particularly from the United States, has created a significant shortfall in critical health programs, most notably those related to HIV and AIDS, communicable diseases, and health system support. These are not abstract budget lines. They are life-saving interventions that millions of South Africans depend on daily. We have consistently maintained that health care is not a privilege, but a fundamental human right enshrined in our Constitution. And if any funding gap that threatens access to treatment, prevention programs, or the functioning of public health facilities must be addressed urgently and responsibly. In this respect, we understand the rationale behind this special appropriation and appreciate the urgency with which the Minister of Finance has acted. However, while we acknowledge the necessity of this bill, we must raise serious concerns about the broader implication it reveals. This bill once again exposes South Africa's over-reliance on external donor funding for essential health services. For many years, donor support has effectively subsidized functions that should have been sustainably integrated into the national fiscus. When donors withdraws, as they inevitably do, the consequences are immediate and severe. We believe this moment should serve as a wake-up call to the government to accelerate the development of long-term domestically funded solutions for health priorities. We are particularly concerned about the impact on provinces, especially rural and under-resourced provinces, where health systems are already under immense strain. The bill provides for conditional allocations to provinces through the district health programs grant, including the comprehensive HIV/AIDS component. While this is welcomed, we stress that effective oversight and accountability are essential to ensure that these funds reach clinics, hospitals, and communities where they are most needed. Too often, additional funds are appropriated, yet service delivery on the ground remain unchanged due to weak management, vacancies, corruption, or poor planning. The allocation of 132 million to the South African Medical Research Council is noted and supported by the IFP, Research and evidence-based policy are crucial, particularly in a country facing quadruple burden disease. However, research funding must ultimately translate into practical improvements in public health care rather than remaining confined to reports and conferences. While this bill addresses an immediate crisis, it does not resolve the deeper structural challenges in our health system, including staff shortages, collapsing infrastructure, and medicine stockouts. These issues require decisive leadership, not only additional money. We approach this bill with a sense of responsibility and realism. The IFP supports the further processing of the special appropriation bill while reserving our rights to engage more fully during subsequent stages of the legislative process. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Daniels. PA.
For a second, I thought I adopted a new surname, Honorable House Chair.
Apologies.
All
It's
good.
what I was given.
All good. Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. We gather today under a shared solemn obligation, the health and well-being of South African people. The special appropriation bill before us addresses a sudden and severe challenge, the withdrawal of critical donor funding from the United States for our health programs. This is not merely a line item in a budget. It's a potential lifeline hacked off. The PA stands in support of this bill. We do so not out of blind loyalty to the GNU, but out of an unwavering loyalty to the citizens we all swore to serve. The government, though, still finding its feet, has presented us with a fundamental choice. Do we wring our hands in despair at the setback, or do we act with resolve to protect our people? Indeed, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, let us be clear. To oppose this appropriation is to sanction a reduction in healthcare services. It is to accept that antiretroviral treatment might be interrupted, that maternal care might be curtailed, that the fight against TB and malaria might be scaled back. The PA will not be party to such betrayal. We represent the most vulnerable communities, and we know that when international tides recede, the state cannot simply retreat with them. It must stand firm as the bedrock. The spirit of this bill is the correct one. It is a spirit of a government that refuses to sit still. It is an acknowledgement that our sovereignty is meaningless if it does not translate into tangible protection for our citizens. The USA's decision is its own, but our people's health is our responsibility. This bill is that responsibility in action, a plan to ensure that not a single clinic door closes, that not a single healthcare worker is left without the tools they need because a foreign donor changed its mind. We have heard critiques. Some will say this exposes our over-reliance. They are correct. And this bill is the first necessary step to address that very vulnerability. By appropriating these funds, we are not just filling a gap, we are declaring that the dignity of a South African life is not and will never be contingent on the generosity of a foreign power. It is a statement that this government of national unity, for all its complexities, is attempting to honor its most basic covenant, to provide, to protect, and to advance the dire needs of its citizens. But let this be also a wake-up call, Honorable House Chair. We support this bill as a vital stopgap. However, the PA demands that this unity government moves with urgency beyond this emergency measure. We must see in the very near future robust, innovative plans for sustainable health financing. We must strengthen our own systems and build a health system that draws its strength from within. Today, however, the fire is at our door. We cannot debate while the house burns. We must pass this bill to keep the nurses paid, the medicine flowing, and the hope of millions alive. The PA stands for Patriotic Self-Reliance South Africa. The journey begins by ensuring our people are healthy enough to build it. We support this bill. And those that preach about appropriation, let us test your mettle today. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Action essay.
Honorable House Chair, as noted by previous speakers, the special appropriation bill before the House allocates 754 million to the health vote for the 25-26 financial year. This allocation is intended to address the shortfall arising from the withdrawal of the international donor funding to the health sector, most notably funding from the United States Presidency Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR. The impact of this funding withdrawal has been severe. In its submission, COSATU noted that approximately 20,000 community health workers and other NGO staff employed to support these programs have been affected, alongside some 500,000 patients who relied on these facilities for life-saving treatments. In addition, numerous NGOs operating in this space have been forced to scale down or shut down their operations entirely. Livelihoods have been lost, and the health outcome of thousands of South Africans have been placed at risk. The Parliamentary Budget Office further highlights that following the funding cuts, there's been a substantial decline in HIV testing, diagnosis, and treatment initiation. The primary driver of this decline has been the loss of healthcare workers, underscoring the central role that adequately staffed facilities play in sustaining public health outcomes. While there is an understandable concern and indeed justified outrage regarding both the substance and the speed of these funding cuts, South Africa must guard against the temptation to externalize blames for our systemic failures. We must look inward and confront the structural weaknesses and governance failures within our own systems. Action SA has continuously maintained that South Africa does not suffer from a lack of resources, but rather from pervasive corruption, greed, and waste. This reality is evident across many national departments and at all levels of government. Regrettably, the public health sector has been among the worst affected by these practices. When we reflect on the PPE corruption exposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Digital Vibe scandal, and more recently the Tembisa Hospital scandal, the scale of financial leakages within the health system becomes undeniable. In the case of Tembisa Hospital alone, the SIU unit has quantified fraud and maladministration amounting to approximately 2 billion. One must ask, how many more Tembisa hospitals are there out there? As a country, we should not be dependent on overseas donor funding to meet our most basic health obligations. Instead, we should be decisively shutting off the taps that continue to feed corruption and self-enrichment within the health sector. The health of the most vulnerable members of our society and the livelihoods of community health workers should not be jeopardized, whether by sudden external funding withdrawals or by the ongoing looting of public resources from within. Honourable House Chair, it is for this reason, to protect the most vulnerable in our society, that Action SA supports the special appropriation bill before this House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this bill covers the additional allocation following the withdrawal of the PEPFAR funding. Now, let's just put it in context. Our country received $8 billion, or about 140 billion, from the US since 2003. And this is besides the funding from the Global Fund. And we were already warned in 2019, so the withdrawal should not be unexpected, given the heightened tensions between the countries. Now, the ACDP supports these allocations, given the life-saving treatment that they fund, but it must be seen against foreign policy choices. Again, we emphasize we do need to protect our sovereignty over our health, and we need to ensure that our health services are properly financed. However, the ANC's ill-conceived foreign policy choices are now coming home to roost. It's no secret that the ANC favors policies which align more broadly with Russia and China, putting it in conflict with the US and other Western nations that stand for more free market principles. How much has Russia, China, or Iran for that matter, donated to this country? Nothing, nothing. And while South Africa and the GNU comprises various parties with different viewpoints, the ACDP encourages those parties in the GNU to start questioning these foreign policy decisions. We are at the crossroads of global realignment. And when the fork in the road is clear and the choices are clear, to knowingly choose the wrong path is clearly unwise. Folly, wrote historian Barbara Tuchman, is when leaders knowingly choose the wrong path, and that we seem to be doing continually. And whilst government tries to present its foreign policy in a neutral, non-aligned tone, its actions do not match its words, including failing to condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and now failing to condemn the massacre of innocent civilians in Iran. This is disgraceful. And as we speak, we're hosting a very provocative naval exercise with China, UAE, Iran, and Russia. Iran and Russia both heavily sanctioned and involved in active conflicts. China is expanding its military at an unbelievable pace, threatening Japan and rehearsing for a possible invasion of Taiwan, and persecuting millions of Christians and Muslim Uyghurs in China, yet nothing is said about that. Clearly, we need a realignment of our policies. And as we stand at the crossroads, let us heed the warning of the prophet Jeremiah. Ask for the ancient paths, ask where the good ways is and walk in it, and you'll find rest for your souls. But you said, we will not walk in it. Now we're bearing the results of those folly decisions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Kwankwa.
House Chair, we are debating the Special Appropriations Bill today because South Africa faces a serious and an urgent challenge. The withdrawal of PEPFAR funding has left a gap in our HIV/AIDS response program, not because our needs have changed, but because of political decisions taken elsewhere. This bill, as you know, proposes a special appropriations of more than 700 million rands to the Department of Health to plug precisely this gap. As a Social Democratic Party, we support this allocation because healthcare is a basic right, not a privilege and not a donation. Lives cannot be placed at risk because of political shifts in another country. But, honorable members, this moment must also serve as a wake-up call for South Africa. South Africa cannot continue to depend on foreign funding to fund its essential services or whatever public services we require. Dependence weakens our sovereignty and exposes our people to decisions taken in foreign capitals. This crisis must teach us a clear lesson. We must never again allow our most critical programs to rely on the politics of other countries. At the same time, we must be honest with ourselves. The resources we are now trying to replace have been lost before, not because government lacked money, but because of corruption, wasteful expenditure, and weak oversight. If we're serious about sustaining the HIV/AIDS program, then we must be equally serious about cutting waste, stopping corruption, so that existing funds can be redirected to save lives. Every rand lost to corruption is a rand stolen from a clinic, a nurse, or a patient. Honorable members, this special appropriations bill should not only plug a short-term funding gap, it must be a shift towards domestic funding, strong public institutions, and long-term sustainability of our health programs. South Africa has the capacity to fund its own priorities. What we need is the political will to protect public money and spend it where it matters most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Kana.
Ngakhensa Mthomashitolo. Iri Rise Mzansi yaseketela na mbisi lowu wa ku ngetelela mali ka ndzawulo ya rihanyo ngopfungopfu loko hi langutisa eka mali leyi nga tekiwa hi mfumo lowu wa United States. Let me begin by expressing our deep sympathy and solidarity with the health workers who have lost their jobs as a direct result of this sudden withdrawal. These are nurses, counselors, community health workers, and researchers who have dedicated their lives to saving others, particularly in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Their loss is not just a loss of employment, but a loss of skills, experience, and continuity of care for thousands of patients who depend on them. Honorable members, the funding provided through this bill is not optional. It is essential. It ensures the continuation of comprehensive HIV and AIDS prevention, treatment, and care programs, and safeguards the vital work of the South African Medical Research Council, which plays a critical role in research, innovation, and evidence-based policymaking. We carry one of the highest HIV burdens in the world, and any disruption to treatment, testing, and research places lives at risk and undermines decades of progress. This special appropriation bill is therefore about protecting lives, preserving public health gains, and maintaining the integrity of our healthcare system. However, Chairperson, support for this bill must go hand in hand with accountability. Every cent allocated must be spent efficiently, transparently, and for its intended purposes. At a time of fiscal constraint, we cannot afford waste, duplication, corruption, or mismanagement, particularly in the Department of Health, where the cost of failure is measured in human lives. We must strengthen procurement oversight, improve financial controls, and ensure that frontline services, not administrative access, remain the priority. The public expect nothing less, and Parliament must exercise its oversight role decisively. Honorable members, this moment must prompt a serious reevaluation of funding priorities, improve domestic resource mobilization, and long-term strategy to build a self-sufficient and resilient health system, one that's not vulnerable to sudden external shocks. In closing, this bill is necessary, urgent, and justified, but it must also mark a turning point towards better spending, stronger accountability, and greater self-reliance in protecting the health of our nation. And we support this special appropriation bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Webster.
Somewhere in South Africa this morning, there's a clinic that would have opened its doors as usual. There would have been queues, there would have been files that were pulled, there would have been antiretroviral treatment that would have been dispensed. But what many of those patients didn't know, at least until recently, was that the system that kept those doors open was funded from outside our borders, and that overnight, that certainty disappeared. Today's special appropriation allocates over 700 million to the Department of Health and actually forces us to confront that gap and that reality. It's a gap between how the state plans and how people survive in South Africa in reality. So I want to state that we support this allocation, we support this appropriation because lives are at stake, but I want to make clear from the outset that this appropriation is not a solution. It is an emergency intervention, and it's a temporary plaster over structural weakness, and it must be treated as such. For more than 2 decades, donor funding in South Africa supported core elements of our HIV response, but what began as emergency assistance slowly became embedded as structural financing. And what PEPFAR should have done for South Africa was to assist to build capacity, to absorb programs, to plan for long-term sustainability, but that transition did not occur at the pace or scale that was required. South Africa treated HIV as a project and not as a predictable public health care obligation as we should have. And that's how dependency takes root, not necessarily through crisis, but because of the absence of deliberate planning. And now that failure is compounded by the reality that government has to confront, and that's the fact that South Africa has an aging population that is living with HIV, and there are millions who began treatment 10 or even 20 years ago, and they now require complex, long-term and integrated care. And so the pressure on the public healthcare system is going to intensify. So the challenge is not going to go away, and emergency allocations are not going to substitute for long-term governance. What is required is a credible transition plan that absorbs donor-funded posts, sustainable domestic financing for HIV and chronic disease care, and proper integration into the broader public health system. The crisis is not essentially about the withdrawal of external funding, but it is about a state that allowed what is a health obligation of a long-term nature to sit outside of its own balance sheet for much longer than was necessary. And so we must remember as we go forward that true sovereignty is not about who we align with internationally. It's actually about whether citizens' well-being depends on decisions that are made elsewhere. Thank you. We support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. As the ATM will always support efforts targeted at assisting our people, we note the urgency of this special appropriations bill because we cannot allow our HIV and AIDS programs and essential health services to crumble because of external donors. Lives are at stake and we must act swiftly to safeguard them. However, Chair, as we recognize the government's sudden burst of fiscal creativity, I must ask, where was that same energy, the same political will when it comes to the crisis of unemployed doctors and healthcare graduates sitting at home with their qualifications? For years, we've raised this issue. We've pleaded for action on the thousands of qualified medical professionals, especially the environmental health practitioners, sitting idle at home, their skills gathering dust while our hospitals cry out for staff. And what do we hear every time? Our hands are tied, there's no money, budget constraints, etc. Yet we are here today with a plan to address the USAID shortfall, a special bill tabled with urgency to avert a disaster. Why couldn't we master the same foresight for our own graduates? Why wasn't a similar strategy devised years ago to absorb these talented young South Africans into our health system? We've known about the doctor shortage for a decade, the overburdened wards.
Honorable Zungula, there's a hand, there's a point of order. Honorable Tagmo.
Thank you, House Chair. I'd just like to ask whether Honourable Member is willing to accept a question.
Honorable Zungula, are you willing to take a question?
After I'm done, he can come with a question. As I proceed,
Continue, Honorable Member.
why wasn't a similar? We've known about the doctor shortage for decades, the overburdened wards, endless queues, and the preventable deaths. But no, apparently it's easier to scramble for foreign aid gaps than to invest in our own people. We support these additional funds, yes, but only if they come with strings attached. This bill must not be a band-aid for donor dependency. It must tackle the root rot in our healthcare workforce. We have a surplus of qualified practitioners languishing in unemployment, some with years of experience from internships and community service. Hire them. Chair, I don't think this government takes unemployment seriously at all. It is all lip service. You've never come to the House with a special appropriation to end the pandemic of joblessness in the health sector. Not even once, despite the glaring shortages, despite the reports on vacancies. Chair, these additional funds need to be tied to a mandatory hiring drive. Allocate a portion directly to onboarding the unemployed graduates. Show us the plan, the timelines, and the accountability. Honorable members, our people deserve much better than this. They deserve a government that will plan ahead, that will ensure that there are practical programs to assist the poor, especially the unemployed doctors who've been crying, toying, and taking to the streets wanting to get work. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. I will now recognize Honorable Siate.
Madumega Haley Bagasho, House Chair, honorable members, greetings. I rise before this august House as a vanguard of young members of key populations whose access to life-saving HIV/AIDS and TB treatment was turned into a question mark when PEPFAR funding was withdrawn. I also rise before this august House to remind its honorable members that there will not be any significant importance to any youth development rhetoric if the lives of young people in this country remain at the risk of HIV/AIDS and TB infections. Honorable members, data crunching and cutting-edge research data indicates that HIV/AIDS and TB incidences remain stubbornly high among young members of the key populations, particularly adolescent girls and young women from poor working class groups and communities. Prevention programs, community outreaches, testing campaigns, and peer education are not optional add-ons. They are the front line of the struggle against HIV/AIDS and TB infections among people living with this. When funding of these programs is abruptly cut, the damage is immediate. Fewer young people test, fewer diagnoses are made, infections rise silently, and progress towards meeting the UNAIDS 95 HIV testing, treatment, and virus suspension targets becomes almost impossible. The Youth League of the ANC's understanding to this is that the abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding by the Trump administration was not only a deliberate political choice meant to turn life-saving aid into a tool, into a political pressure, but it's also an attack that denied young people access, opportunity to dignity and quality HIV and AIDS and TB treatment. Now, the League rejects the idea that young people's access to quality HIV/AIDS and TB treatment should depend on the goodwill of a hegemonic bullies like the USA, and it suggests that South Africa should abdicate its HIV and TB treatment response to ideological preferences of the USA administration. The League firmly supports this bill because it conveys a strong message to young members of the key populations that the ANC-led government will not abandon them when external donors retreat. The bill affirms the principle that access to public health is not charity, but constitutional right, and affirms that sovereignty is not about international security and concerned narrowly about security borders, but about the human security which addresses and protects citizens from the threats like diseases. Most importantly, it affirms that the ANC-led government is prepared to act decisively when young people's lives are at risk. The bill, therefore, not only has health interventions, but it's a generational intervention as well. For the sake of clarity and brevity, the bill protects young people employed by the community health workers, the peer educators, the data capturers, and outreach workers, many whom face chronic unemployment. It further stabilizes the HIV/AIDS and the TB treatment services that young people, especially young members of the key population, rely on. It strengthens public health system that must carry this, the future of this country. The ANC Youth League further says that because it advocates for a developmental states that intervenes rather, the retreats when young people's lives are threatened, threatened. This bill is evident to be the intervention that protects this intervention and refuses to abandon young people that matter to the capable, ethical, and developmental state that the ANC government wishes to build. The National Development Plan recognizes the health is foundational to social cohesion and economic participation. The ANC manifesto commits to universal access to quality health care, and the medium-term development plan prioritizes service delivery. In closing, the bill is a short-term fiscal intervention. The long intervention must be followed by sustainable funding in the health budget, stronger prevention strategies, and massive treatment rollout.
Chair, I've raised my hand.
Honorable Skosana. Can you please not open your
Thank you,
mic? I
Chair.
think the table, I have not even given you an opportunity. You can't just speak. Raise your hand, the table will then alert me that I have a hand up and then I will recognize you. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. The bill is the correct response at the correct moment. It adds to the 74% of the HIV/AIDS and TB responses budget that.
Honorable Siate, can you please take a seat? Honorable Skosana, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I've raised my hand 5 minutes ago, Chair. It's not fair that the table don't take us
Honorable
serious.
Skosana, I've given an opportunity as you have risen your hand. What is the point of order?
Yeah, but Chair, I must say this to you as Chair, that I'm concerned that your table does not recognize us. I've raised my hand 5 minutes ago, and you can't say to me, I can't tell you that. Anyway, does the member prepared to take a question?
Honorable members, you are too loud. I can't hear Honorable Skosana. What was the question, Honorable Skosana? Repeat that, Honorable Skosana.
I'm saying, Chair, can the honorable member take a question?
Okay, I'll ask on your behalf. No, there's no need for you to respond. There's a member on the podium. I will ask the member and she will respond. Honorable Siade, are you able to take a question?
No.
Okay, the answer is no, Honorable Skosana. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Member.
The party argues that the bill is a story of too little too late, but less adequate to offset HIV/AIDS treatment and TB treatment funding gap, and are effectively saying young people's lives are indispensable. We reject the logic completely. Our view as the ANC Youth League, however, is that fiscal consolidation exists to support development and not to obstruct it. Budgets must serve people, especially young people, not the other way around. Honorable Minister of Finance, for the youth of South Africa, the bill represents something simple, yet profound. Reassurance that the ANC-led government sees and values the life and prepared to act to protect the future of this country and to not rely on external donors with nefarious political agendas and to have nefarious political agendas of a regime change. For these reasons, the ANC and its young league, ANC Youth League, supports the Special Appropriations Bill. Pula ya medupi ga e ne ba gaetsho, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Al-Jama. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Special Appropriations Bill before this House represents an extraordinary request for public funds and therefore demands extraordinary responsibility, transparency, and moral clarity. Al-Jamaa recognizes that special appropriations are sometimes necessary, whether to respond to emergencies, stabilize critical services, or address unforeseen national pressures. However, urgency must never be used as a cover for poor planning, wasteful expenditure. Public money is a sacred trust given by a suffering nation, by families battling hunger, by young people without work, and by communities still waiting for basic dignity. Every rand approved in this bill must be justified not only in law, but in conscience. Al-Jamaa supports special allocations that protect life and livelihoods, disaster response, healthcare capacity, energy security that benefits ordinary households, and interventions that prevent further social collapse. South Africans cannot afford delays. Al-Jamaa firmly rejects any special appropriation that bails out corruption, mismanagement, or perpetual failure, particularly where no consequence management exists. State entities that repeatedly return to this House for rescue funds, whilst executives escape accountability, insult both Parliament and the people. Al-Jamaa calls for stronger focus on food security, community-based development, and support for small enterprises that create real jobs. Al-Jamaa reminds this House that budgeting should be implemented with God consciousness. A nation is judged by how it spends in times of crisis. We will support this bill where it advances justice, protects the vulnerable, and restores ethical governance that support our people at grassroots level. It seems at times, let me place on record, that we must not be selective. The USA stance and conduct internationally is an indictment. I am a proud, patriotic South African when it comes to the decisions of our South African government. Since when does South Africa create a climate for donor funding at the expense of universal humanitarian violations? Since Hiroshima, America has shown it is a blot on humankind. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. NCC. PAC.
House Chairperson, the PAC rises to support the Special Appropriation Bill as an act of national survival. Our stance in the international arena is clear. We choose self-determination over subservience. The choice carries geopolitical consequences that we must face with courage. It dictates that we break the chains of dependency and embrace radical self-reliance to protect our people. For decades, we've warned that the health of the African people cannot be left to the whims of imperialist powers. Today, we see the cold reality of the delicateness of dependency, considering the 20,000 community health workers and 500,000 patients affected by closed clinics in our most vulnerable communities. We cannot sit as the country and wait for pardon or sympathy from foreign capitals. From the PAC perspective, this is not just about moving figures on the National Revenue Fund. It is the beginning of health sovereignty, the end of the intellectual property colonialism, and the reinforcement of community-led care. On the agenda of health sovereignty, the PAC appeals that we must fund our own HIV/AIDS programs through the fiscus, prioritizing the redirection of funds from the parasitic private healthcare sector toward a truly Africanized public health system. The opportunity has arrived for Africa to end the intellectual property colonialism. The withdrawal of foreign funding is a moment of reckoning. It is an opportunity for our research centers to reclaim their agency and refuse to be mere conduits for imperialist experiments. We must stop being a testing ground for Western profit and start being a laboratory for African life. Beyond the additional funding of the health sector, we must invest in a state-owned pharmaceutical manufacturer to produce our own medicine. As PAC, we recognize the committee's concerns regarding the current funding approach, which may have overlooked the vital role of civil society. Community-led care must remain a priority. Therefore, we strongly support the urgent need for a comprehensive report on financing health initiatives at the grassroots level. It is essential to remember that community health workers are more than service providers. They are members of our communities who deeply understand the social realities of our struggle. The PAC calls on this Parliament to treat this funding crisis as a national security emergency. Let us tax the monopolies that have profited from our land to fund the health of our dispossessed. Ultimately, we hold the power to liberate ourselves. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much. U80? Good. Honorable Douglas?
Honorable Speaker, I greet you all in the name of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and in the language of my people, the Khoisan San Aboriginal First Nation people of South Africa, Taxation. Honorable Speaker, the headlines of the past weeks tell a brutal story. Clinics closing, healthcare workers retrenched, ambulances standing idle, hospitals drowning in medical legal crimes, budgets cut while needs of our communities explode, and people are dying waiting for help. Let us be clear, we reject this bill because it does not do enough. The withdrawal of PEPFAR did not cause South Africa's healthcare crisis, it exposed our weaknesses. For years, the ANC and now the ANC-DA-GNU built a healthcare system dependent on donors instead of a sovereign, self-funded state using land and resources instead of debt to pay for healthcare needs of our people. When donor funding tightened, the truth surfaced, a system already collapsing under corruption, mismanagement, staff shortages, and austerity is what GNU delivers, and this bill is more of the same. South Africa has 7.8 million people living with HIV. PEPFAR's withdrawal has already cost us over 8,000 healthcare workers. Every South African denied life-saving medication is an attack on our people and our sovereignty. Every nurse retrenched is an attack on our people. Every clinic that closes is an attack on our people. Every clinic that doesn't service the needs of our people is leading to the death of people. This is premature death that is legislated. The Auditor General reports 24 billion rand in unpaid health bills. Medical legal claims exceed 67 billion rand. Multiple provinces carry qualified audits year after year. This is not a funding gap needing more funds. This is state failure. And what is the response of the ANC, GNU? More austerity, more frozen posts, more cuts to frontline services, and the DA calls this fiscal discipline. MK calls it what it is, managed decline. Now let us speak honestly about politics, because healthcare failure is not accidental. The ANC was standing here, they had 30 years to do something about it, but now they're coming here and they're complaining and not giving real solutions on how to fix it. You speak about your own comrades, your DA comrades being counter-revolutionary. You just mentioned it now. If you are revolutionaries, you cannot be in bed with counter-revolutionary forces. Your mandates go against each other. In the Western Cape, where the DA governs, healthcare is a tale of two systems. In white and affluent areas, functional clinics, shorter waiting times, better staffing. In colored and black and colored and Indian communities, overcrowded facilities, chronic understaffing, ambulances that never arrive, clinics closed after hour, people dying in the waiting list lines here in the Western Cape. This is not a coincidence. This is a policy choice of the Democratic Alliance. The DA governs for some and manages decline for others, and they want to export this model nationally. Look at their track record, not at what they say. The Freedom Front Plus, let's be frank, remains what it always has been, a party defending racial privilege or pretending to speak the language of minorities like the colored people. You do not speak for us. Their opposition to transformation is not fiscal, it is ideological and racial. And the PA is shouting loudly but has no depth. Now let us correct the historical record. Under Jacob Zuma presidency, the South Africa's healthcare system expanded, not contracted. Hospitals and clinics were built. HIV treatment was scaled up, and there was cooperation with NGOs like PEPFAR. Healthcare thrived because the state still believed in development, not donor dependency. What collapsed healthcare was not transformation, it was neoliberal austerity imposed after President Zuma left, guided by IMF-style thinking, ratings agencies, and elite consensus. And now let's deal with the geopolitical danger we are in. South Africa has been painted internationally as unstable, mismanaged, and incapable of governing itself. Healthcare collapse becomes the excuse, the pretext for funding withdrawals, sanctions, threats, and diplomatic isolation. This is how sovereignty is weakened. A country that cannot care for its people becomes vulnerable to external pressure disguised as humanitarian concern. MK rejects this pass. This special appropriation bill may keep some clinics open today, but MK supports saving lives. But it is not a solution. It is a bandage on a bullet wound. You cannot fix healthcare without fixing land ownership. You cannot fix healthcare without fixing mineral ownership. You cannot fix healthcare while protecting monopolies and apartheid while wealth and maintaining the status quo. The ANC wants donors, the DA wants privatization, and we say no. MKP will fund healthcare permanently, train and retrain doctors and nurses, build clinics where people actually live, end medical legal disasters, and we will stand with the people. Gwaza mkonto gwaza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Douglas. Though at some point I felt we are at war with something. Continue, Honorable Bateman.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans. The sudden withdrawal of PEPFAR and NIH funding by the governments of the United States of America was a significant setback in our country's fight against HIV and TB. The bill before us today is an attempt to plug the significant hole which has been created. According to the Desmond Tutu Health Foundation, PEPFAR, implemented in 2003, was a brilliant, generous, and greatly valued intervention that changed the potential course of history forever. Under PEPFAR, we've seen a miraculous change to the narrative surrounding the AIDS response in Africa. This has included increasing access to HIV treatment, reductions in new infections through biomedical and behavioral prevention interventions, and an overall strengthening of health systems. PEPFAR is now, for all intents and purposes, gone. To give perspective on the extent of this setback, a paper by Murray and Fenter published in the Wits Journal of Clinical Medicine last year reported that about $8 billion of PEPFAR funding was spent on the HIV/AIDS response in South Africa since the inception of the program. This included, in 2024, $333 million, or about 6 billion rand, which constituted 17% of our country's total HIV prevention and treatment budget. PEPFAR money supported about 15,000 trained healthcare workers, as well as nearly 10,000 persons providing management and technical support to the national and provincial health departments. Since the cuts, they report that over 8,000 skilled healthcare workers had lost their jobs at the time of writing. Multiple clinics had been closed, and essential services such as HIV testing, treatment, and prevention had been scaled back significantly. The paper estimated that the complete cessation of services, which had been funded by PEPFAR, would result in 601,000 HIV-related deaths and 565,000 new HIV infections by 2035, in other words, within the next 10 years. I think we need to pause to think firstly about the significant amount of money that was donated to this country and the significant impact that it had, and to acknowledge the generosity that was extended to us. But now, as I said, to all intents and purposes, that's gone. And many of the advances that have been made in the past 20 years in the fight against HIV and AIDS will be reversed if we don't respond appropriately and accordingly. So government can't stand by simply while services collapse and patients are left without treatment. In this regard, the bill is an important stopgap in the current crisis. The DA welcomes, therefore, the special appropriation of 754.5 million for the Department of Health in the 2025-26 financial year. 590 million is directed to provinces through the District Health Programs grant to sustain HIV and TB interventions. This will help to stabilize essential services and limit the reversal of gains made in the fight against HIV and AIDS. There's also 132 million allocated to the South African Medical Research Council to protect critical research capacity. However, Honourable Chair, there are serious concerns which do remain, and the first is the concern of adequacy. The funding allocated through the bill is very modest when one considers that it's but a small fraction of what's been lost to the healthcare and research ecosystem through the loss of the PEPFAR and NIH funding. And the second concern, Honourable Chair, is sustainability. Special appropriations are not a long-term solution, they're a temporary response in a crisis. Provincial and municipal health facilities will need to fill in the service gaps that have been created by the withdrawal of the PEPFAR funding at a time when our provinces and municipalities are already under severe strain. And here we need to acknowledge that those leaders within the MK party, such as the former President Zuma, who contributed to the disastrous situation that we're in now and the financial pressure that we are in now, we are trying to rectify and remedy the situation that was created.
Please take your seat. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I think let's keep the decorum of the debate as it's been going on so long.
Honorable members,
is misleading the House.
please.
He needs to bring a substantive motion if he believes otherwise, but he can't make a general statement without providing facts. Now, if he can't provide the facts, he must withdraw that statement. Because the truth of the matter is this country was better off under President Zuma. It's a reality they're too scared to admit, but that is a fact.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy, but your point of order is not sustained, and it's a point of debate, and also a member that is being mentioned here is not a member of this House. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Member.
It seems to me that MK is relentlessly trying to rewrite history, to erase the facts, and to create a counter-narrative, painting the future, painting the past as somehow better. For example, they mention load shedding, and the problems in Eskom date back to the corruption under the leadership of an MK member of this House who was then the CEO. So I don't sustain any of that.
Honorable Bateman, please take your seat. Honorable Swart.
Chair, I rise on a point of order that it's very difficult for us to hear what the speaker is saying when there are interventions right there. Interventions, but not an ongoing dialogue with the speaker. So I'd ask you to rule that the Honorable Acting Whip or whatever he is, Mr. Reddy, would please be silent.
Okay, Honorable Member.
When he is speaking. Thank you.
Honorable members, can we please, when we converse and we keep it down so that all honorable members are able to hear the member at the podium. Continue, Honorable Member.
So as I mentioned, we're at a time where there is significant strain on our provinces and municipalities. That said, our current macro fiscal context does not permit us to increase total government spending significantly. Our high levels of debt, our high levels of government spending, and our high levels of taxation relative to other developing nations are holding back investment in economic growth and job creation. We're carefully navigating a path out of the high tax, low growth debt trap to which we were and are perilously close. Thus, our response at this time must be one of reprioritizing spending without growing total spending significantly. Honourable Chair, in the interests of protecting patients and critical service, the DA supports the Special Appropriations Bill. We also support the committee's call for Treasury and the Department of Health to submit a comprehensive report to Parliament on the full financial and health implications of the withdrawal of donor funding, including the impact on provinces, NGOs, and research institutions, and to develop together a credible multi-year domestic financing strategy for HIV and TB programs, integrated into the existing budget framework to ensure that we don't regress in our fight against HIV, AIDS, and TB. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, let us not have our emotions high when other members are speaking, because all parties get an opportunity to speak. And if it's a point of debate, let us just continue with the top of the house. Honorable Kalega Mazibugo, hold your emotions, Honorable Reddy.
Honorable House Chairperson, once again, compliments and happy birthday to the People's Movement. Honorable members, in South Africa, we grew up with the iconic Chappies bubble gum and its "Did you know" famous lines. As we start this beautiful year, please allow me to start with, did you know that the People's Movement intervened to ensure that the life expectancy in South Africa increased from 54.7 years in 2010
Honorable Mazibugo, can you please take a seat?
Just
Honorable
a question of
Reddy.
clarity, Honorable. Which People's Movement? Because we celebrated our birthday on the
Honorable Reddy,
16th of
Honorable
December.
Reddy,
Thank you for the greeting.
Honorable Reddy.
Thank you. Yes.
Honorable Reddy. I was following the whole day and you were very nice. Can you continue on that mood, please? Thank you very much. That's not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Mazibugo.
Acting Whip. Honorable Chair, as we start this beautiful year, please allow me to start with, did you know that the People's Movement intervened to ensure that life expectancy in South Africa increased from 54.7 years in 2010 to 66.5 in 2024. It ensured that maternal mortality dropped. It implemented a health program that resulted in a number of children born HIV positive dropped to 643 at the end of March 2025 compared to 70,000 in 2004. It has
Honorable
ensured that
Mazibugo,
TB,
can you kindly take your seat again?
and my time will stop.
Honorable Manyi, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can the member on the podium take a question?
Honorable Mazibugo, can you take a question?
No, Chair, I'm not taking any questions.
No,
or any
Honorable
disruptions.
Manyi. Continue, Honorable Member.
It has ensured that TB incidences among people living with HIV decreased by 65%. It has reduced the number of people experiencing large numbers of HIV funerals in any 1 week. It ensured South Africa's HIV counseling and testing campaign, which is the world's largest campaign. It has transformed HIV, AIDS, and TB from being a death sentence into manageable chronic conditions. It laid the foundation for the gains we see today across both HIV, AIDS, and TB outcomes. It has developed the National Strategic Plan on HIV, STIs, and TB for the period 23 through 28 in South Africa's most comprehensive roadmap for ending HIV, AIDS, and TB epidemics as public health threats. Honorable members, we shall not be bullied and we cannot live in fear. We have a special appropriation bill, and let us not take it as a theoretical bill, but let us bring this to its reality. This bill decides whether HIV, AIDS, and TB treatment continues or collapse. Parties that oppose this bill are choosing politics over protecting lives and fail to differentiate between political posturing and responsible governance when lives are at stake. Opposing this bill while simultaneously claiming support for the NHI is therefore a contradiction. We cannot be remembered as the parliament that reversed the country's gains and collapsed a sourceful HIV, AIDS, and TB program. We are writing history, and one day, if we
lucky chappies, we will ask, did you know that USA under the leadership of Donald Trump withdrew funds? South Africa under the leadership of President Ramaphosa intervened and continued to fund the program and save lives. Nancy chappies, and all of this possible. Defend the bill and let us save lives. Fellow South Africans, central to the ANC's developmental state agenda is a simple principle. The state must actively shape outcomes in the public interest, especially where markets and external factors fail. This bill is an expression of the ANC developmental state agenda, and it reflects that developmental state principle by intervening decisively after the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding, by preventing the collapse of essential HIV/AIDS and TB treatment services, and by refusing to allow external politics decisions to dictate domestic health outcomes. Put differently, the ANC envisions a developmental state as a state that does not retreat when markets fail or when external actors retreat. In short, the ANC's developmental state intervenes to stabilize systems, protect capacity, and shape outcomes in the public interest. The bill does exactly that. It consolidates fragmented services back under government coordination, and it reduces exposure to donor volatility and political conditionality. This bill, Honorable Chair, accelerates the preconditions for the implementation of the NHI. Every community health worker trained through this bill does not only strengthen the foundation on which the NHI will stand, but also serve as a visible and trusted glue that connects public healthcare system and the people. And every HIV/AIDS and TB program kept functional through this bill strengthens the credibility of integrated state-led health reform for the NHI implementation. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the ANC supports this bill because it protects lives, stabilizes provincial systems, strengthens the HIV response, and affirms that fiscal consolidation must serve people, not endanger them. For the people of South Africa, we shall not be bullied and we will not live in fear. We have a caring government. This bill is not optional. It is necessary because we are South Africans and on alternate mark a plan. We shall soldier on. Baie dankie, Diabong.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Malibongwe.
I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I think, let me start again by just debunking some of the points made in this debate that need to be fact-checked. Firstly, to describe South Africa as a donor-dependent state does not meet the definition of a donor-dependent state. To be a donor-dependent state, a large share of your budget needs to come from foreign aid, and core government functions cannot run without aid or grants. In South Africa, foreign aid and grants is less than 1% of GDP and spending. Our budget is funded domestically, so rhetorically it's easy to make these claims, but it doesn't add up in the numbers. The second point that needs to be debunked is that the National Treasury has implemented some kind of austerity that has damaged healthcare. The reality is that if people were paying attention during Budget 2025, the Minister of Finance announced for the fiscal year that we're in, 2025/6, 6.7 billion rand in additional healthcare spending was allocated. In 2026/7, 6.9 billion rand was allocated. In 2027/8, 7.1 billion rand to deal with expenditure pressures relating to personnel as well as goods and services in provincial health departments. So it is not true that somehow healthcare is being squeezed when in fact there was a massive acceleration on healthcare expenditure that this House voted on and then passed. So I hope that members who are passing bills are in fact reading the bills that they're passing. Regardless, I would like to thank everyone who participated in this debate, and I hope everyone understands this bill seeks to appropriate funds from the National Revenue Fund, which was already authorized by the Minister of Finance in terms of Section 16 of the Public Finance Management Act. This section requires the minister to table an appropriation bill within 120 days of such approval, and that is what we are debating today. Over the past 2 decades, South Africa has significantly strengthened its domestic response to HIV and AIDS. The HIV/AIDS conditional grant has grown from 4.3 billion in 2009/10 to 24 billion this year, enabling the country to become largely self-reliant, and key components of the response, such as antiretroviral medication. Let me repeat that again. We pay for our own antiretroviral medication, for laboratory testing, and for human resources. As a result, nearly 5.7 million South Africans now receive life-saving antiretroviral treatment through the public health system. At the same time, South Africa's HIV/AIDS response has benefited immensely from the support of bilateral and multilateral development partners. The largest contributions did come from the United States government through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, which has contributed between 7 and 8 billion rand annually in recent years. The funding has contributed to saving millions of South African lives by supporting our HIV, AIDS, and TB prevention efforts. And South Africa owes a great debt of gratitude to the American people for the support. However, in February last year, the United States government announced a significant reduction in funding for HIV, AIDS, and TB programs in South Africa. The decision was communicated shortly and implemented almost immediately, leaving very little time to make provision in the main 2025 budget. The sudden withdrawal posed a serious risk to the stability of prevention programs and the continuity of care for thousands of people across our country. In response to a request by the National Department of Health, the Minister of Finance then authorized emergency spending amounting to 754 million rand in terms of Section 16 of the PFMA to cover the most immediate needs, including 590 million rand for frontline services in provinces, 132 million rand for HIV, AIDS, and TB research by the South African Medical Research Council, and 32 million for support systems managed by the National Department of Health. Although the expenditure contained in this bill has already been authorized in terms of the PFMA, and these funds are already being spent as we speak, the requirement of it being tabled as an appropriation bill in Parliament is important, as Parliament holds the power of the purse, and it's critical that Parliament has full transparency and accountability, and we must uphold Parliament's constitutional authority to appropriate funds. This debate followed robust consultative processes that began with the tabling of the special appropriation bill in September. Valuable comments were received from parliamentary committees, from political parties, and the Parliamentary Budget Office, as well as the Fiscal and Finance Commission, civil society organizations, and the public. These contributions have enriched the processing of this bill and reflect the views of many South Africans. So I'd like to take a moment to thank the Standing Committee on Appropriations for its review, for its facilitation of the consultation process, and for adopting the report on the bill. The recommendations of the committee are being considered by the National Treasury, and the team will report back to Parliament within the prescribed timeframes. Honourable members, on something as important as HIV/AIDS, I would urge this House to understand that it's not something that we play politics or ping pong with, and that we must adopt this bill without delay so we can continue to improve HIV/AIDS treatment access and TB services. And at least on one thing, on one simple thing, can we please unite the country behind a shared national commitment to ending these epidemics and safeguarding the health and dignity of our citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read the first time? MK?
Honorable House Chair, this MK wants NHI today, and this bill is not going to bring the NHI. We object. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, you should have just said you object, like NHI. No, I didn't say speak.
I object. We object.
Thank you very much. With those objections noted, the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Special Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Second reading, Special Appropriation Bill.
Honorable members, as there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? MK?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. MK will object. Thank you. Please record our objection.
We have recorded the objection of the MK, and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Special Appropriation Bill.
Honorable members, with that objection, the bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. We go to the 11th order. The secretary will read.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2025 medium-term budget policy statement.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? EFF?
The EFF object.
We note the objection of the EFF. MK?
Please note the objection of the MK party. Thank
We
you.
note the objection of the MKP. UAT?
UAT object.
We note the objection of the UAT. The secretary will read the 12th order. Oh, with those objections, I'm sorry, honorable members, with those objections, the report will be agreed to. The secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
We note the objection of the EFF. MK?
Please note the objection of the MK party. Thank you.
We note the objection of the MKP. UAT?
UAT object.
We note the objection of the UAT. With those objections, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the 13th and 14th orders together. Is there a second? No. You are here? Yes. So please read the 13th and 14th orders together.
Debate.
Honorable Reddy?
Sorry, Honorable House Chair, are we dealing with item 12 now?
We are done with item 12 now. We are dealing with 13 and 14 orders together. Honorable Reddy, please follow. Honorable members, please. He has just been appointed acting chief whip, so it's new. I will now afford the secretary to read the 13th and 14th orders together.
Debate on 2025 medium-term budget policy statement and first reading debate, adjustments appropriation bill.
I will now recognize Honorable Maimane.
Honorable members, fellow South Africans, I rise on behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations to table the medium-term budget policy statement, the adjustment appropriations bill report. Fellow South Africans, I think it is common cause that we are operating in a global context of suppressed growth and countries grappling with how to ensure that they can increase GDP growth, but equally so meet their domestic objectives. We can treat this adjustment bill as a function of statistics and numbers, or we can look quite deeply at what it means for a young South African. Yesterday, we celebrated and received 2025 matric results. They tell a story of a young South African who grows up with a hope that in this country they can achieve the dreams they want to achieve better than their parents. It tells a story of what we do with each learner who comes through. And whilst we may debate at another point about whether or not it is appropriate that our young people be passing at 30%, that's not. Today we want to look quite deeply at whether the money we appropriate is spent adequately for each learner and each citizen in this country. The Adjustment Appropriation Bill speaks deeply to how provinces are deeply trying to respond to issues of net in-migration, funding for education, and healthcare. And so in the light of that, it would be amiss to not note the fact that, as per recent report, already 24,000 young South Africans are still battling to find a space in our education system. So when we talk about this Adjustment Appropriation Bill, we need to ensure that people feel that every child can be placed in a school, that classrooms are built, and that the adjustment speaks towards that. The Minister of Finance tabled the 2025 Adjustment Appropriation Bill on the 12th of December during the medium-term budget policy statement. We've listened as a committee to multiple submissions that come from the Parliamentary Budget Office and the FFC. While the committee is satisfied that this has complied with the law and supports the bill, honorable members, I want to note certain key aspects of this bill. The first is that there's already a 10.97 billion rand vote in appropriation for 2025 and a 14.4 billion rand more anticipated for the provincial equitable share. This is where this question of education then becomes central. The provincial equitable share includes 3.044 billion for provincial education compensation of employees and crucially 4.644 billion rands to accommodate population changes. These population changes deeply reflect how ultimately we need to increase funding towards State SA so that State SA is able to better predict the number of citizens that are moving from province to province. If we fail to ensure that the quality of the data that comes from State SA remains integrous, we will continuously be making adjustments, particularly to the provincial equitable share, which is due for review, and ensuring that ultimately, when we talk about funding for provinces, we do so consistently, accurately, with the best information available. So, House Chairperson, this bill today and the medium-term budget policy statement really, in looking at basic education, the improvement of ECD centers, must make it a reminder for each one of us as members of parliament that when we pass laws, i.e. Bella and many others, we must do so knowing that we must allocate funding towards that. The committee also notes the rollovers and declared unspent funds, which the FFC raised quite accurately in our public consultation. These are not technicalities. For every bit of unspent funding, and I hope Deputy Minister of Finance, we can really look at this particular question and hold departments accountable for unspent funds as we go into this next financial year. As we approach the February budget, Parliament must confront the harsh truth. The constrained fiscal environment is not our only problem. It is equally so how money is spent and how money must be accounted for. Those who loot public funds must truly be held accountable because ultimately every rand that is rand stolen away from education, from a child, from a teacher. We need to present a plan about how we can better and be more efficient in our spending, cutting wasteful expenditure, and just in the interest of what we need to do in the citizens that are feeling unsafe, we must make tough choices about whether we keep a cabinet the size that we are or we protect citizens. So in closing, I recommend that this bill be supported. I thank the committee for the hard work, and I hope that when we spend, we can ensure that the dreams and the ambitions of our people are supported. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Sekede.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans watching at home. Greetings to you all. House Chairperson, I rise in this August House to remind South Africans from all walks of life, especially those from poor and working class backgrounds, that this Adjustment Appropriation Bill placed them at the center of government interventions in a difficult economic conditions. This bill is geared towards ensuring that when climate-related disasters strike, when prices of food and basic services rise, and when jobs are scarce, the ANC-led government does not retreat. It reflects the ANC's unwavering commitment to a caring developmental state that places human dignity at the center of governance. Honorable members, the ANC stands behind this bill because it defends the social wage, particularly education, healthcare, social support, and basic services that sustains millions of poor and working class households. For illustrative purposes, an upwards adjustment of 2 billion to vote 16 of the Department of Basic Education for Early Childhood Development grant affirms the ANC's belief that every child, regardless of where they are born, deserves a fair start in life. The ANC holds a historic view that investing in ECD is not charity. Rather, it is nation building and a direct investment in the future of workforce of South Africa. This is one of the views that led and powered the struggle for liberation in South Africa. Moreover, an upward adjustment of 454 million to the Education Infrastructure Grant in vote 16 of Department of Basic Education to repair flood-damaged schools and social infrastructure, particularly in rural and township provinces like Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, ensures that children are not punished for climate-related disasters they did not cause. Quality public health care is often the only line of defense for poor and working class citizens, especially African women, children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. The upwards adjustment of 40 million to the health facility revitalization grant in vote 18 of the Department of Health for repairing clinics and hospitals damaged by climate-related floods is therefore essential. An amount of 754 million allocated to budget vote 18 of the Department of Health for the 2025-2026 financial year to address the shortfall resulting from the withdrawal of the international donor funding to the health sector, namely the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, ensures continuity of care for communities affected by HIV, AIDS, TB, and other chronic conditions. This bill makes it clear fiscal constraints must never override the dignity and health of our people, or put differently, the well-being and development of our poor and working class households cannot be traded off, even when public finances are under pressure. Fellow South Africans, the extension of the social relief distress grant to the 2026-2027 financial year, making the first time that an extension to the SRD grant has been announced in a medium-term budget policy statement, breaking the trend of keeping the status of the grant up in the air until the budget in the following year. Acknowledge the live reality of millions of South Africans. That is, unemployment is structural and historical, rooted in apartheid, inequality, and economic exclusion. For young people carrying the weight of unemployment, single mothers, and households with no income, the SRD grant is often the only buffer against hunger, poverty, crime, and social breakdown. While this is the case, it is imperative that I stress that the ANC rejects the shallow narrative that the SRD grant creates dependency. Poverty creates dependency. Exclusion creates dependency. However, the SRD grant creates breathing space and dignity for its beneficiaries. As the Freedom Charter reminds us, there shall be security and comfort for all. Honorable Chairperson, women, particularly African women, carry the heaviest burden of poverty in South Africa. They stretch small incomes, care for families, and hold communities together. This bill supports women by strengthening health services, child support system, and income relief through the SRD grant. By sustaining social protection, the ANC-led government prevents despair from turning into instability and keeps hope alive while economic recovery is pursued. Young people, particularly in rural areas and townships, face limited opportunities and rising frustrations. For many young people in rural areas, and townships, the biggest barrier to
Honorable Dalan, can you please mute your mic? Thank you. Sorry, Honorable Member.
to participation in the economy is lack of assets, especially land. A rollover of 647.5 million in budget for 42 of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development support finalization of restitution claims, acquisition of land for redistribution, and settlement support on restored land. This rollover creates opportunities for young people from claimant communities in KwaZulu-Natal to access land for small-scale farming, climate resilience, agriculture, agro-processing, and cooperatives, and to participate in communities trust and communal property associations linked to restitute land. This implies that for youth locked out of formal employment, land become alternative pathways into economic participation, not dependency. Honorable members, social policy is also crime prevention policy. When households have food, basic income, support, and access to services, communities are safer. The SRD grant, education access, land retribution funding, and healthcare funding contribute directly to social stability, particularly in areas affected by unemployment and inequality. This bill therefore supports not only welfare, but public safety and social cohesion. However, the ANC-led government does not govern by denial. The ANC acknowledges that social needs are rising faster than available resources. Frontline workers remain under pressure and social grant values still below what many poor and working class households require for survival. The ANC also recognized the need to strengthen capacity, especially in health and social services, so that allocated funds translated into actual care and lived improvements. Most importantly, the ANC beholds to the view that National Treasury's target and responsible savings program meant to cut down fraud and double dipping in the social grant system must be firm and ethical, but they must never exclude the deserving poor and working class citizens or punish people for administrative failures. This bill sends a strong message to poor and working class South Africans that they are not forgotten, they are not abandoned, and they remain at the center of democratic governments. In difficult times, the ANC-led government chooses care over indifferences, solidarity over exclusion, and hope over despair. For these reasons, the ANC supports the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. For more importantly, the ANC supports this bill because it is a protective intervention in a constrained moment aligned with the ANC manifesto commitment to dignity, equality, and social protection. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Kamete.
Beyond cold logic, a mandate for dignity and economic justice. Honorable Chairperson, members of the House and the people of South Africa, I greet you all in the wonderful name of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the government of this country in waiting, and the only organization that is the voice of the voiceless. First and foremost, let me extend my sincere congratulations to the matric class of 2025 for their exceptional performance. I'm particularly proud to acknowledge my daughter's remarkable achievements. In actual fact, my daughter has given me an early gift for my birthday that is coming on Saturday. We stand today at a critical juncture where the promise of a dignified life for all is being stifled by the cold logic of fiscal consolidation. While the Standing Committee on Appropriations reports progress in fiscal targets, projecting a deficit reduction to 2.7% by 2028-2029, we must interrogate the human cost of these balance sheets. The audacity of privilege, why Minister Mantashe's lazy narrative is a moral failure. It is a height of audacity to preach the virtues of hard work to the public while using his prerogative to bypass the very meritocracy he claims to uphold. By leveraging his position to install his son into high-ranking roles, he has undermined the public trust through a placement process that was demonstrably flawed. The following empirical evidence paints a far more sobering picture of our labor market. Youth unemployment. Nearly 60% of young people aged 15 to 25 are unemployed. On systemic exclusion, over 40% of young people classified as not in employment, education, or in training. Regional devastation. While the national unemployment rate sits at a staggering 31.9%, provinces like Eastern Cape face a catastrophic 41.2%. Our people are not seeking handouts. They are seeking entry into an economy that remains barricaded against them. To blame the victim for the state's inability to foster an inclusive microfiscal environment is a rejection of reality. Our economy is not failing because of a lack of will among the populace, but because of a failure to absorb new entrants into a stagnant market. The human cost of austerity, the current budget trajectory reflects a policy of blunt austerity that disproportionately burdens vulnerable, particularly Black women. While the state prioritizes debt stabilization, the Parliamentary Budget Office warns that poverty levels will likely stagnate at 42.4% through 2028. This is a far cry from the National Development Plan's target of 0%. We must address the specific moral failures inherent in this framework. Erosion of infrastructure. A 300 million reduction to school infrastructure backlog grant ensures that pit latrines and unsafe classrooms remain a permanent shameful feature of our educational landscape. Diminishing social safety. The failure to adjust the social relief of distress SRD grants for inflation is a direct assault to those living below the poverty line. The risk of double contraction. By lowering the inflation targets to 3% during a downturn, the government risks suppressing nominal GDP and tax revenue, creating a self-defeating cycle of further social spending cuts. A mandate for radical reinvestment. Managing a decline is not the same as achieving success. We demand a fundamental departure from the status quo, one that utilizes the power of the state to drive transformation. We propose ending austerity, implementing a targeted wealth tax to fund the expansion of essential public services. Scaling employment, rather than reducing public employment programs, we must expand them to act as a bridge for excluded youth. Prioritizing rights over ratios, transitioning to a rights-realizing budget that treats healthcare and education as constitutional imperative rather than discretionary line item. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, let it not be said that this House chose fiscal caution over human dignity. We reject means of the lazy South African and cold logic of consolidation. We call for a budget that responds not to the anxiety of the market, but to the urgent needs of our people. Economic justice must be the metric by which we measure our success. The report is noted, but the trajectory of this nation must change, and it must change now. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Weglin.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans. Significant strides have been made since May 2024, yielding some improvement in government operation, particularly in our budgeting and expenditure practices. The medium-term budget policy statement, the MTBBS, and the adjustment appropriation bill are not just figures on a paper. They confirm the GNU's commitment to transparent, responsible fiscal management that serves every citizen. Going forward, a great deal of energy and effort must be spent on the implementation of the targeted and responsible savings, the TARS program. Parliament requires clarity on what budgetary cuts are being made and the reasons behind them. We also need insights into the efficiency and effectiveness plans that will reform these departments. However, the true asset test of success is economic growth. We must prioritize sustainable growth that fosters job creation and alleviates poverty, as debt stabilization alone will not lift the country out of its poverty. Our current forecast growth of 1.8% this year will not fix our unemployment and poverty problems. We require investments that stimulate job creation and address inequality through growth. The DA welcomes the disciplined 3.6% average growth in government expenditure, with much greater focus on growth-enhancing infrastructure development. Nevertheless, infrastructure development requires consistent oversight, accountability, and commitment to delivering value, particularly through effective project management. We demand ruthless reforms to improve the performance and efficiency of the public sector, decisive accountability, and immediate measurable improvements across all departments in government. Those that do not want to pull their weight must go. Initiatives like the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager and the new Transport Economic Regulator are welcome examples of the state facilitating private investments. However, whilst progress is visible through public-private partnership, we must remain vigilant against wasteful practices and irregular expenditure. We are faced with staggering challenges across 8 provinces, with many municipalities and metros that are in ICU. Urgent interventions are necessary to restore core services and rebuild trust in local leadership. Johannesburg loses nearly half of its water before it reaches its household, while Hammanskraal's water system are on the brink of collapse. However, incoming mayors Helen Zille and Celia Brink will tackle these failures head-on and will deal with the corrupt water tanker mafias that exploit our communities. On electricity, the rampant non-payment and theft of services must stop. The DA has a plan, and yes, the DA can. Citizens are entitled to these services, and it's our duty to ensure their demands are met with urgency and accountability. Further to that, fiscal discipline and faster structural reforms will uplift living standards and generate meaningful employment. South Africa must be open for business with the East as well as the West, as well with the countries in the middle, if they respect our Constitution and our people. 8.7 billion rand remains unspent. This is unacceptable. Every rand must go to essential services. The Education Labour Relations Council drive to eliminate ghost teachers is a great start. This should expand across all government departments and entities. We must reform CETAs, assess their relevance, and ensure skills investment translate into jobs by the private sector. We cannot afford to put 24 billion rand into entities that don't deliver. Lastly, Chair, over the weekend, the Secretary General of the ANC said that the ANC wants to nationalize the Reserve Bank and expropriate without compensation. South Africa's future should not be compromised by reckless political utterances that jeopardize the financial stabilities of this country. The independence of the central bank and the sanctity of property rights are most vital in maintaining market confidence, controlling inflation, and enabling households to access credit and build their wealth. Any attempt at expropriation without compensation or a hostile takeover of the Reserve Bank would significantly undermine credibility, provoking market responses that we cannot afford. International rating agencies closely monitoring our policy decisions, a downgrade would increase borrowing costs, hampering critical infrastructure, health, and education investments, essentially for job creation. Foreign direct investment showed a net inflow of total 11.7 billion in the first quarter of 2025. This illustrates the importance of policy certainty in attracting investments. Our debt to GDP ratio sits around 78%, and it shows a downward trajectory. Expropriation without compensation and nationalization of the Reserve Bank would destroy all the gains made under this GNU in an instant. Political instability creates an environment of increased capital cost, currency volatility, and investor flight. The DA remains committed to protecting our institutional frameworks, upholding credible monetary governance, and pursuing reforms that address energy challenges, unlock investments, and expand opportunities, all while preserving the integrity that sustains millions of South Africans. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The DA stands in support of the MTBBS and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will now recognize Honourable Moutwe.
Chair, the EFF stand firmly with the people of Venezuela who are under sustained attack by the second Hitler, the racist and warmongering Donald Trump, and the imperialist United States of America. What is unfolding against Venezuela is not diplomacy. It is economic warfare, political sabotage, and an attempt to reverse the sovereign will of a people who have chosen an independent path. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the deliberate undermining of Venezuela's sovereignty. We reject the blatant acts of imperialism against and criminality directed at that nation. We call on the people of Venezuela to continue standing tall against imperial domination and to refuse to surrender their commitment to true human development, socialism, and freedom from foreign control and coercion. The people of Cuba must also remain strong and resolute. They must not be intimidated by decades of illegal blockades, sanctions, and political harassment. The people of Brazil and Colombia must not sell out their souls of their nations to satanic warmongers and imperial agents. History will judge harshly those who betray their people for proximity to empire. This moment demands courage. This is a time for BRICS nations to move with agency, to reconfigure, consolidate, and accelerate reforms and programs that strengthen political independence and economic sovereignty. This is not a time for hesitation or appeasement. This is a time for BRICS to move decisively and finalize trade and payment systems that are not dependent on the United States dollar for international trade. Continued reliance on the dollar exposes developing economies to manipulation, sanctions, and financial blackmail. True multipolarity requires alternative systems that are controlled by the global South itself. It is for these reasons that the MTBPS tabled by the Minister of Finance is not only irrelevant, but also misplaced and incoherent. It says nothing meaningful about global geopolitical developments. It says nothing about an economy that has failed to grow by more than 1% for over a decade. It offers no serious reflection on South Africa's place in a rapidly changing global order. In fact, we must be deeply worried about the conduct of the minister if National Treasury continues to play an active role as a neo-colonial instrument whose function in post-apartheid South Africa is to please the IMF, the World Bank, and former colonial powers. Then South Africa will never play a meaningful role or progressive role within the BRICS or the broader South, global South. Honourable members, the MTBPS completely ignores the lived economic crisis facing our people. The poor and the working class are struggling daily to make ends meet. This crisis is not abstract. It is experienced in households, in communities, and in the daily survival strategies of millions of South Africans. 10 years ago, the price of loaf of bread was just 10 rands. Today, it's sitting nearly 20 rands. This is not a marginal increase. It's a doubling of a basic necessity in a country where wages have stagnated and unemployment has deepened. 10 years ago, Chair, the price of electricity was just over 1 rand. Today is sitting at approximately 2.53 rand. This is why our people, when they buy electricity for 500 rands, it barely lasts a few days. The cost of transport, of education, and housing have all increased dramatically over the past decade. As a result, millions of our people who were previously surviving on the margins have now been pushed deeper into poverty. The MTBPS is silent on this reality. Even the misguided, inaccurate, and misleading projection of economic growth of 1.2% means absolutely nothing to our people. Growth without jobs, without redistribution, and without structural change is meaningless. We're facing a deep crisis of joblessness in this country. There are people who want to work. They are willing and capable and ready to work, yet they cannot find employment because this economy only operates efficiently when Black people are unemployed, rendered desperate, disposable, and easy to exploit. The minister tabled the MTBPS and does not even meaningfully address the unemployment crisis. He offers no plan for job creation. When this issue is raised, it is treated as a joke. It is treated with the same arrogance displayed by Minister Gwenamantashe, who also happens to be the chairperson of the ANC, and who has previously suggested that young people are unemployed because they are lazy and unwilling to look for work. What has been presented here is nothing more than a set of assurances to the private sector, particularly the banks. It reassures them that they can continue making billions in profits. It reassures them that executives, the majority of whom are white men who benefited directly from apartheid laws, can continue paying themselves obscene salaries while crying foul about Black economic empowerment. Chair, it also assures that privatization of state-owned entities will continue. Even where outright sale is not pursued, the state is opening space for private profiteering in electricity, in ports, in harbors, in logistics, and telecommunication. The message is very clear from the National Treasury that private capital must benefit even if the people suffer. The rest of society will continue to enjoy the consequences of economic crisis. Workers will pay more. Communities will receive less, inequality will deepen. As the EFF, we reject the new 3% inflation targeting framework. We're not surprised that when this policy shift was prematurely announced by the governor of the Reserve Bank, the minister objected. However, he later surrendered to pressure from Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, the IMF, and domestic banking interests. What we are witnessing is the consolidation of policies that undermine South Africa's sovereignty. This is precisely why the EFF continues to fight for state ownership of the Reserve Bank and for a fundamental change in its mandate. The Reserve Bank must prioritize full employment and development, not only price stability and currency appeasement. We reject the claim by the National Treasury that this policy shift will have only short-term negative consequences. The reality is that borrowing costs will increase further. This will hit hardest those who are already heavily indebted. It will deepen household distress and slow productive investment. We reject this policy change on its merit. We also reject the complete failure to consult Parliament and society. We reject the so-called fiscal anchor, which is nothing more than austerity dressed up in new language.
Thank you,
We reject the
Honourable
continued
Member.
privatization of strategic state services.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Not facilitate profit extraction.
Thank you.
Private capital.
The Honourable Adebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. South Africa finds itself at a critical juncture. Economic growth remains weak, unemployment, especially among the youth, is dangerously high, and millions of households are struggling with the rising cost of living. Against this backdrop, the medium-term budget policy statement must do more than restate fiscal targets. It must show how these translate into economic recovery, improved service delivery, and restored public confidence. The IFP notes the government's continued commitment to fiscal consolidation and debt stabilization. We agree that uncontrolled borrowing would undermine future development. However, fiscal discipline cannot come at the expense of frontline services such as health, education, policing, and local government, where communities experience the state most directly. Honorable members, while the medium-term budget policy statement again identifies key structural constraints to growth, energy insecurity, logistics failures, and policy uncertainty, implementation continues to lag. South Africans are not short of plans, they are short of results. We are particularly concerned about the pressure placed on provinces and municipalities, many of which are already failing to meet their constitutional obligations. Rural municipalities, including many in KwaZulu-Natal, face collapsing infrastructure, weak revenue collection, and governance failures. Without meaningful reform and capacity support, fiscal consolidation at the national level will continue to translate into service delivery crisis at the local level. The medium-term budget policy statement outlines the government's move towards a lower inflation target of 3%. While we understand the long-term objective, this shift must be carefully managed to avoid placing additional short-term pressure on households, small businesses, and employment. Strong coordination between fiscal and monetary policy will be essential to protect the poor. Turning to the adjustment appropriation bill, House Chairperson, we recognize that budget adjustments are sometimes unavoidable. However, repeated and substantial adjustments raise concerns about planning, budget credibility, and state capacity. Too often, these adjustments result from poor project planning, infrastructure underspending, and weak procurement systems rather than genuine emergencies. We are especially concerned about the recurring need for disaster relief and municipal support. While affected communities must be assisted, reactive spending cannot replace proactive investment in resilient infrastructure and capable local government. Both the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment budget highlight a central truth: South Africa's fiscal crisis is inseparable from its governance crisis. No fiscal framework will succeed without capable institutions, ethical leadership, and accountability for maladministration and corruption. In conclusion, the IFP supports efforts to stabilize public finances and protect the vulnerable, but insists that fiscal consolidation must go hand in hand with economic reform, improved service delivery, and stronger accountability. We will continue to engage constructively in the legislative process, guided by the interests of all South Africans, particularly those in rural and marginalized communities. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. When we look at this adjustments appropriation bill, as a normal South African and not as an economics lecturer, it is easy to get lost in billions and percentages. But for the mother in Danun and the father in Mossel Bay, this budget is about one thing: dignity. We saw the smoke rise over Danun and the heartbreak of the fires in Mossel Bay. And we celebrate the quick and heroic response of the GNU in the disaster locally. We do, however, note with concern that in this bill, the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant is being cut by 197 million. Scripture says the poor will always be amongst us. Therefore, as the GNU, we must never think that there is extra money that we can take away from upgrading settlements, whilst communities like Danun and others has to rise from the ashes literally. We are facing a crisis of conscience. While thousands wait for a home, millions of rands in housing funds are being sent back to the National Treasury because they weren't spent on time. And it gets worse. Whilst they take money away from permanent housing, they are arresting you in your own backyard. In areas across the country, people are receiving notices to tear down their Wendy houses because they don't have approved building plans. Let's be practical. If you are living in a Wendy house, it's not because you want to, it's because you have no other choice. Look at George, for example. In areas like Pakkelsdorp and Blanco, they made it better for the rich and more difficult for the poor. Where if you use a Wendy house for tools, you don't need a building plan. But if a human being is living in that same Wendy house, because provincial government sent the money back that was meant to build them a home, the official starts a process that ultimately results in you being moved or your Wendy house being broken down. How can we justify removing people from their only shelter when this very bill shows that 1.6 billion is being shifted in the land reform and rural development budget alone? We have the money to change our people's lives. We're also very excited to see 558 million shifted into visible policing to ensure safe streets in Menenberg, Rego Park, Eldorado Park, and other communities. Out of a 2.9 billion adjustment for home affairs, nearly half, 1.3 billion, is being used for administration only. Meanwhile, the very division responsible for securing our borders and illegal immigration is being left with a mere 42 million rand. We must stop treating the national outcry of Abahambe as an afterthought. use this money to lock our borders, stop the flow of undocumented individuals, and ensure that every cent of the South African budget is spent on South African people first. A budget is not just a legal document, it is also a moral document. It is a clear indicator of whom we as a country has chosen as our master, God or Mammon. PA supports, AO salute.
The Honorable Wessels.
Honorable House Chairperson, this empty BPS is a glimmer of hope whilst and in the midst of a fiscal crisis where government debt has become very, very high and the debt servicing cost has become unsustainable. That whilst economic growth is insufficient, unemployment is extremely high and poverty is ever increasing. People are suffering and people can't afford to pay taxes and not receive service delivery, and also whilst there's no investment in infrastructure. But whilst this budget statement is a glimmer of hope and there is a movement in a positive direction, we should not be ignorant to think that the crisis is over, that the higher than expected revenue will be a continued trend, and that we can't keep up with the reality or don't take the reality into account that the crisis is still there in the lives of ordinary South Africans who face water scarcity, housing scarcity, unemployment, and face these problems every day. The needs are still much more than the means. But with correct infrastructure investment, we can have economic growth, and with economic growth, we can have sustained higher revenue to fund those needs. We need to not only talk about structural reforms, but implement them. We need to once and for all deal with failed state-owned entities such as Denel. Whilst Denel remains a significant risk to our government finances, we should be cognizant of the fact that Denel is not salvageable. It is not functioning. There's nothing left at Denel. And if we don't face that reality, we are going to face more significant exposure to that debt, and we are going to spend government money, taxpayers' money, on a lost case. We need to address that state-owned entity, and the same with the Road Accident Fund. We also need to stay vigilant with regards to corruption and how this money in this adjustment appropriation bill is spent. There's more money, there's a higher revenue, there's higher collection, and now we can fund certain infrastructure projects and certain needs that's in the budget and was cut because of the adjustments to the budget 2.0 at the beginning of last year. But if government departments and government officials do not spend that money wisely, and as if they are doing it in the service of the public out there, we are not going to move in the correct direction. They are public servants. The executive is there to serve the public. Money is not theirs, and each cent must be safeguarded, protected, and spent on what can give something back to the people out there and invest in our infrastructure and in our future. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Trollip.
Action SA is committed to be a critical yet constructive opposition, and we've shown this through how we've voted on budgets and the empty BPS. We've consistently argued before Parliament that the medium-term budget policy statement is where government must prove where it is serious about its stated plans and priorities. It's not enough to talk about reform, growth, or stability. The MTBPS must show in hard numbers how spending is being shifted to support those goals. When it fails to do so, it exposes a gap between what government says and what it's prepared to fund. We heard this morning about the underfunding of the Office of the Chief Justice and our criminal justice system and its broken infrastructure. The GNU promised a new era of reform and priorities and decisive government, yet the MTBPS largely preserves the same spending framework that existed before the GNU was formed. The consequence of this, as Action SA has warned, is that keeping old budget baselines while announcing new ambitions simply entrenches the inertia the GNU claims it was created to avoid. The GNU partners of the failed and rejected ANC said that they'd save us from a coalition of doom. After a year and a half in government, I challenge them to provide one shred of evidence that the GNU is not itself a coalition of doom. Reform requires political choices, not lip service. If this government is serious about changing the trajectory of this country, it must be willing to move money away from failed programs and towards those that deliver. A medium-term budget policy statement that does not do this is no different from repeating the same approach year after year, expecting different outcomes, which is what Einstein defined as madness. Unemployment is the most pressing national disaster or crisis for which the GNU has presented no funded plan. And as Action SA has long pointed out, employment growth depends on targeted investment in skills, small business support, and a functioning labor market. The MTBPS, however, largely maintains outdated spending patterns that do not speak to an economy in crisis. Without a shift in how money is allocated, job creation remains a slogan rather than a program. For example, the VAT threshold is still R1 million, despite all the inflation we've had over the last decade. Keeping it there without moving it up is hobbling and constraining small business development. But I understand that maybe the GNU doesn't understand that because the Minister of Small Business has never ever run a business. She doesn't understand what it means to have a VAT threshold of R1 million when small businesses can easily earn double that. Most importantly, if South Africa is to be fixed, it'll have to be fixed through functional municipalities. It is at local government where water flows, refuse is collected, electricity is working or not, and where communities see government working or collapsing. Yet from his first State of the Nation address in 2018 through to his remarks this past weekend, the President repeatedly promised a turnaround in local government without ever backing those commitments with the scale of reform or funding required to make them real. We saw this happen in Joburg just before the G20, and the thin veneer tarnished as soon as the G20 was over. But I want to say today that local government will not reform as long as there are MECs like ANC MEC Duma in KZN who instructed his officials and his department to pay 10 million rand for Christmas bonuses for ANC cadres. As long as that happens, local government will continue to fail and we'll have more of the same. But the one thing that won't be the same is the outcome of the local government elections ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, I dedicate this speech to the thousands of Iranian protesters who were killed by a despotic Iranian government, and in particular to a 26-year-old protester, Erfan Soltani, who is due to be executed tomorrow after a very flawed and laughable process with no appeal. And yet there is nothing said in this House about this travesty of justice. At the very least, the Iranian embassy and ambassador should be called in, and a call should be made to stop these unjudicial executions which are continuing to take place. Now, as far as the MTBS is concerned, the ACDP reiterates our stance that the country is at a crossroads, and how we deal with our major trade partners, including the US and the EU, will determine how fast we can grow the economy, and how we deal with the adversaries of major trade partners will also be crucial. But we note, however, Honourable Minister, that there are a number of green shoots as we enter 2026, with high commodity prices and with the stock exchange going through record levels, 120,000 yesterday, reliable electricity, relatively stable public finances and lower interest rates. Fiscal consolidation is starting to bear fruit, with a primary budget surplus set to increase. And yes, debt is set to stabilize, but it is still at alarming high levels. And we as the ACDP have consistently expressed concerns about that and escalating debt service costs, which are starting to come down slightly. These are positive elements, and we need to consider the critical areas for economic growth, such as focusing attention on improved logistics through rail and port concessioning. Progress is being made in that regard, Chairperson. Fixing local government service delivery is critical. And lastly, strengthening the criminal justice sector. This is crucial for investment. This is crucial for business confidence. And one of the biggest challenges, Honourable Minister, you know this yourself, is the lack of sufficient gross fixed capital private investment. Private sector capital investment has slowed significantly. Businesses are still sitting on 1.8 trillion rand of accumulated cash reserves. If this is unlocked and invested in the economy, we can have far speedier economic growth for job creation that is so necessary. The ACDP believes that there are these glimmers of green shoots, and therefore we will support the medium-term budget policy.
Thank you, Honourable Swart.
Thank you.
The Honourable Kwankwa.
We agree with the ACDP on one score that indeed South Africa is at a crossroads. We're a nation rich in talent, resources, and resilience, yet trapped in high unemployment, weak household incomes, and persistent low growth. This crisis weighs most heavily on the young or the youth. Youth unemployment stands at 45% on the official definition and close to 60% on the expanded definition, locking millions of young South Africans out of opportunity before they even begin. At the same time, South Africa remains one of the most unequal societies in the world, with a Gini coefficient of about 0.63. This is not an abstract number. It's lived in every day in townships, in villages, in informal settlements. Despite years of promises, our growth rate remains very low and far below that which is projected by the IMF, especially for developing economies. Once upon a time, post-Nsomi, we were told that investment conferences would solve unemployment. Jobs would flow, factories would rise, and hope would return. Instead, we got glossy events, recycled pledges, and excellent PR. These conferences did not fail, they never worked. Yes, Operation Vulindlela is addressing some constraints, Minister. And like the late Brenda Fassie's popular song, Vulindlela Mamkobozi, it sounds good and lifts the spirit. But let us be honest, many of the problems we are fixing were not accidents. They were broken deliberately to enable looting, which brings us to one of the great miracles of our time. We are told that load shedding would take decades to fix, yet it became disappearing almost immediately after the ANC lost its absolute majority. Suddenly, what was complex became manageable, and what was impossible became urgent. It seems accountability is the most reliable energy source we have discovered. Honorable members, the South African Reserve Bank decided to lower its inflation target recently without at first following due political process by making statements when in fact their independence is constrained. Although it's enshrined in the Constitution, they have instrument independence and not goal independence, and they seemed to confuse the two. But let's talk about monetary policy. We must remember that monetary policy is not neutral. It must support economic growth and employment and broader socio-economic objectives as required by our Constitution. This is not radical. The United States does it. Major economies across Europe and Asia do it. Yet in South Africa, monetary policy at times is conducted with little regard for our harsh social realities. The last time they played part was during COVID. This concern was also
Thank you, Honorable
reinforced.
Bongpa.
The 3 minutes in the man. Oh, I must sell.
Honorable Zibi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. First, I would like to congratulate the class of 2025. This House has a responsibility to them and millions of young people to ensure that we have an economy that works and that is able to absorb job seekers at all skills levels. And we ensure that the economy is fertile ground for young entrepreneurs. Rise Mzansi supports the adjustment appropriation bill for the small but important progress made in this budgeting cycle in stabilizing national finances and laying the right foundation for the reduction of runaway debt, towards which we pay over 400 billion each year. In a few weeks, House Chair, the Finance Minister will deliver the 2026 budget speech under very difficult conditions, which have an effect on our own fiscus and may result in a revision in the medium-term forecast. It is also in this context that South Africa's 3-year transparent budgeting cycle is important in assisting government, business owners and other stakeholders to plan for what is to come. With that said, we need to be more nimble given the ever more frequent global shocks, which have an immediate and direct impact on our fiscus and the pockets of our people, not just here, but also our trading partners on the continent, as well as China and the European Union. These shocks mean that this House needs to be prepared to meet extraordinarily and quickly in order to respond and insulate the country and the people of South Africa from a White House that makes impulsive decisions on global trade and regional stability. When the 2026 budget is tabled and debated, it must answer the question of how we reimagine the social wage and how we use it so that it's more beneficial, for particularly in the areas of skills development and education. Because the global economy is changing, the type of skills needed are changing, and we need to adjust ourselves accordingly so that we begin to solve the problem of unemployment. Second last, we need to have a serious look into the composition of expenditure. A still too little budget.
Honorable Sekoate, on the virtual platform, you are not only disturbing the House, but you're disturbing the member on the virtual platform who's speaking. My apologies, Honorable Zibi. Honorable Sekoate, please remain muted. Honorable Zibi, are you still with us? Honorable Zibi, you have been muted, possibly IT muted everyone on the virtual platform.
All right. We need to have a serious look into the composition of expenditure, as too little of the budget goes back into the economy. The budget currently pays for our debt and the social wage in the main. We must chart a fiscal path that goes towards reducing our debt burden so that money goes back to economic activity and not those we owe money to. Finally, we need to engage more robustly with the policy instruments at our disposal to make sure that the 1.4 trillion rand in cash that is sitting in banking and other institutions across the land is reinvested back into the economy, and that is done quickly so that we can begin to accelerate the development of core economic infrastructure in order to aid economic growth and job creation. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Klaase Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. The Adjustments Appropriation Bill, which is before us, is not merely a technical exercise, it's a mirror. And it's a mirror that reflects the true priorities of government that are revealed not only through rhetoric, but through where additional money is actually directed, which is ultimately what politics is about. As Parliament, our responsibility is to interrogate whether these adjustments respond to the lived realities of South Africans or whether they entrench patterns of inefficiency and misaligned spending. As Build One South Africa, we support this bill, Specifically, we want to welcome the additional 2 billion rand that has been allocated to the Early Childhood Development Grant. And we want to state that this is money well spent, because international and local evidence is clear that investing in early in children delivers the highest long-term returns for society. It will also enable a system that assists learners to pass at more than 30% as a minimum pass mark. We also want to note the 2 billion rand urban development financing grant. And that is because urban infrastructure matters. But we caution that we need to, as we approach local government elections, ensure that this funding is accompanied by strict oversight to prevent abuse and politicization. The 14.3 billion that is allocated to provinces is substantial, including funding for education and health compensation, and it is essential for the delivery of goods and service. These allocations are necessary, but we have to ensure that execution is of the right quality and execution leads to delivery. And this is where we need to raise these red flags. We see over 4.4 billion in unspent transport grant funds while roads deteriorate across the country. We see 3.3 billion delayed in water and sanitation projects, and this includes the Mkomazi water projects. And these aren't just accounting issues, they are delivery failures. Our position as Build One South Africa is consistent and it's clear, and that waste must be cut before essential services are compromised. South Africans spend approximately 2 billion a year on VIP protection, on excessive political perks, duplicated departments, and bloated administration. And you can't have that coexisting with failing schools, with understaffed clinics, with unsafe communities, with communities that don't have water. We believe that real savings are possible through consolidating departments, through reviewing deputy minister positions, rationalizing seaters, and critically assessing the mandates of over 700 state-owned entities. Those savings should be redirected to where they matter most, and that is with teachers, with nurses, with police officers, and infrastructure. This bill gives Parliament an opportunity to affirm a simple principle, which is that public money must serve public good. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. The ATM recognizes the government's stated intentions of fiscal discipline, debt stabilization, and redirecting spending towards infrastructure, education, health, and social protection. Yet commitments on paper must translate into real improvements in the lives of ordinary South Africans. The ATM stands firmly for a budget that is pro-poor, pro-working class, and pro-job creation, and will approach these adjustments with that lens. The ATM believes social grants must not be eroded. Rather, they should be structured to give families a real dignified life. Free basic services must be protected, expanded, especially for water, electricity, refuse removal, and sanitation, services that poor households depend on daily. Many working families spend disproportionate share of their income on the basics. If the adjustments bill allocates less to the social wage, then it is not pro-poor. We must ensure that budgets stimulate local job creation, SMME participation, especially in towns and rural areas where unemployment is highest. Infrastructure spending includes public transport, small business markets, and community-scale projects that employ local labor. Critical projects for health, education, and municipal services reach communities directly and create sustainable jobs. We live in a world where global geopolitical tensions directly affect our security. The US has threatened military action in various states and invaded some. South Africa, as a nation with complex bilateral relations with the US, must strengthen its defense capabilities and safeguard its sovereignty. We believe that budget allocations must include meaningful contributions towards defense, internal security, ensuring our borders, critical infrastructure, and citizens are protected. We'll support these adjustments if these provided a sizable and strategic increase to defense spending while still prioritizing the social and economic welfare of the people. Chair, will examine the adjustments appropriation bill on its merits and support those components that prioritize social protection and basic services for the poor, stimulate job creation inclusive of economic growth, protect the working class and vulnerable from undue fiscal burdens, strengthen infrastructure that benefits citizens directly, enhance transparency, accountability, and public oversight, and most importantly, contribute meaningfully to defense and national security in the face of global geopolitical threats. South Africa's budget must be a tool for redistribution, opportunity, dignity, and national security, not simply a numbers
Thank
on
you,
a
Honorable
spreadsheet.
Zungula. The next speaker is the Honorable Kaleka Mazibuku.
Honorable House Chair, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill is not about abstract adjustment to the budget. It is about jobs, livelihoods, and dignity for our vulnerable people, especially young people who wake up every day without work, income, and certainty about the future. Honorable members, public infrastructure is the backbone of any economy. When roads collapse, water systems fail, and when schools and clinics are damaged by climate change-related floods, it is not elite who suffer first, but the working class, the rural poor, and township communities. That is why the ANC stands behind this bill. This bill allocates billions of rands to the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant in Budget Vote 3 of the Department of Corporate Governance, the Education Infrastructure Grant in Budget Vote 16 of the Department of Basic Education, the Health Facility Revitalization Grant in Budget Vote 18 of the Department of Health, and the Provisional Roads Maintenance Grant in Budget Vote 40 of the Department of Transport for repairing, rebuilding, and maintaining public infrastructure, particularly after climate-related disasters. This is not wasteful spending. This is economic protection and job creation. Every public road repaired creates work. Every public school and clinic rebuilt creates income. Every water project restored creates opportunity. For young people in rural and township areas who carry the weight of unemployment, these government-funded labor-intensive economic infrastructure projects are often the only entry point into the world of work. These projects may not make news headlines, but they put food on the table and provide young people with immediate income, work experience, and skills that open doors to further greener pastures. Going further, disaster recovery allocations in this bill running into several billions of rands across national and provincial budgets are not only critical for young employment, but also for community empowerment and enterprise development. For the sake of clarity and brevity, when climate-related shocks strike, rebuilding and repairing of public infrastructure must happen quickly to prevent disruptions in service delivery. This bill, therefore, ensures that disaster recovery allocations circulate in affected communities and support small enterprises that face barriers to entry into the mainstream economy. This is how this bill rebuilds not just public infrastructure, but local economies. The ANC, Honorable Chair, is clear that maintenance of public infrastructure matters. In short, it is much cheaper to maintain public infrastructure than to rebuild after collapse. And more importantly, maintenance creates stable, ongoing jobs, not once-off work. By allocating 2 billion to the Urban Development Financing Grant in Budget Vote 8 of National Treasury to assist metropolitan municipalities to expand and maintain public municipal distribution infrastructure for 3 trading services, this bill supports sustainable employment, especially for young people with limited access to formal jobs. Fellow South Africans, the ANC wants to be honest with you. The ANC admits that infrastructure spending has not always delivered what it should, and poor households and vulnerable communities dependent on public infrastructure are right to be frustrated. Delays, underspending, and weak project management have cost communities services and young people jobs. Put differently, in many key economic infrastructure projects, delays in planning, procurement challenges, contractor failures, and climate-related disruptions have resulted in rollovers of funds, largely due to lower than projected spending on social assistance grants and other transfer in budget vote 19 of the Department of Social Development, reduction in accumulated unspent grant funds for SANRAL, non-toll road network in budget vote 40 of the Department of Transport, and delays in the raw water component of the Umkomazi water project in budget vote 41 of the Department of Water and Sanitation. However, I must clarify this. A rollover does not mean money has disappeared. It means projects were not completed on time and spending had to be shifted to the next financial year so that work can continue rather than being abandoned. Similarly, declared unspent funds do not automatically mean waste, theft, or indifference. They arise due to project delays, timing mismatches, disaster disruptions, and capacity constraints. Nevertheless, every delay project means job postponed.
Honorable member, just take your seat for a moment. There's a hand on the virtual platform. I don't know which member it is. It's the Honorable
Thank you, House Chair.
Matthys.
I've had my hand, yes, it is. Thank you, House Chair. Happy 2026. I've had my hand up for quite a while. We probably need a better system in place that the speaker doesn't go on and on. I'm on a point of order on whether the speaker will take a question on why the ANC has not maintained
No, Honorable
infrastructure since
Matthys.
they are sick. Can they
Honorable
answer the
Matthys,
question? Because she's been...
Honorable Matthys,
Hmm?
just pause there.
Yes,
You know
Chair?
that we first
Oh,
inquire
okay.
from the speaker whether she's prepared to answer a question. Honorable
Okay, I thought she
Kaleka
might want to
Mazibuko,
know what it is. Mm.
are you prepared to take a question?
Honorable Chair, we shall not be deterred. I am not going to take a question.
Thank you, Honorable Matthys. Thank you for that intervention, but she's not prepared to take the question. Thank you.
No, of course she won't, because they don't know why they haven't
Honorable
maintained
Matthys, now it's
infrastructure.
the end of the intervention. Thank you. Honorable member at the podium, please continue.
Honorable Chair, nevertheless, every delayed project means jobs postponed, unemployed youth waiting longer for work, and communities waiting longer for basic services. Added to this, every rand that remains unspent represents a job delayed, a basic service postponed, and a community left waiting. That is why this bill is important, as it allows the ANC-led government to either roll over funding for projects that must be completed or redirect declared unspent funds to urgent needs where communities cannot wait any longer. At the same time, the ANC is clear that rollovers cannot become a habit. They must be accompanied by better planning, faster procurement, stronger project management, and real accountability. Further, the solution to declared unspent funds. I take my seat, Honorable Chair. The ANC supports this bill because it intervenes, it builds, employs, and corrects service delivery weaknesses instead of walking away from them. This bill is also aligned with the ANC manifesto commitment to creating jobs through infrastructure, the NDP call for labor absorbing growth, and the MTDP's priority of youth employment and economic inclusion. Although, of course, this bill is not the final answer to unemployment. It is a necessary intervention to keep projects alive, workers employed, and communities hopeful. The ANC will not abandon poor households and vulnerable communities. It will use the government it leads to fix what is broken, complete what was delayed, and turn public investment into work and dignity. We are for the people. We are the movement of the people. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Ismail Musa.
Honorable House Chairperson, fellow beloved, noble, fellow family South Africans,
The people must govern, and this principle applies to all centers of power, including the South African Reserve Bank. While economic power remains concentrated, ordinary South Africans continue to suffer under rising inflation, yet the Reserve Bank has done little to ease the burden on the poor and the working class. Democratic oversight of economic institutions is not reckless. It is a constitutional imperative. What was truly reckless was apartheid, an economic system that deliberately impoverished the majority of our people. Yet we hear far less outreach about that legacy than about efforts to transform our economy today. Al-Jamaa maintains that economic policy must serve the people, not markets alone. Transformation, accountability, and people-centered economic initiatives are necessary if we are serious about justice, equality, and meaningful democracy.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Ismail Musa.
Jules.
Order, honorable Ismail Musa. Please just hold on for a moment.
Thank you.
The levels, I want to say, of discourse, I won't call it noise for now, is just too high. Please take it down a notch, honorable members. Honorable Ismail Musa, please continue.
Thank you. I highly appreciate it. It was a bit disturbing. Private individuals cannot own our crown jewels, which is the Reserve Bank. The Adjustments Appropriation Bill before this House must be more than a technical recalibration of numbers. It must be a moral correction to a budget framework that continues to burden the poor while protecting excess, inefficiency, and corruption. Al-Jamaa approaches the 2025 medium-term budget policy statement from the standpoint that public money is a trust given by vulnerable people of South Africa. Every rand adjusted today must be used to restore dignity, create justice, and most of all, protect life. However, I can't say the same for the embarrassing superpower US and Zionists that have no regard for the right to life as priority. Al-Jamaa acknowledge the fiscal pressures facing the state. Al-Jamaa support the adjustments that strengthen frontline services, education, water infrastructure, and disaster relief. We need to ensure we operate at optimum levels for these services. Al-Jamaa also strongly opposes any adjustments that rewards waste, bail out corruption, or protect failed entities without consequence. All funding should be allocated with strict accountability, consequence management, and transparent reporting to Parliament. Al-Jamaa further calls for increased allocations towards food security, support for small and informal businesses, and community-based safety initiatives. These stabilizers are what our society requires. South Africa must budget with conscience, locally and globally. While we adjust our books at home, we must remain a voice for justice, resisting economic systems that enrich a few whilst millions suffer, both within our borders and beyond. Let us not be like the superpower.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time has now expired. Is the NCC participating in this debate? If not, the PAC.
House Chairperson, we acknowledge the Minister of Finance's commitment to fiscal health, specifically the goal of stabilizing debt at 77.9% of GDP and achieving a primary budget surplus. As the newly separated Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, we align with the 7th administration, and our mandate is central to the government of national unity's priorities: inclusive growth, job creation, and reducing inequality. Our work remains rooted in the constitutional necessity of land reform. It is based around our 3 pillars of redress: restitution for victims of dispossession, tenure reform for insecure rights, and restitution for the diverse needs of Black South Africans. Land reform is not merely a social program, it is a critical economic lever. Our revised 2025-2029 strategic plan is designed to restore dignity while stimulating the rural economy to support the projected 1.2% GDP growth. The impact of restitution is measured through the performance of the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights. Our ultimate goal is dignity restored through restitution. As of December 2024, we have settled over 83,348 claims and restored nearly 4 million hectares of land. The Commission on Restitution of Land Rights has historically achieved its settlement targets and successfully spent its full budget allocation for the past 7 years. We are committed to maintaining this pace with a clear target to finalize 277 land claims in the 2025-2026 period. Following the Auditor General's recommendation, we are moving forward with establishing the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights as a separate public entity under the PFMA. This will enhance financial accountability and ensure separate, transparent finance reporting. I welcome the proposed shifts to the Adjustment Appropriation Bill within Vote 42, specifically the shifting of 891,000 to the Agricultural Sector Education and Training Authority, which demonstrates government's commitment to building specialized skills for Black farmers, especially for land redistribution beneficiaries. We have shifted 271 million from infrastructure planning services to fund critical land reform and restitution services, ensuring our budget directly supports the actual settlement of claims. We noted the allocation of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program for the reconstruction of infrastructure damaged by 2024-25 disasters. We will ensure these funds restore productivity for land reform beneficiaries affected by floods. By securing tenure and restoring land rights, we provide the legal certainty required for private sector investment, directly supporting reforms aimed at fixing network industries. We note the move to a fixed 3%
Thank you,
inflation
Honourable
target.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Mahlatse, you're not participating. We move on to good. If not, the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I greet you all again in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and in the language of the Khoi and San people, the First Nation people of this country, Kaites. Chairperson, we reject this adjustments appropriation bill because it doesn't go far enough to help our people and doesn't use the resources of this country to free those who are stuck in poverty. Chairperson, honorable members, we begin this year as a parliamentary year of local government elections with communities in distress and municipalities on the brinks of collapse. Municipalities run by these people, the ANC, the DA, the GNU. We as MK don't run any municipalities. If your water's not leaking, if it's leaking, it's because of these people. If your hospitals are broken, it's because of these people in the GNU. We are the official opposition and we are going to do things differently and we're going to help our people because this budget is a budget built on fantasy. The most dangerous weakness of this budget is not expenditure.
Honourable Douglas, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. The Honourable Member is making threatening gestures towards us. Is pointing violent fingers towards us. That's a threatening gesture, Honourable Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Honourable Skosana, I didn't see it that way. Honourable Douglas, but I'm quite sure you look at this point in time peaceful and friendly, even though you're making robust arguments. But just be mindful of your hand gestures. Please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry that you guys feel so scared of us as MK, but we'll teach you how to lead the people of South Africa. Now, this Treasury told the nation to expect 1.4% GDP growth. Now it is revised down to 1.2%. Let us be honest, even 1.2% is optimistic. For 8 years, National Treasury has failed to project growth accurately. Year after year, the same ostrich hedge in the sand approach turns budgeting into a farce. At 1.2% growth, you cannot create jobs. You cannot broaden the tax base. You cannot stabilize debts sustainably. And you cannot rescue collapsing municipalities run by the GNU. Chairperson, this adjustments bill confirms what MK has been warning all year. South Africa is under austerity by stealth. Yes, over 60% of non-interest spending goes to social wage, but the real expenditure grows by only 0.3%. At the same time, debt service costs grows by 3.8%, while core social and peace spending goes at only 2.7%. That means South Africa now spends more to service debt at 1 billion a day than to rebuild communities, create jobs, or protect its people. Austerity freezes posts. Austerity leaves clinics understaffed and schools overcrowded. Austerity delays maintenance until infrastructure collapses. This is not fiscal discipline. It is financial servitude to the IMF and the World Bank. This is a local government election year, yet this adjustment offers no rescue plan for municipalities. Local government is collapsing because it is underfunded by this GNU, hollowed out and strangled by austerity. This budget offers survival, not recovery. We are told Operation Vulindlela is the engine of reform, but where are the targets? Where's the evidence? Where are the performance indicators? Where is the reporting to Parliament? This is reform without measurement, governance by slogan, not by outcomes. Treasury claims debt will stabilize at 77.8% of GDP, yet continues to rely on World Bank and IMF loans, including a 15.9 billion rand World Bank loan. These loans do not stabilize debt. They increase debt service costs and expose South Africa to neoliberal conditionalities. MKP demands full parliamentary approval, full disclosure of conditions, and zero compromise on sovereignty. South Africa will not become another debtor colony ever again. Tax policy leans on personal income tax and regressive levies while protecting monopoly wealth. The top 1% controls this economy, and there is no wealth tax to speak of. Instead, the fuel levy is increased, punishing workers, punishing commuters, and increasing food prices. MKP rejects this. We demand progressive taxation and wealth taxes, not punishment of the poor. Chairperson, austerity has now become a national security threat. The SANDF was underfunded, under-equipped, and under-ready. Aircraft are grounded, naval vessels tied up, land, sea, and air readiness is below minimal levels. And with the current geopolitical climate, we must make sure that our people protecting our borders have the right arms, have the right equipment. We as MK offer a developmental fiscal model. We will do large-scale infrastructure development, not like they talking about infrastructure, real infrastructure, large-scale industrialization and localization, beneficiation of our minerals, oils, and gas, and we will expand the EPWP and public employment. We will have land reform linked to production and a social wage that liberates, not pacifies. You do not cut your way out of poverty, you build your way out of poverty. Chairperson, this MTBBS and adjustments bill were written for creditors, not communities, for balance sheets, not bread. This is not reform. It is economic apartheid by spreadsheet, and it's a continuation of the oppression of the colored, Black, Indian people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I recognize the Honorable Burke, we have been at it for quite a number of hours now without a break. If your chief whips have not informed you that you can take those conversations you are having, which is really causing a disturbance to the tea room, let me inform you, and then they can call you back when they need you in the house again. But we can't have the type of noise levels we've had now during the speech of the past two speakers. Honorable Burke.
Mr. House Chair, the Budget and Adjustment Appropriations Bill in front of this House today debates two different realities. One reality where the DA is finally let into the room and we start stabilizing debt ratios, and another reality that speaks to a persistently broken approach to governance. You see, for years, the midterm budget was used as a convenient way to sneak in additional expenditure. The MTBPS could just as well have stood for might try boosting patronage spending. And with the DA now in the room, this MTBPS looks very different. As a percentage of the total budget, new expenditure comprises less than 1%, and this 1% is dwarfed by the above expected increases in tax collection. And so we're now at a stage we're able to tell people that the deficit is a bit smaller than initially projected. It's January, and for once, this government isn't blowing its bonus on short-term consumption expenditure, only to need a loan to make it through to February. And this should not be surprising, although for the MK party, it would be considered impossible. For the ANC, it might be considered an achievement. But for the DA, it is what we refer to as minimum standards. You see, we're a party where MTBPS will stand for we must take budget processes seriously. And because we hold ourselves to higher standards, it also means we don't only want to focus on the achievements of this adjustment bill, we need to be willing to look at its flaws. Mr. Chair, there are few better and more pressing things to spend money on in South Africa than water infrastructure. Our country has unpredictable rainfall and ever-expanding urban populations. We need dams and we need pipes, and we needed them yesterday. What we don't need is for Treasury to have to take back 3.3 billion rand from the Department of Water and Sanitation because of severe delays in the Mkumwazi water project, a project that is critical to Durban's long-term water security, and a project that is unfortunately subject to court proceedings and allegations of tender irregularities. And so I have to ask, have we learned nothing from Kusile and Medupi? And in that vein, this budget is a testament to DA's success in stemming spending. But it's also a testament to many outdated ideologies. As an example, this budget gives 2 billion rand more to the Department of Defense, but much of that spending is earmarked for the military's early retirement program. And that comes at a time when our Navy has one seaworthy ship and a couple of welcoming tugboats for foreign militaries that fly the South African flag upside down in Simonstown. And the average age of a South African soldier is now 9 years old, which is too old to even join the ANC Youth League. But I hasten to point out, it's less outdated than the MK party's economic thinking. And while I'm on the point of the MK party's economic thinking, it would be amiss of me to not point out, Mr. Chair, that through the course of today, it's actually been quite endearing to watch the Honourable Reddy attempt to secure for himself a permanent promotion. However, it pains me to inform the Honourable Gentleman that his surname is not Zuma. He does not yet have a criminal conviction behind his name, and he hasn't single-handedly run a state-owned enterprise into the ground. And for these reasons, I put it to you, sir, that your CV is lacking. However, you might get lucky, and at some point, Ubaba might recognize your talent. But as I was saying, Mr. Chair, the problem of our aging military should have been solved years ago. We also have no guarantees that this money will actually be spent as intended. Mr. Chair, I would ask the MK party to calm down because they will all get a chance to be the chief whip.
Honourable Burke, please take your seat for a moment. Honourable Douglas.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members.
I want to raise a point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that protecting my member, the member at the podium is casting aspersions upon his character. Thank you very much. You must please withdraw.
Yeah.
Tell him his CV is not good enough.
Honourable Douglas, I think within the context, he was actually complimenting the Honourable Reddy. Honourable Burke, before you continue, is that a new point of order? I have dealt with the previous one.
No, it's a point of order.
Yes.
You can't sit there and allow white supremacists to really rattle on and
No.
talk nonsense.
Honorable
It's
member,
not
that's
allowed.
out of order.
This is not a professional
Yeah.
courtesy in terms of being professional.
No.
There's a rule on professionalism.
Honorable
You can't
member.
drag us like this.
Honorable member.
White supremacists.
Honorable member, I will ask you to withdraw the remark in reference to the Honorable Burke that he is a white supremacist. All members, before you get there, let me just continue.
Chair, I didn't say that. I said we can't allow white supremacist tendencies.
I am on
I
the
didn't
podium.
mention an individual. So let's
Honorable
be clear on
member.
that. Tendencies of white supremacism cannot be allowed. in this
Honorable member, all members in this House have sworn an oath to our Constitution, which have drawn a line under our apartheid past. If you want to make the accusation that the Honorable Burke has white supremacy tendencies, we will need a substantive order. I will ask you to withdraw that remark.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Let's leave it at that. Honorable Burke, please continue.
Mr. Chair, it seems that the member took a bit longer to withdraw than the MK party has taken to withdraw soldiers from the Ukraine. But I accept it nonetheless.
Honorable Burke, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Speaker has continuously deviated from what we're discussing. And I'd appeal to you to please ask him to focus on, to avoid this House degenerating into a spectacle. Please call the Speaker to order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Burke, I'm going to ask you to order Honorable Kwabaza on the
Ayikho
virtual
nje impilo
platform. I'm
lapha.
speaking. Honorable Burke, I'm indeed going to request you to maybe return to the appropriation bill. But while I'm doing that, Honorable Reddy, as presiding officers, we tend to give fair leeway because not only the Honorable Burke, but more or less all members from time to time stray into matters not strictly relevant to the topic of the debate. Thank you. Honorable Burke.
The fact of the matter is we are in a dire fiscal situation because of this party's conduct in the past. So all of this is relevant to the debate, Mr. Chair, but nonetheless, I will honor your request. And as I was saying, this aging army should have been solved years ago. And now we don't have any guarantees that the money will actually be spent as intended. After all, the Department of Defense has had terrible audit outcomes for longer than Action SA refuses to hold an elective conference. So, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is that if this budget shows us anything, it is that when the DA is kept away from power, bad spending, chaos, and cadre comforts will continue. And these are things that we have very little leverage to change. But we refuse to keep quiet. We are now a party that's part of government, but not a party that shuts up when there's bad governance. And on the other hand, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that when the DA is given power, we have the courage to change this country, and we will surge it forward once again. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Ntuli.
Where is the stationery of the kids of KZN at school?
Order, honorable
DA.
members on the virtual platform.
Sibonge sihlalo ohloniphekile, ladies and gentlemen, and also our people who are watching us at home. We will always remain indebted to you because we are here for you. And also one would like to clap, we would like to clap our hands and congratulate the class of 2025. Our heartfelt congratulations to KZN for topping the list and its hard-working MEC for the education, Honorable Siphohlo Muka, and the educators. The adjustment appropriation bill tabled before this August House is a test not only at the fiscal management, but of a political honesty. The bill must also be understood not merely as a technical exercise in relocating funds, but as a governance instrument which reflects how the state responds to emerging risks, strengthens oversight, and restores public trust in a context of fiscal constraint. Honorable members, the bill forces us to reveal through our vote where our loyalties truly lie. Therefore, my remarks will focus on the governance gains arising from this bill, as well as the government's risks that must be actively managed to ensure that the adjustments translate into real service delivery outcomes. Do we govern for the people, or do we grandstand while poor households and vulnerable communities suffer? The ANC chose to govern for the people because grandstanding is easy, as it requires no decision, no trade-offs, and no accountability. This bill exists because in real life, poor households and vulnerable communities need action, not commentary. Climate change-related floods and disasters do not wait for the next financial year. Commissions of inquiry do not pause for political convenience. The ANC wants to ensure that allegations of corruption and maladministration are investigated thoroughly and reinforcing the rule of law. Poor households and vulnerable communities do not stop needing schools, clinics, social grants, basic services, and justice because the economy is under pressure. The bill reinforces the ANC-led government commitment to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Importantly, it acknowledges that good governance is not static. It requires adjustment as conditions change. That is why South Africa's much celebrated constitution allows this bill. And umbutho wabantu uyayisupporta ngoba uyaqonda usizo lwabantu ekuhlaleni nezimo ezingalindelekile ezingathikimeza impilo zabantu. For instance, it has been raining, especially in the KwaZulu-Natal and in the eastern part of the country. And as it keeps on raining for almost 2 weeks, abantu khona abantu abangenazo izindlu, solid structures. And those people, since we are a developmental state, nobody can have, we can't everybody have a house. So we must think for those people that as after this rains, they are going to be in trouble. So we need to assist those people. If we have the interest of our people at heart, really we can't oppose this bill. This strengthens, by using the adjustment process to respond to implementation challenges, this bill demonstrates that Parliament is not a passive recipient of budget outcome, but an active steward of public resources, ensuring that funds are directed to where they can achieve maximum impact, which is value for money. This strengthens the credibility of both the execution and Parliament in the eye of the public. Fellow South Africans, the bill strengthens the backbone of our democracy, that is, supports the justice system so that the cases are heard, rights are protected, and wrongdoing is confronted. Oversight institutions so that public money is accounted for, and administrative capacity to ensure that basic services reach the people in need of them. For illustrative purposes, this bill allocates an additional 104 million to Vote 27 of the Office of the Chief Justice to strengthen its capabilities, which is a vital investment for the administrative efficiency of the highest court and the delivery of justice. In short, this 6.9% upward adjustment and of 104 million to the Office of the Chief Justice strengthens the court and justice institutions so that the cases move fast, backlogs are reduced, and victims are not left waiting. For poor households and vulnerable communities, this adjustment means protection from crime, enforcement of labor and family law, and confidence that the law applies to everyone, not only the powerful. Additionally, this bill allocates an additional 147.8 million to Vote 25, the Department of Justice Constitutional Development, for funding the operations of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry exists because there was serious allegation that state institutions were undermined or deliberately defied. Failure to fund and support such commissions would be an admission that some people are above the law, thereby undermining the independence and credibility of the justice system, which ordinary South Africans rely on, and they seek protection, fairness, and dignity. The ANC will never accept that. Parties that oppose the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry do not do so because they defend the Constitution, but because they fear its authority. They lambast the cost of the commission amid the pressing challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, but remain silent when corruption costs the people billions. Like I was more afraid bengizwa nje ngisaba ngithuthumela, whereby one party which claims to be holier than thou has just fired its treasurer general for inquiring about the financials of the organization. The bill further strengthens the state administration through an upward adjustment, 84 million to vote 14 of Statistics South Africa to support its core statistically and administrative function, including but certainly not limited to sustaining national surveys and data system, strengthening economic, social, and labor statistics, and supporting the integrity of population, household, and service delivery data. Such support matters because effective, responsible budget planning depends on accurate and up-to-date statistics. Without this planning, monitoring and accountability are significantly weakened. Honorable Chairperson, let me be clear. Public trust is built when ordinary people witness money accounted for, fraud, and basic service delivery. This bill builds public trust since it supports the National Treasury target and responsible savings aimed at cutting down fraud and double dipping in the social grant system, because the ANC government will never defend theft from the poor. The ANC protects the poor from criminals and from unconstitutional means, testing checks imposed on social grants. However, the ANC is equally clear, and anti-fraud measures on the social grant system must never become barriers to punish eligible beneficiaries. That is what a caring, capable development state looks like. The services of the grant should go to the right people at the right time. Like unlike before, when it had the other month people will get the money, the other month will not get those grants. The real difference between the ANC, these parties that comment from the sidelines is that the ANC does not run away from South Africa's socio-economic challenges. It confronts them head on. The ANC does not hide underspending. It declares it. The ANC does not abandon public economic infrastructure projects. It corrects and completes them. And the ANC does not reduce the role of the state when poor households and vulnerable communities are suffering. To be clear, those who oppose this bill, which strengthens the state, are those who like masquerading and grandstanding. And really, we can't gamble and politicize with the lives of our people. In conclusion, the bill demonstrates that the ANC-led government accounts for the spending of taxpayers' money. It is willing to correct its unsupportable, mountable government failures and does not abandon poor households and vulnerable communities when the fiscal space is limited. For these reasons, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the adjustment appropriation bill, and we do so without apology. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Honorable Chairperson, let me join fellow South Africans in congratulating the class of 2025 and in congratulating the Honorable Minister Gwakube and her Deputy Mahaule for a job well done. I would also be remiss not congratulating my high school in my village, Elwase Planeka. Under Principal Mbulelo Nonsele, they've managed to achieve 100% pass. Chairperson, the changing global landscape presents some headwinds for us in our endeavors to build a better life for all. But we have to approach these global developments with sober minds. We must take into account our own national interest. It must guide our actions and responses. The special appropriation underscores the need, which we debated earlier, the need for self-sufficiency and the need to move with speed in addressing universal access through the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Despite a series of court cases, I believe that we can find solutions. These will delay the implementation of the NHI. The interesting thing is that both protagonists in court proclaim that they support universal coverage and access. It is my submission that these parties must meet and craft a settlement. We want to move ahead with the implementation of the NHI. These court cases are going to delay it for more years. Chairperson, health is a socio-economic right which must be progressively realized in terms of our Constitution. We are committed to translate this constitutional injunction into practice. But we have got to correct some myths that have been said in the room. One of them is that KZN has not employed doctors. That is inaccurate. KZN has employed 300 doctors as we speak. A myth perpetrated by colleagues this side is that the challenges we felt in healthcare have started all of a sudden with this government. Whereas under Zuma, both education and health lost 243 billion rand to fund state-captured SOEs. Those are facts. People said, let's table facts, we can prove them. We tabled a medium versus song about Nina and pretend babending. That's a problem.
Order, honorable members.
We tabled the medium-term budget policies that trust a path towards a better future for South Africa. It provides a fiscal strategy that reduces debt and its associated debt costs, and therefore release resources to fund our developmental objectives. It also supports intergenerational equity by, to some extent, removing the burden on future generations. We are not in a fiscal crisis, as somebody have said here. Fiscal consolidation is beginning to bear fruit, and one member have said. That medium-term budget statement stimulates growth, shifting the composition of expenditure towards infrastructure spending. A commitment to reduce the cost of living, in particular for the poor, by taming inflation. We've tabled growth supporting structural reforms. We also tabled an adjustment appropriation bill, which, among other things, increased the allocation to departmental votes in 25-26 by 10.1 billion rand. Provides funding for the unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure, such as the repair and rehabilitation of infrastructure damaged during disasters in municipalities, roads, schools, hospitals and clinics, housing and temporary units, and agriculture. If you don't vote for this budget, you're actually saying that infrastructure must not be repaired. That's the message we're sending. No, it's not about 30 years. Limele last year, the infrastructure. What do you mean? The problem you have is that members of this house don't read.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Yeah. Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Minister, no, please take your seat.
I rise in terms of Rule 84.
Yes.
It's casting aspersions. He makes a statement that members in the House do not read. Now,
Yeah.
can he substantiate that and give us some hard facts? Because it's obviously an opinion that he's raising here, and he's trying to mislead this House.
Yeah,
Make
thank you, Honorable Reddy.
fact.
From what I've heard from the minister is that he was exactly explaining his argument by pointing out items in the adjustment bill
If you
which
don't
members seems to not have read. Please continue.
If you don't understand that this budget deals with disasters that happened last year, then it means you didn't read. Simple. That's what I was saying. We must also, talking about disasters, also take this opportunity to express our sympathies and support for communities affected by raging fires in both Western Cape and Eastern Cape provinces. The same sympathies go to the people of Khayelitsha and Dunoon, who have also suffered some fires. On the 29th of January, following delisting by FATF, the EU will remove South Africa and other countries from what they call high-risk third countries jurisdictions. We are on the move. This grey listing, by the way, was an assessment of the Zuma period. Accept. Yes, but you pretend we are not there. Can you stand up? You know, Honorable Chair, when a damage is done, it has got a time lag. To repair that damage, it takes time, a time lag. It's taking us all of the time and costing us both the damage made under Zuma years. I must make the point. Some people refer to informal settlement grant. Some people refer to informal settlement grant, which is being taken. Of course, we did. Informal settlement grant is intended to upgrade informal settlements. If we are not going to upgrade informal settlements, we take it. Right? No, I'm responding. It means we are also not read again, because when I'm talking about informal settlements, we are not talking about informal settlement in the context, right?
Order, honorable members. Honorable Reddy, the minister is now, honorable minister, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Reddy, the minister is now responding to the debate. You've had two speakers in the debate. It can't now be a two-way conversation. So please pause there.
I'm in good mood.
Honorable Minister, I have also the Honorable Trollip. Please take your seat, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, Chair. As you said, MKP had two speeches. They were very loud. Now, Honorable Reddy is engaging in a dialogue very loudly, so we can't hear this debate.
No, indeed, I've dealt with that matter. Honorable Minister, order, all members, allow the Minister to conclude the debate. Order. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Honorable Chair, somebody has made to basic services. The amount we give to municipalities, included in that, is basic services. More than 123 billion rand for basic services have been provided to municipalities. Again, we must read. No, I'm talking to the numbers. I'm talking to the numbers members referred to here. Some members refer to the World Bank debt. Again, it concerns my point, members. Some members don't read. When we table the budget, together with it, we table a document, a thick document called the budget review. In the budget reviews, there's pages and pages, a chapter devoted to this matter, which lists all the debts and all the terms, which means members don't read. Not a single member asked us during the the questions. Where does this mean? We've read the budget review. What does this mean? And if somebody is bold to come and say, yeah, something which is not contained in the budget review. Somebody makes a statement about the defense force. You know, one gentleman who shall remain nameless on the 17th of, on the 16th of December, 2017, makes an announcement about free education. That gentleman will be nameless for now. Make an announcement about free education. You know what happens? The only amount remaining in the special account of the Defense Force, 7 billion, was taken away to go and fund this free education. And somebody come and stand here as if something better was done during that period. And during the same period, 53 billion rand was taken out during that period. 53 billion rand from the Defense Force under the leadership of the president of this party. Under your leadership.
Order, honorable members. Order. We can't have order. Honorable Reddy, as the chief whip of the official opposition, I call on you to take charge of your members. We can't have this. Honorable Minister, please continue.
I must just thank the committee for an excellent work done under Dr. Maiman.
Honorable Minister,
Committee for the work
please
well done. Thank you.
take your seat for a moment. Don't leave the podium. Honorable Mahotwe, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy I came in at the right time before the minister could get off the stage. I just want him, before he concludes, to educate this deputy minister about the wealth tax.
No, Honorable Mahotwe, that's not a
About
point
the
of
issues
order.
And
that's not a
the
point of
public.
privilege,
I think
Honorable
the minister
Mahotwe.
did a proper
No,
statement
Honorable
about what means
Mahotwe,
the
you're
wealth
out of
tax.
order
Please,
now.
Minister, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dagmo, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, now I would like to be recognized because the honorable member who has just raised on a point of order, not once when the honorable member has made a point of order in this house, has it been consistent with the rules. You can ask a question, but every time, so does the chair, allow that conduct?
Yeah, no, thank you,
Allow that
Honorable
conduct?
You don't
Order, honorable members. Honorable Mahotwe. Honorable Mahotwe, I've not given you permission to engage in a dialogue with the Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Dagmo, members have a right to raise a point of order, and only when it becomes repetitive or disruptive, then it will be dealt with. Honorable Minister, you have 7 seconds.
7 seconds. Like Jesus Christ, these ones who are crucifying us, I say,
Thank you. Order. Order. Honorable members, that concludes order. That concludes the debate on the 2025 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the Adjustments Appropriation Bill. Are there any objections to the Adjustments Appropriation Bill being read a first time?
Yes, please note the objection of the.
Yeah, I've not recognized you, Honorable Mahotwe. Don't now do that. The MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The MK Party wishes to object. Please have it recorded as such. Thank you very much.
Are there further hands? No, I've not yet. You've spoken without being recognized.
I was the first one to speak.
Yeah, but
even if you can deny us, but
please just raise your hand.
I said,
Honorable
please note the
Mahotwe.
objection of the EFF. I did.
Honorable Mahotwe, for the sake of good order, please raise your hand when you want to be recognized. I have a hand at the back, the UAT.
The UAT object.
Thank you. Are there further objections? With those 3 objections, the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will now read the 15th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process for this session. The proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made, and in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant minister in respect of these adjustments. I will get to you, Honourable Reddy. Let me just read the procedural arrangements. Each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes to respond to all questions put per vote. Honourable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances they will use their allocated time to rather make declarations instead of asking a question. This will also be allowed. Naturally, where a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members may put a question from the floor using the microphones in the chamber. Members will be recognized based on the list submitted by the parties. After the question and answer session, I will put the votes for decision. Members should also take note that vote 7, National School of Government, vote 15, Traditional Affairs, and vote 38, Tourism, have not been adjusted, and therefore there will be no questions and/or declarations on these votes. Before we proceed and I recognize members, I have on record, Honourable Reddy, why did you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. Just a clarity, we were informed by the table staff that it was not compulsory for parties to submit whether they object or whether they will be calling for division. So I just wanted clarity.
Indeed, I mean, the received list assists, but you are not bound to it. I think there was some pleas for members to be convinced during the debates even. So if you want to stand convinced, you're also welcome. I now, honourable members, put vote number 1, the presidency. I have on record that BOSA and the ANC will be asking questions. Before I go to them, are there any further parties that would want to ask a question? Okay, then I recognize BOSA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The question is directed to the Minister and the Presidency, trying to understand that if we're going to go through an adjustment appropriation bill, it becomes important for us to understand deeper whether are there any plans within the Presidency to rationalize the cabinet, thereby reducing the number of deputy ministers so that we can allocate that funding towards public security, or and alternatively on key projects such as the National Dialogue and some of the expenditure that's been blown. Is there a view within the Presidency to adjust these expenditure in order to prioritize the citizens of this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question from the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair.
Honourable Ntuli, just hold on. Honourable members on the virtual platform, if you're not recognized, please remain muted. Honourable Ntuli.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the question is directed to the President. Given South Africa's leadership of the G20 in 2025 and the way in which it has demonstrated our ability as a nation to contribute to the creation of a just and equitable global order, noting that additional funds were allocated to support the G20 Social Summit and the Leaders Summit, what meaningful impact will the G20 President's outcome have on South Africa and the African continent? Thanks.
Thank you. The Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am ready to respond to the questions on behalf of the Presidency and on behalf of the Minister who is traveling abroad with the President. The first response to your question, or to the first question rather, honourable members, is the fact that honourable Memman would remember that when this national executive was constituted, the president inter alia expounded on the need for us to respect the will of the people. And because at a particular time, there would have been a government that would have been led by the ANC, a government that enjoyed parliamentary majority. In the aftermath of the provincial and national elections, which took place in 2024, a different outcome was pronounced in the form of an outcome of the elections. And therefore, this cabinet, as the president has said previously and continues to say, is a reflection of the will of the people. And the president can or may, in the execution of his responsibility and in constituting cabinet, look at a variety of factors if he wants to effect changes. But those changes must, of course, be linked to performance. They must be linked to the ability of members of the national executive to be able to play a key role in executing their responsibility. We've already said, Chairperson, that 60% of the 441 that has been allocated for the national dialogue would be coming from services and care from departments. And we've also indicated that 40% will
Thank you,
come from
Deputy
the private
Minister.
sector.
The 2 minutes has now expired. May I ask whether there is another minister in the presidency or the president himself to reply to the ANC's question? Okay, if not, we move on. Honorable Mtuli, I'm sure you have other avenues to get your answer. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. There is no party that indicated prior to the meeting that they would want to ask a question. Nonetheless, is there any? If not, we move on to vote number 3, Cooperative Governance. I have the DA, the MK, BOSA, and the ANC. Let's firstly go to BOSA.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, municipalities currently collect between 60 and 65% of billed revenue, while National Treasury reports that over 160 municipalities are financially distressed or at risk of collapse. The adjustments bill provides 1.4 billion in disaster grants, but there's no intervention for revenue failure. How does the minister justify continued reactive bailouts when poor revenue collection directly results in water outages and other interruptions across the country?
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Ministry's persistent emphasis on policy framework like the district development model, while conceptual sound for intergovernmental coordination, increasingly appears disconnected from the deteriorated reality of municipal governance and infrastructure collapse. There is a growing dangerous divergence between technical audits improvements in some districts and lived experience of citizens facing systemic water and electricity failure. Parliament notes with concern that without a radical shift towards enforcing personal liability for financial misconduct and the professionalization of local administration, COGTA risks becoming a ministry of perpetual crisis management. Meaningful reform requires moving beyond monitoring toward aggressive enforcement and accountability across provinces. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. The DA.
Okay, COGTA's budget adjustment is 1.49 billion rand. This is to address the infrastructure needs after floods in the Eastern Cape in June of 2025. The Financial and Fiscal Commission identified 15 municipalities that needed disaster relief funding after adverse weather they experienced. Disaster leads to lives and homes lost, and even farmers who lose entire seasons of crops. But Chair, this department keeps on being reactive in its disaster efforts. After all, we know that fires are prone in Limpopo, the Free State, and the Western Cape. COGTA also knows where flood areas are, yet municipalities continue to allow communities to build below flood lines. Although disaster relief is welcome, we must be better prepared before disasters. The DA urges municipalities to adopt proactive risk management strategies and to keep their disaster plans up to date and develop where they don't exist. Chair, South Africans deserves a department that moves quicker than floodwaters and faster than the flames. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC on cooperative governance? If not, then we move on. Is there a response from the minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all honorable members and compliments of the new year. Indeed, Honorable Chair, I fully agree with members who raise the issue of being proactive when it comes to the municipalities that allow people to settle on areas that are prone to disaster. This is a program that we are championing and we are receiving a good cooperation. But these people have been there for decades. It cannot happen overnight, but I fully agree. This is what must be addressed, and we need a collective support, even from all political parties, when we start the program of encouraging people to leave the areas that are prone to disaster. As we know, the period in which we are under severe climate change. And when it comes to the issue of accountability, we are seeing a good improvement in terms of holding our municipalities accountable. Even this additional money, we are going to follow it to see to it that it is being accounted for, and any irregularity, consequence management are going to be taken as we are doing a close monitoring. I wouldn't want to be judged in terms of the past. I would want us to be judged in terms of what we are doing currently. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Glabisa. Please don't leave the platform. I am informed that the Honorable Zungula on the virtual platform has his hand up, and I think I stand guilty that I didn't inquire whether there were any further questions before I gave over to the Minister. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, it is a question to the Minister. Can I proceed?
Yes, do so.
Hlonitshwa, I want to ask with the budget that has been provided for the department, have you made an allowance or provisions for inkosi ezingabhatalwayo? I know for a fact that kukhona inkosi ezininzi that are doing work in terms of being public servants, servicing the communities, and they are recognized by ikumkani zazo, meaning there are inkosi that should be getting some form of a remuneration from the department as part of what the department does for ezinye inkosi. Have you made any provision for that? Particularly enyandeni, kukhona inkosi ezikhoyo enyandeni that are not paid. Have you made provision for that? Also, the issue of ikumkani yamahlubi and nesizwe samahlubi, which is something that has been ventilated for ixesha elide ukuba sinesizwe samahlubi esingarecognizwanga, sinekumkani yamahlubi that is not recognized, that is not receiving any form of assistance from the government and the department. What is your plans with regards to the taking care of ingonyama ulanga libalele wesibini, including nesizwe? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Glabisa, I'll give you another minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the question from Honorable Zungula. Let me start with the traditional leaders who are performing their duties but not receiving any remuneration. Once a traditional leader has been officially recognized by the provincial government, then it follows that the remuneration must be given. The area in which honorable member is referring to, we will make a follow-up with the provincial government because it is the provincial government that recognize traditional leaders. With Inkosi Ulangalbalele Yamahlubi, there is a court judgment on that matter, which I wouldn't like honorable colleague to respond to that matter in this platform because there is a standing court judgment. If that court judgment can be challenged, then His Majesty will be properly recognized.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, vote for Government Communication and Information Systems. Nobody pre-notified us of any questions they want to ask. Are there any questions? Then we move on to vote 5, Home Affairs. I have Al Jamar, Action SA, the DA, and the ANC. Al Jamar. Honourable Ishmael Musa, is there a question to the Minister of Home Affairs?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair. What are the timelines to bring the marriage bill to be voted on in Parliament? How will the bill comply with the Constitutional Court order that a Sharia marriage is a valid South African marriage, while there has been some accommodation by issuing a South African marriage certificate on presentation of a mosque-issued certificate of a Sharia marriage? Is the manager satisfied that the marriage bill, as it is en route for its final public participation, will comply with Constitutional Court order that a Sharia marriage is a valid South African marriage? And what's the minister's position whether the legal consequences of a Sharia marriage must be in terms of the Sharia? Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. It is common cause that budgets reflect priorities. Alas, this budget reveals a dangerous one. Despite the Border Management Authority being central to national security, it continues to operate with inadequate funding and capacity while border-related crime intensifies. Can Minister Schreiber explain how the BMA is expected to secure our nation's borders with the current allocation under Vote 5? Furthermore, whether the GNU accepts and will own up to the responsibility of securing the security risks created as a consequence of this underfunding of the BMA. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA. Is there any
Honourable Chair, under the leadership of Leon Schreiber, the Department of Home Affairs is restoring credibility to a department that for too long failed the state and the public. These reforms matter because Home Affairs sits at the center of national security, economic growth, and the rule of law. Through Operation Vulindlela, the Trusted Tour Operation Scheme has brought more than 40,000 additional tourists into the country and supported 3,000 jobs. When systems work and red tape is removed, the economy responds. The electronic travel authorization is a further step forward. South Africa will soon capture the biometrics of every person entering the country, strengthening our border control, reducing fraud, and laying the foundation for a secure digital identity system. We support the increased allocation to the Border Management Authority, but the pressure at our borders over the festive season shows that the transfer of SAP's border function to the BMA must be accelerated. Minister Schreiber's reforms show that secure borders and economic growth are mutually reinforcing. That is how we grow the economy and create jobs for South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to the ANC, Honourable Zungula, I've been notified that your hand is up. Do you want to ask a question to the Minister of Home Affairs?
Yes, Chair. My question is, Minister, the defence personnel that have been guarding the physical borders, or what is supposed to be physical borders, have decried the fact that there is no physical infrastructure. That is why it is easy for people to come in and outside of the country. It is easy for them to smuggle goods, vehicles, etc. Now, I want to ask Minister, what is your plan and why has it taken it so long after you've been appointed in the GNU that the country still does not have the full infrastructure in the full length and breadth of our borders to protect the country? Also, what systems do you have to ensure that the foreigners that come into our country, they stay within what is legally permissible? If they are here for a visa that lasts them 60 days, they do so. Because in Cape Town, Bedford View, and other areas, there are white foreigners who are coming from Europe, from America, who overstay, and there is no system from your department to ensure that they are held accountable by being arrested and deported. However, the focus is always on the foreigners that are coming from nearby countries. So why aren't you not going after these wealthy foreigners, these white foreigners that are in Cape Town? Are you trying to increase the voter base of the DA by giving them citizenship, as you are clearly not...
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Thank you. You have now also exhausted your global time as the ATM. The ANC, is there a question to the Minister of Home Affairs from the ANC? Any further questions?
Thank you,
Minister,
Chair.
Honorable Chabane, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to check with the Minister of Home Affairs in relation to the challenges that confronting border management on the underfunding. What will be the plan moving forward, given that the Border Management Authority has demonstrated its work now in the festive season? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, Minister, you have 2 minutes to respond to all of that.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon to all the honorable members. I'll do my best in those 2 minutes, starting with the BMA. I think that there is an acceptance, as mentioned by the Honorable Chabane, that there is significant progress in this space, despite indeed the resource constraints. I think there's also consensus on that. So the question we face is how to maximize the capacity of the BMA within the funding constraints that we face. I think it's important to acknowledge that the indications we got in the MTBPS from the Finance Minister is that there is some additional funding being lined up, but the point stands that there is much more that needs to be done to get the BMA up to capacity. One of the key interventions in that regard, Chair, is of course related to self-financing, and the introduction of the electronic travel authorization presents a great opportunity for us to actually raise revenue from visa fees, being able to expand access to visas through this digital platform. And by introducing a fee in that process, we will be able to generate additional funding for the BMA. So that is something that is going to assist. I think as it relates to the question around overstaying, again, the ETA is the critical instrument there. We have now had a soft launch around the G20 period with travelers from China, India, Mexico, and Indonesia. And what we're able to do there is capture biometrics for every foreigner that enters the country. And when they exit, they're supposed to provide that same biometric again. If someone does not provide the exit biometric within the 90 days, for example, we are then able to contact them to be able to use the application information they provided online to actually know who those people are that are overstaying. So that's going to be a key intervention. Chair, I think the question around the marriage bill is one for Parliament. That is currently a parliamentary process that is underway. And finally, on physical infrastructure, the public-private partnership for the redevelopment of the 6 busiest land borders is underway, and I think that that's going to be a crucial infrastructure step. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we move on to National Treasury, vote 8. I have on my list, my apologies. We move on to International Relations and Cooperation. I have on my list BOSA, the IFP, the MKP, and the ANC. And I see the hand of the UDM. Any further parties indicating for international relations? Okay, I don't see any.
So let's go to the UDM first. Honorable Kwankwa.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's a declaration on our part. While we commend South Africa's firm stance against bullying, particularly from the United States, both before and after the G20, as well as its sterling work during the G20 summit, we are of the view that our posture should not be unnecessarily sensitive or emotional. In an increasingly complex and contested global environment, our approach must remain pragmatic, strategic, and firmly anchored in pursuit of South Africa's long-term national interests. More importantly, we believe that the time has come for the Government of National Unity to engage in a comprehensive and inclusive discussion on our country's foreign policy to ensure that it does not become the preserve of a single political party. A credible and sustainable foreign policy must be built on broad consensus, reflect our shared values, and advance collective national interests. Such an approach will strengthen policy coherence and enhance South Africa's international standing. As what is happening currently, we speak on all sides of our mouths, as the late Ndate Buthelezi would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Quick question to the Minister of International Relations. Our last commitment was that we are going to reduce the number of missions that we've got globally. Can you give an update on that so that we can make sure that we rationalize missions so that we can deliver actual trade value into the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Minister, have you actually conducted an assessment of the alignment between South Africa's current foreign policy ambitions, including the maintenance, as my previous colleague has actually mentioned, of an extensive network of diplomatic missions abroad and the department's prevailing budgetary constraints? And if so, what the outcomes of that assessment were? If not, what measures have you put in place to undertake such an assessment in the light of continued fiscal pressures facing the department?
Thank you. The MK Party.
Honorable Speaker, what the United States did to Venezuela in January was a violation of the UN Charter and international rule of law. MKP condemns the illegal invasion of Venezuela's territorial sovereignty for oil, land, and resources theft. MKP mourns the senseless murder of innocent Venezuelans and Cubans to force a regime change as part of a wider strategy to reimpose colonialism through military force across the Western Hemisphere, Middle East, and Africa under the renamed Dunroe Doctrine. The US president's colonial ambitions are now clear, and from day one has been against South Africa, falsely accusing South Africa of the now widely debunked white genocide, even receiving so-called Afrikaner refugees. This anti-South African narrative can be used as justification for American intervention in South African sovereign affairs. MKP therefore welcomes the BRICS Naval War for Peace joint exercises and thanks China, Russia, and Iran for participating to defend peace and justice as force projection and physical military deterrence against US military aggression. MKP decries the hollowing out of SANDF by ANC GNU government with 8 years of budget cuts, resulting in South Africa having no credible air, sea, or land defense. This is not incompetence, that is exposure. MKP will reverse this completely.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, in line with the commitment to advancing South Africa's foreign policy through strong multilateralism and the African agenda, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill reflects shifts in Program 5, which is international transfers, including reductions in certain membership fee and operations lines for international organizations. What will be the impact of the shift on our financial obligation to international organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last chance for anyone who didn't give a pre-indication. If not, the Honorable the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Minister is unable to respond. I'm requested to stand in on his behalf.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to your good self and the esteemed members of this august House and the general population of South Africans that are watching us. Chairperson, I think let me start first by appreciating the questions as they are coming from members of this august House, and indeed listening to all the questions all of us, I think, were committed towards making sure that we continue to champion our foreign policy and also champion our national interest as a country. With regard to the issue of us having to deal with the current geopolitical developments that we find ourselves in, I think you saw that when the situation happened in Venezuela, we were the first ones as South Africa to issue a statement condemning that military aggression of the US, and we were the first ones to call on the United Nations Security Council to meet and reflect on this issue, because once we allow this aggression.
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
House Chair, there is a minister and two deputy ministers. Not one of them are available here. It tells us that they're not taking this seriously. Is this
Deputy Minister?
Where is the
Honorable members? Honorable member.
I'm sorry.
Order.
I'm quite shocked.
Honorable members, order.
I hear that this is the deputy minister.
Order.
My apologies.
Order.
No, don't.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Just calm down. Honorable members. The longer, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, and may I also appeal to the whips. The longer you take with this type of shouting at order, the longer you take with this type of shouting at each other, the longer we are going to stay here. So please, let's take into account that there are presiding officers who can rule. The member has raised a point of order, which is not sustained because the Honorable Deputy Minister is on the floor. Please continue.
Thank you very much.
Order.
I was still saying that the US military aggression in Venezuela will continue to undermine the process of making sure that we do have international law that needs to be respected and the sovereignty of other nations. And I believe Honorable Reddy needs to pay attention to this issue so that he can also agree that through our foreign policy, we'll always make it a point that we stand with those that are oppressed, including the Western Sahara people, the Palestinian people, and also those that are facing conflict in Sudan and also in the DRC.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time has expired. Thank you. Honorable members, as explained earlier, order, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Maimane.
Chairperson, the minister went on an international, the deputy minister spoke on a number of issues, but did not respond to questions. Other members asked questions. It becomes unfair when we spend time on protocol, on domestic and broadening issues, rather than responding to questions. I think it's unfair to the process, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There's a time restriction on the honorable order, honorable members. There is a time restriction, honorable members, both on the parties in terms of time allocation that was agreed to, by the way, by all the whips. And that is what we are following and implementing. And when you have reached a certain point when your time is expired, it's expired. I will request, though, that those who respond to these inputs divide the times in such a way that they are able to refer to those questions that has been asked in order to ensure that there is a reply. Honorable members, Honorable Swart.
Yes, Chair, may I just amplify the point that was just raised? I understood that the follow-up questions should relate to the adjustment appropriations and the figures. And where there is an opportunity for a comment, then the ministers can respond. But surely those critical questions that were put should be responded to before general statements are made. And I'd maybe ask you to rule. It's difficult. I do appreciate from your side with time constraints, but that is the essence, is the financial aspects. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, the Honorable Swart is raising an important point. Order. The honorable member is raising an important point. We are dealing here with adjustments, not with broad policy issues. So when a member raises broad policy issues, that's fine, you can do so, it's your time. But we expect that there is a response in terms of the questions that deals with the adjustments that has been made. It's not a general question session that we are in. So if we can just focus on that. Honorable members, as explained, vote number 7 has not been adjusted. I will put vote number 8, National Treasury. There is request for interventions from Rais Mzansi. Rais Mzansi.
Again, some question to the Minister of Finance. Now that we are in the middle of the impacts of the climate change and we're experiencing it firsthand, and you are just given additional funds to deal with this impact, how will National Treasury ensure that it proactively funds efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change and the disasters that the South Africans are experiencing? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jama. Are you taking a question?
No question.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. It's very crystal clear that the traveling services provided by municipalities such as water, electricity, sanitation, and solid waste management are becoming unreliable due to inadequate investment in operations and maintenance. And 2 billion rands has been allocated, 2 additional billion rands has been allocated through the development financing grant. And what is the intended impact of this allocation? And how will the reform increase investment in the service to improve reliability? Thank you.
The Honorable Zungula, I see you have your hand up. What is the reason for your intervention?
Question, Chair.
No, your time has expired. You don't have any more times left. The
Oh.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The first one, the mitigate the impact is not a funding issue. It's a planning issue. Let me just give you an example. If people build houses, for instance, in a place which is prone to disasters, we've got to plan together to make sure that planning, people don't build houses at that place. But to the extent that they are, I'm just giving you an example, if therefore there's got to be a funding to achieve that objective, and then we'll have to fund that. Insofar as the 2 billion, as I understand it, which is related to the metro or trading system, is to ensure that the bulk infrastructure of the metros is maintained effectively and also attract investment together working with those metros to that infrastructure. That's precisely what we want to do. First, to improve the performance of the bulk infrastructure in the metros. B, to attract private sector investment to work with the metros in funding that infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now proceed to vote number 9, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Are there any interventions? Any questions? There's none indicated. We'll proceed to vote number 10, Electricity and Energy. We've requested slots for asking questions from MK. MK, do you still want to ask your question? Electricity and Energy? None. The ACDP? Electricity and Energy? Yeah.
Chair, have you called for the ACDP?
I'm going to give MK the opportunity and then I'll come to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
As MKP, we express our utter disgust on the issue of the 54 billion accounting error by NERSA, which ESCOM has confirmed will be passed on to the electricity consumers. In a country ranked among the most unequal in the world, with a Gini coefficient of 0.67, unemployment rate of 31.9%, and youth unemployment standing at 58.5% for those aged 15 to 24 and 38% for those aged 25 to 34. This decision reflects a GNU that is indifferent to the plight of South Africans in general and the poor and the unemployed, indigent in particular. In a society defined by high unemployment, inequality, and poverty, it is indefensible that citizens should be the ones to bear the brand of incompetency by organs of the state. As MKP, our fight is based on total emancipation of the proletariat, whom the GNU continues to fail. I would like to congratulate my daughter for passing a matric with distinctions. Gwaza Mkondo Gwaza.
Order, honorable members. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. Minister,
Order,
the
honorable members.
Minister, the ACDP recalls your statement of intent to reduce the cost of electricity in South Africa.
Order, honorable Thring. Honorable members in the House, can we please give due respect to the members who are also online so that the ministers are in a position to respond to the issues that they are raising? Thank you very much. The Honorable Thring.
Chair, can I start again?
Yes, you
Minister,
may.
the ACDP recalls your statement of intent to reduce the cost of electricity in South Africa, understanding that for hundreds of thousands of South Africans, electricity has become unaffordable, with many having to choose between buying food or purchasing electricity and driving up energy poverty. The NERSA almost 78 billion Eskom tariff bungling in 2025 has not only has the potential to significantly increase electricity tariffs in the coming years, but also to increase inflation as an administered cost. And the ACDP as Kingdom Builders asserts that the NERSA bungling cannot be transferred to the taxpayer. Now, Minister, can you inform the nation as to what your concrete plans are to, one, ensure that the taxpayer does not carry NERSA's bungling can, and what is your plan to reduce the cost of electricity within dedicated timeframes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I would like to check probably with the minister with the current budget reduction of 12.3 million for the electricity and energy for different programs such as administration, energy planning, policy development, nuclear energy regulation and management, state-owned company support services. Will the department be able to achieve its annual performance plans and its key performance areas? And what is the impact of this reduction in the budget on the programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon to you and the members, and thanks for the questions. Just to state that we have stated on record, having stated that we are going to take every steps necessary to ensure that we address the exponential increase in the electricity tariff. We are of the opinion that the exponential rise in the price of electricity is significantly eroding the disposable income of households and is making business uncompetitive. In this regard, we have proposed that a number of interventions. So the first one in relation to addressing the pressure on the households, especially those in the far-flung rural areas, we did say that we're going to be deploying new technology to ensure that we address the cost of primary energy. We have already launched the first phase of this project in Musina. 2 villages already are benefiting from this. Is a hybrid solution of PV and also battery storage. We have an intention of rolling this out to about 50 villages across the length and breadth of the country. And then secondly, we said that there's no efficient application of the indigent allocation. This is a provision that is made to poor households to provide relief in relation to the price of electricity. And there's over 2.1 million households that qualify for this, but only 400,000 are benefiting from this. In this regard, we are accelerating the rollout of prepaid smart meters that will make it possible for us to have direct support to the end consumer. Of course, we will be working with municipalities because they are key in ensuring that we are able to register households that qualify to be indigent, and therefore this support will be made available to them. Thirdly, I made
Minister,
the
your time is now expired. Thank you.
Okay.
Honourable members, we'll proceed to vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. There's no request for intervention. As well as vote number 12, the Public Service Commission. There's no request for questions, which takes us to vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. The DA?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to direct the question to the Minister. The FNP Construction Confidence Index has reached its highest level in 11 years. Now, this is encouraging, and I think one would like to know how the Minister is doing to keep this momentum while making sure that we also deal with the challenges in maintenance, for example, so that when we build more, we are able to maintain the current property portfolio. And lastly, one would like to know how the Minister is going to intervene in the challenges in the built environment. We've seen a number of buildings collapsing, and while one understands that some of the regulations falls outside the Minister's department, but I think it's important for us to hear from the Minister what steps is he going to take to streamline these building regulations so that we make sure that there's compliance with buildings in the country so that we avoid this catastrophe. Thank you.
The ANC?
Thank you very much, Chair. The South African public works and infrastructure entities have continued to face deep-seated challenges that hamper the delivery, maintenance, and strategic advancement of critical public infrastructure. A central issue has been funding fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the human resource and governance weaknesses within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And its portfolio entities were highly vacancy rates, especially in senior leadership roles, have stalled decision-making, undermined strategic oversight, and threatened basic service delivery. With regards to the appropriation, how do you plan to generate income for all these entities under Public Works and Infrastructure, increase their performance in order to make sure that the service delivery initiatives and targets are met effectively?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to yourself and the honourable members. Let me thank the two honourable members for the questions. And indeed, I think that we can be greatly encouraged by the latest news that builds on the great job numbers that we saw in Q3 of 130,000 new jobs created in the construction sector. That was 50% of all new jobs created in the country. And our FNB have said that their construction index is at 11-year high. And so obviously we have to continue with that momentum. And I think that that momentum has been built in the last 18 months on working with the industry, on listening to the industry, on bringing industry experts in to the fold, and also ensuring that our entities are well equipped and well placed to be able to assist the construction sector, particularly through the Council for the Built Environment and the Construction Industry Development Board. Of course, the point that the honourable member makes around building regulations is critically important. I think what we've seen over the two tragic building collapse events is a fragmentation of the building environment that spans over a number of national departments, as well as through municipal and provincial government. And we this year will be planning to take a document to Cabinet that will look at ensuring that the mandate of the built environment fully rests within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, so that we have a fully holistic view of the building environment to ensure that there's coordination and execution. With regards to our entities, I think we have a number of our entities that are really performing well, and of course we do have some entities that continue to struggle. We have to look at a self-revenue generating model that allows them to be able to provide more value for money to clients, not just within government, but externally, and thereby be able to slightly charge a little
Honourable
bit
Minister,
more.
your time has expired. Thank you. Honourable members,
Thank you.
there's no interventions for vote 14. Vote 15, traditional affairs, has not been adjusted. I thus put to you vote number 16, basic education. There's request for questions from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The adjustment budget for basic education is a necessary intervention that directs funding to areas of long-standing need. An additional 376 million has been allocated largely to school infrastructure, disaster repairs, and the Western Cape Rapid School Build Program. This is welcomed as there must be a focus on classrooms, water, sanitation, and safe learning environments. The adjustment budget also reinforces learner support programs, including continued funding for the NSP, which is pivotal in improving access, retention, and outcomes. But the facts are concerning. Only one school built against a target of 30. No schools have been provided with water by mid-year against a target of 100. And chronic delays in infrastructure delivery point to deep implementation failures within the system, which provinces must account for. This adjustment budget must translate into faster delivery and tighter oversight so that learners and teachers feel the impact where it matters the most in the classroom. I thank you.
MK.
Honourable Speaker, MK Party congratulates the class of 2025 for doing amazingly well and also salutes KZN for leading the pack. Chair, this is hard-earned achievement considering the effect of cumulative dilapidated school infrastructure, shortage of teachers and books, endemic corruption affecting the national school nutrition program, collapsed scholar transport services, and deplorable water and sanitation conditions across 9 provinces, particularly in the most neglected rural, township, and farm communities. Clearly, the 454 million budget increase was allocated with gross lack of understanding the challenges and the failures by the department, as without proper performance baselines. If not, this is continued deliberate neglect of education system, which has been evident since the beginning of the Tumamina fiasco, characterized by cuts across the departments responsible for providing the social services. Hence, Umkhonto we reject this budget adjustment. Amandla.
BFF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. We want to know if the Minister is confident that the adjustment will be sufficient to include grade R into the new basic education system as the new law mandates. I thank you.
Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, given that the recent report indicates the fact that 24,000 learners across the country have not been placed, most severely impacted being Gauteng, will the adjustment budget, given that much of it is focused on ECD, be able to attend to the question of how do we enroll particularly grade 1 learners who have not been placed, despite what their assessment criteria will be? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we just want to check to the Minister, how will she ensure the additional allocation environment provided to the basic education vote, particularly those directed at education, infrastructure, rehabilitation, and early childhood development are implemented timelessly and translated into measurable improvements in learning conditions and outcomes, especially in provinces that were affected by disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to the members for the question. The answer around whether or not the adjustment will make provision for grade R, to the Honourable Member, what we are doing is we are engaging with Treasury around how we can shift some funding to try and buffer the need for compulsory grade R in the various provinces. We are obviously concerned about the fact that we have not received additional funding for grade R, and so we have to try and help provinces buffer that need. Honourable Maimane asked the questions around the unplaced, particularly grade 1 and grade 8 learners. honorable members, and I think the House, what I can do is to make an assurance that provinces are working extremely hard to make sure that all learners are placed and are placed at the very least in time. The reality is that provinces are experiencing extreme pressures, particularly in provinces such as Gauteng and the Western Cape, where we are seeing inward migration. And so what provinces are going to be doing is trying to make sure that all learners who are at least applying are going to be placed in schools. They may not be placed in the schools that they desire, but we have a constitutional obligation to make sure that all learners are placed. With regards to the infrastructure that Honourable Member had asked, we are lucky enough that in the adjustment budget, there has been allocation, particularly to the Eastern Cape and to KwaZulu-Natal, with regards to the storm damage that was done from a disaster management point of view. So we are confident that the provinces will be able to spend that money to make sure that those schools are repaired as soon as possible. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 17, higher education. I recognize the MK party.
Honourable Chair, the crisis in higher education and training is daily struggle for students, characterized by NSFAS delays, unpaid allowances, hunger, accommodation shortages, and deteriorating TVET infrastructure. The GNU budget fails to address these issues, promoting austerity while students face exclusion and debt. The TVET colleges, vital for producing the artisan and entrepreneurs, remain underfunded and undervalued. The allocation of 48.7 billion rands for NSFAS and student support is inadequate for the 1.7 million enrolled students, leaving many unfunded and hungry. This budget prioritizes austerity over the future of the working class youth, neglecting the significant potential of the TVET colleges. Forward with free, decolonized, and Afrocentric education. Amandla.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yesterday, all of us were celebrating the matric pass rate, saying roughly over 656,000 learners have passed matric. Of that number, at least 345,000 of them passed with a bachelor's pass, which means they meet the most basic requirements to be admitted for a bachelor's degree. But there's no space in post-school education, even by the numbers that the department has presented, which we object to them because we believe that they are incredibly inflated. But even with the numbers that the minister has presented, there is still well over 130,000 learners who are not going to find space in post-secondary education. And now, Minister, when I say post-secondary, I'm not talking university. I'm talking university, TVET colleges, CET colleges, skill centers, CETAs, all of them. Can you give us assurance that each and every learner that passed matric is going to find themselves in one or the other post-school education centers that are here in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Given the ongoing NSFAS funding shortfall, currently affecting about 140,000 students, what is the view of the minister regarding the long-term fiscal sustainability of NSFAS financing, particularly regarding future funding requirements and mechanism to mitigate the historical student debt, as we of the view that education should not be commodified? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Higher Education. Is there a Deputy Minister? The Honourable Minister, I'm informed the order. I'm informed the Honourable Minister is online, but somehow is not connecting. Honourable Member, what we will do is, we will come back to this specific vote, number 17, and I will give the honourable members the opportunity to raise those questions again. May I also ask that the relevant members of Cabinet be informed that we are busy with this important session and they must be available, or designate a Deputy Minister to reply to the questions. It's unacceptable that we go through these processes and the member of the executive is not available. In the meantime, I'll move on to vote number 18, health. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The PEPFAR funding leaves a big.
Honorable member, can you just speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The PEPFAR funding leaves a big gap, much more than admissible by the department. This was made obvious to the committee in the oversight conducted by the response personnel to victim care of rape victims into Duzela centers and the support provided by the NGO community in these centers who were funded by PEPFAR and not government. To date, there has been no response and tangible progress in covering the overt and indirect impact. We want to know from the minister what the actual plan is. What is the overall impact in numerical data on jobs and services, and how is the department planning to respond to addressing this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
Our public healthcare system is under severe strain with persistent staff shortages, long waiting hours, deteriorating infrastructure, and recurring medicine stockouts that compromise patient care. At the same time, public health facilities are legally required to provide services to all who present themselves, including foreign nationals, regardless of documentation status, which places additional pressure on an already overstretched system. Can the minister indicate whether the adjusted budget is sufficient to adequately meet the healthcare needs of South African citizens, and what measures are being implemented to ensure that limited public healthcare resources are managed sustainably, fairly prioritized, and do not further disadvantage South Africans who rely on this healthcare system?
Bosa.
No question from Bosa.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Noting the current standing of 5.6 million out of the 6 million target of clients in antiretroviral treatment, how will the 590 million special appropriation for the comprehensive HIV and AIDS component be used to reach the remaining clients by the end of the financial year? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister. You have 2 minutes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think there's an over-exaggeration of the amount of help that we're getting from PEPFAR. In the 27 districts where PEPFAR is, there are more than 2,700 public health facilities or clinics. PEPFAR was only funding 12 clinics. So we have lost 12 clinics. It's not that we have lost the whole world. And we have tried to readjust the budget and transfer some of the people to the government clinics. Those who are refusing is because of the issue of stigma. And we are busy trying to see what we are going to do because of the stigma. So it's not that the whole world has fallen apart. Honorable member, South Africa spends 46.8 billion rand on HIV, AIDS, and TB. And out of that, PEPFAR was responsible for 7.8 billion. The whole 46.8 came from the government. Honorable Trolip, not at all. There's no way this adjustment will be enough to cover the healthcare needs of all South Africans, because we've got 2 healthcare systems. Healthcare needs are met for those who have medical aid, like yourself and me. That's 14% of the population. 86% of the population who are not meeting their health needs. That's why we want universal health coverage to do so, which we call NHI, which is now in court. How are we going to reach the 1.1 million people? We are not depending on this money that has been adjusted. We have made rearrangements in February last year, on the 25th, when we launched 1.1 million Close the Gap campaign. The people are looking for to make our 95 are 1.1 million. And we've already got quite a large number of them. These are the people who were on ARVs and opted out. All we are doing is to bring them back.
so that we reach our 95, 95, 95.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put to you vote number 19, social development. There's a request from the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. May the Honorable Minister please specify exactly which programs or beneficiary groups will receive immediate relief from this adjustment? How much will each receive, and what safeguards are in place to ensure that future fiscal shortfalls do not once again come at the expense of the poorest households? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? There's none. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. The DST Portfolio Committee, the portfolio benefited from the adjustment appropriation bill of the 2025-26. On the adjustment estimates of national expenditure, that was tabled in Parliament in October 2025. An amount of 1.69 billion rand was approved for rollover for payment of COVID-19 social relief of distressed beneficiaries who were approved in the 2024-25. We are unable to say which provinces, but we give that figure on exactly how much we will be getting. The department had requested a complete rollover of 2.169 billion rand, but the National Treasurer approved 1.169 billion. Of this amount, an amount of 1 billion is unspent fund that was declared on social grants due to lower than projected beneficiaries for the child support grant in the previous year. It is important that I highlight that the reduction in number of CSG beneficiaries is not necessarily a sign of exclusion, but rather an outcome of streamlined systems that ensure only legitimate qualifying individuals receive support, improve payment efficiency, help eliminate duplication, fraud, and administrative errors, which naturally reduces the number of beneficiaries without undermining the integrity of the system. Honorable Chair, this additional allocation to the social assistance program for the COVID-19 social relief of distress come handy because, as the Honorable Member is correctly saying, this is a vital form of support for millions of unemployment and vulnerable South Africans. Every month, approximately more than 7 million eligible beneficiaries between the ages of 18 and 59 years receive COVID-19 SRD. During the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement, the Minister of Finance, extended the
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time is now expired.
26-27 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next vote I'm putting to you is vote number 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. MK?
I would like to congratulate Matric for those who passed and those who never passed. As MKP, we speak for those left behind. Poor youth, women face unemployment, gender-based violence, and economic exclusion. The youth is trapped in mass jobless, unemployed, sitting at 46.1%, while children endure hunger and unsafe school. People living with disability suffers the worst, feel neglected. At Manchin Lincoln Special School in Umlazi, learners do not have conducive, accessible bathroom. Educators are forced to carry children so that they can relieve themselves. This is a violation of dignity, constitutional rights, and show how little our government cares for the vulnerable. Such conditions expose the failure of the so-called GNU to protect the most vulnerable. As we are special when voting, let our facility be special too, also from employment, and I encourage both disabled human being grant to be not stopped when reaches 18 years of age. People for sign language to be communicated, employed in government sectors as disabled faces problem when traveling alone. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
The ANC?
Thanks, Zoe. Monitoring and evaluations are not optional administrative functions, but strategic instruments that ensure service delivery. How effective are the current monitoring and evaluation systems within the department, including how priority research areas are identified and aligned with national priorities? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, or the Deputy Minister. Honorable members, the same applies to this vote. We'll come back to it after we've completed the others. Yes.
House Chair, this is intolerable. We cannot expect ministers who are paid quite well, deputy ministers, they know about this meeting and they don't come here today. It tells you how seriously they don't take this seriously at all. We take this quite seriously, House Chair. And these ministers and these deputy ministers need to be held to account. We can see that even the deputy ministers have no job to do. They're wasting the time and the money of our people.
Honorable Reddy, I'm told that the Honorable Minister Chikunga is now online and that she had some issue with connecting. The Honorable Minister Chikunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Honorable
Chairperson.
members, order. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can I request the member maybe to repeat the question? I apologize.
Honorable members, order, honorable members. I do have the Honorable Minister on the line. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It's really prolonging our time if we do not have the members of the executive online and following the proceedings, because we must repeat, and it delays order. It delays the business of the House. So I'm going to allow the Honorable Member of MK to repeat what he said earlier, and then I'll go back to the ANC. He left the House. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. Now, Minister was saying that monitoring and evaluations are not optional administrative functions, but strategic instruments that ensure service delivery. How effective are the current monitoring and evaluation systems within the department? And also, how are the priority areas for research identified and how are they aligned with the national priorities? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a request for an intervention at the back, the Honorable Maimane.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I want to endorse your view when you say that when ministers and deputy ministers are not in the House, that this delays the process. Except what I'd like to request as a step forward is that this House takes a view that picks this matter up with the leader of government business. It cannot be that Parliament must be hamstrung with ministers that are not available. Otherwise, this process is simply meaningless. I request of you to take this matter up seriously, Honorable House Chair.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We will deal with that matter, and I must also indicate to the House that there are sanctions that can be applied, but I'll leave it to the relevant committee to deal with it. The Honorable Minister. Minister Chikunga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also apologize for taking long to respond to the question. How we do the monitoring of our work, we look first at the MDTP, Medium-Term Development Plan of government, but we also look at our strat plan, and we look at the work of other departments, and we coordinate that. On any issue that pertains to women, youth, but in particular persons with disabilities, as the question is asking, we then ensure that departments put that in their strat plan, as we did with the medium-term development plan. And then, of course, we also put the work of monitoring in our own strat plan and annual performance plan. We look also at the department that we regard as being the priority for that year. And then, of course, we emphasize on them. looking at the resources that we have, whether you speak about the human resources or financial resources, but we are able to do the monitoring in the manner in which we would want to, definitely not because of the resources that we have, but we are still doing it as a department. I thank you very much, Chairperson, and I apologize sincerely for taking long to respond to the question. I do
Thank you, Honourable
apologize.
Minister. Honourable members, order. There is no request for questions on vote 21. I move to vote 22, correctional services. Yes, Honourable Member?
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, just to add on the point that was deliberated on by you, we've asked on many occasions that we have these sittings in one place. We always have the SONA and the budget speech where all members of parliament are sitting in one place. Now, this time around, we treated this process as if it's a by-the-way thing. That's why a lot of our members are sitting on the online platform. We shouldn't have had that in the first place. And we argued as the EFF to try to avoid exactly what we're dealing with now. So please, let's have parliament running efficiently and effectively while we are sitting all of us in the same place. We can't reduce the budget speech as if it's just another set of a meeting. This is a very important meeting that delivers on the promises that we made to our people.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your views are noted. Order. Correctional Services, vote 22, the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair, members of the House. Minister, how much of this additional allocation is
Honourable members, you are now disrupting the member on the floor. You're unfair. Let us hear what the member have to say so that the members of the executive are able to respond. You're complaining that they are not on the platform, but you're also not paying attention in the House. Please, I'll come back to you, Honourable Reddy. Please proceed with your question.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, how much of this additional allocation is directed specifically at reducing overcrowding, especially those ones that is costing South Africa 11 million a day, and improving inmate safety? And what concrete indicators such as reduce inmates to staff ratio or improve rehabilitation outcomes will Parliament be able to measure within this next 12 months? I thank you.
Honourable Reddy.
Honourable House Chair, may I suggest to assist the process that before we begin the questions, if you could check if the minister is in the House, so we'll know whether the minister is in, rather than continue with asking the question and only to find later the minister is not in the House.
Okay, we are actively doing that with the staff here on the table, but it's difficult to regulate the behavior of people who are supposed to be available. Rise Mzansi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Want to ask the Minister, how will the department use the adjustment budget to work with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to bring about the much needed bail and alternative sentencing reforms?
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the adjustment includes self-financing expenditure for offender gratuities funded through revenue generated from offender labor. How does the department ensure transparency, fair labor practices in the generation and utilization of this revenue? I thank you, House Chair.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Correctional Services.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon and all of the best wishes for 2026 for all the honourable members. Honourable Chair, I want to start as the honourable member has just said. We must remember that this adjustment is of self-financing. It means, and the amount of 1,252 million was collected from offender labor in the previous financial year, and it is now appropriate back to correctional services to supplement offender gratuity payments for offenders working in the department. The self-financing amount and adjustment to 2025 appropriation is in line with approval from National Treasury. So it's not really an